right for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 3 of 2024. You are already waking up. You had a holiday yesterday. The way it's looking now, everybody kind of debating everything from elections, but mainly all the way down to the rate cuts. What's going to happen with the Fed? What's going to happen with the ECB? You had bad China news. They didn't cut rates. They said they wanted to add more liquidity. Everybody kind of getting hesitant, even though that's not what we closed on last week. So, Chad, we have a lot to deal with. It's already a pretty big move. Futures are down about almost 0.5%. Bonds are almost down 1%. The dollar is up again. Gold came down. Oil is up because of everything going on overseas. So we'll see how it all plays out by the end of the day. But to start off the week, it's not so good. You even had earnings. Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, they beat, but they missed on some of the stuff that the other banks last week beat on, and it's putting you in a very interesting position. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you are refreshed and ready to go. You had one extra day. We do have data. You even got a Fed speaker coming on at 11 a.m. Eastern, so we'll see how it all gets down. But Chattadonia, I missed ya. Good morning, baby. What's up, Lori? How you living, Najee Wolf? Good morning. Awaz, Lucky J, Tim Whitman, Guts for the Long Term, Nope, Zuraz, Monica, Mopar. Good morning, baby. How you living, Candy? Jerry Woods, Winning Loser, Humble Business. Good morning. Mavis, Me Not You, Shane McBride, Dan Kingsley, Malcolm King, Angel Rojas, baby. Good morning, Ray Araya, baby. How you living? Sons of Averaging, John, Ari, Mr. Socorri, Joe, Paul Castro, S-Dub for Mayor. Good morning, baby. What up, Alaskan Assassin? How you living, Sassy? How you living, Catherine? Good morning, Wild Style, Sean Burke, Youngblood, Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning. Open Face Sandwich ready to go. Lucky Soldier, Pear, TNT, Ian Hutchinson, Jerry Woods, Kenny Dean, Miami boy, oh, Miami. Good morning, baby. What up, Kelvin? How you living, Dinosaur? Mr. Riley Max, Remixable, El Trapado, Rami, Got a Blunt. Oh, I got a okay. I got a blur. I'll take it, man. What's up, Lucas? Alex Lozano, Cam Tour, Jesse Burke, Wandering, Julio, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Philippe? What up, Christina? Good morning, Julio, Ali, Mr. Godfather, Rocky Top, Gonzalo, Ben Stone, Matthew Warman, the banking system, Jason Owen, Mr. Matt Taylor, Nick Soto. Good morning, baby. What about that Twitch? Where y'all at, baby? What up, Woodrow? Good morning, Feed Me Seymour, Mr. Belvedere, Lizzie, and she gifted. Good morning. Most Dope Andy, Senkow Hustle, More Fati Trev, Young Pickle, Mr. Mother Liquor, Woodrow, Big Curly, Payday Devil, Unani, Ibex, El Coyote, Mr. Blow and Doll, Feed Me Seymour again, Hicks Plays, S. Jones Jix, Lizzie, Danny V, Angelo Barcelona, JG Industries, Alfredo, Slizzin, Woo Ala, was it Woo Ala? I can't say that. Woo Ale, I don't know. Sim Race Review, Preforms, Mr. Most Dope, El Coyote once again, and Robo Ham Tech, and we got Devlin up there. Yes, good to see you, baby. Good morning. Here we go, the roller coaster. There's also bad data. So we were down, and then really bad Empire manufacturing data came out, and then you popped up here. But it's probably going to be a lot of wickedness back and forth, man. How way to start off the week, huh? Good morning. Good morning. So speaking of starting things off, let's get into the news. U.S. futures pair losses after upbeat bank earnings. Solid results from Wall Street Titans provided a ray of light amid a retreat from global stocks as central bank officials pushed back against bets on aggressive interest rate cuts. Futures on the S&P 500 paired losses after the Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley posted earnings that beat estimates in key business areas. Shares of both lenders rose more than 1% pre-market before fading. By contrast, banks in Europe led a decline that pushed the benchmark stock Europe 600 to a 5-week low after JP Morgan analysts said that lending revenue will be capped by peak in interest rates. The MSCI Asian Pacific lost 1.5%, the most in 3 months. Two-year Treasury yields rose by 6 basis points to 4.21, while an index of the dollar climbed 0.7 to a 1-month high. Market positioning for aggressive rate cuts in the U.S. and Europe is being tested by hawkish comments from policymakers, including the European Central Bank, Francois Villeroy de Gallo, who said that it's too early to declare victory on inflation. Traders are awaiting Reserve Governor Christopher Waller's speech later on Tuesday for cues on timing of a Fed rate cut, with money markets seeing a 2 in 3 chance of a reduction in March. Central banks push back on rate cuts as it's not helping risky assets, said Mohit Kumar, chief European economist at Jefferies. The market has gotten a bit ahead of itself. Bolstering the case for early rate cuts was a report showing that the New York State factory activity deteriorated sharply at the start of 2024 on declining orders and shipments, consistent with persistent struggles for manufacturers across the U.S. The dollar paired their advance after the data. European stocks trimmed losses after ECB's monthly survey showed consumer expectations for Eurozone inflation fell to the lowest in more than 1.5 years in November. Money markets held interest rate cut wagers broadly steady after the ECB data, pricing in the first quarter-point reduction by April, followed by almost 5 more by year-end. ECB Governing Council member Robert Holtzman indicated on Monday that cuts were not assured given lingering inflation and geopolitical risk. His sentiment echoed prior comments from ECB President Christine Lagarde, warning that it's too early to talk about trimming borrowing costs. A raft of ECB speakers are on the WEF roster for Wednesday. Economic data in the UK, meanwhile, supported the case for Bank of England rate cuts in the coming months, with wage growth cooling at the fastest pace on record. The pound weakened as much as 0.8 against the dollar, and gilt yields edged lower. Elsewhere, crude prices rose after the Wall Street Journal reported that British oil major Shell suspended shipments through the Red Sea indefinitely after U.S. and U.K. strikes on Yemen's Houthi rebels triggered fears of further escalation. Global crude benchmark Brent cost $79 a barrel, while West Texas Intermediate topped $73. Key events this week: Christopher Waller today, China GDP, property, retail sales, and industrial production on Wednesday, Eurozone CPI on Wednesday, UK CPI on Wednesday, U.S. retail sales and industrial production and business inventories on Wednesday, Federal Reserve issues Beige Book survey on Wednesday, European Central Bank Christine Lagarde speaks at Davos on Wednesday, New York Fed President John Williams on Wednesday, Australia unemployment on Thursday, Japan industrial production on Thursday, European Central Bank publishes account of December policy meeting on Thursday, U.S. housing starts initial jobless claims on Thursday, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic on Thursday, Japan CPI on Friday, U.S. existing home sales, University of Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday, U.S. Congress faces deadline to pass spending agreement for part of the federal government shuts down on Friday, and San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly on Friday. My goodness. Apple a little lower. Clear frontrunner. Countries around the world are preparing for Trump's possible return to the White House after the former U.S. president cruised to victory in Iowa Republican presidential caucus and established himself as the party's clear frontrunner. This puts Trump back on track for a Biden rematch. A Trump victory in November could result in sweeping changes for U.S. policies on trade, overseas conflict, taxes, and civil rights, concerns that will no doubt be front of mind for business leaders and policymakers at the World Economic Forum on Davos on today. Trump still faces 91 criminal charges in 4 separate cases, including some over his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. But so far, the legal jeopardy has only energized his Republican supporters. Hear more on the podcast. Dollar surges. The dollar hit a 1-month high as Treasury yields climbed on growing speculation that the Fed may hold back on cutting interest rates as early as March. The Bloomberg Dollar Index rose by 0.4 to the highest level since December 13 as cooling demand for risky assets boosts the greenback after Monday's holiday. A possible pivot to rate cuts has been the focus of markets after a series of cooler inflation readings, but increasingly, traders believe bets on more aggressive rate cuts may have been overdone. This comes after ECB Council member Robert Holtzman said threats stemming from lingering inflation and geopolitical risk may prevent the ECB from lowering interest rates this year. Investors are awaiting the speech by Fed Governor Waller, scheduled later today. And remember, Waller is usually bullish, or at least he has been. China's bold stimulus effort. China is considering 1 trillion won of new debt and issuance under so-called special sovereign bond plan as authorities seek more money to finance efforts to shore up the world's second largest economy. The proposal under discussion of senior policymakers would involve the sale of ultra-long sovereign bonds to projects related to food, energy, supply chains, and urbanization. It would be the fourth of such kind in the past 26 years and would highlight the shift in spending responsibility from local officials to China's central authorities. Meanwhile, as China's unprecedented housing slump continues, major Chinese lender Ping An Bank has put 41 developers on a list of billers eligible for funding support as they consider more lending to a property sector in crisis. Apple pulls disputed tool. Apple is planning to remove its blood oxygen feature from its latest smartwatch, the Series 9 and Ultra 2, to get around the U.S. ban on devices after their appeal and decision fails. The plan was disclosed by tech company Massimo, which has been locked in a feud with Apple over patent related to the technology. The International Trade Commission ruled in October that Apple's devices violated Massimo's patent related to blood oxygen measurement. That led Apple to pause sales of smartwatches just ahead of Christmas, though an interim stay allowed the company to bring the products back late last month. A decision of Apple's request for permanent stay on the ban during the appeal is expected to come in the next few days. More major U.S. banks report. Wall Street heavyweights Morgan Stanley and Goldman are among the companies reporting today. Oh, that's delayed. S&P futures are down by 0.4% Tuesday morning, finishing off of worse levels, coming after U.S. equities finished last week with upside leadership from mega-cap tech, semis, builders, and select retailers. Treasuries are weaker with a bit of curve steepening after yields moved lower last week. Dollar index is up by 0.7 on broad-based strength. Gold is off by 0.4. Bitcoin futures are down by 1.6, and WTI crude is flat. More defensive tone seen to be the function of tighter financial conditions, higher yields, and stronger dollar stemming from latest thoughts of global markets may be too aggressive when it comes to 24 easing expectations. While quantitative tightening speculation continues to heat up, this is being driven by reserve and reverse repo functioning dynamics and not the Fed's desire to ease policy. Also, some negative headlines surrounding the likes of Apple, Tesla, and Boeing, in addition to sell-side firms, continuing to highlight the challenging positioning and sentiment dynamics coming off a big quarter four rally. January New York Fed manufacturing survey unexpectedly dropped to its lowest since May of 2020 and one of the worst levels in a series history, reflecting a still challenging manufacturing backdrop. Some Fed speak on the radar with Fed Waller at 11. Recall, Waller helped unleash the Fed's dovish pivot even before the December meeting. Higher profile headlines, earnings over the last few days have revolved around more discussion and potential for a QT tapering announcement. Fed President Bostic's comments about slowing disinflation momentum, potential unexpected fiscal boosts if U.S. lawmakers back a deal of $70 billion worth of tax breaks, seemingly coordinated with ECB pushback against rate cuts, despite notable decline in inflation expectations. China's decision is not to cut the MLF rate. The speculation China could deliver $139 billion of stimulus via a so-called special sovereign bond plan. Apple reportedly offering 5% off of iPhone 15 in China amid speculation about softer sales. Other reports noted customs determined redesigned Apple Watches can be imported to the U.S. Tesla on the defensive after Elon Musk said he would prefer to build AI products outside of the company if he does not get 25% voting control. Boeing, another laggard, and extended 737-9 MAX grounding also caught sell-side downgrade by Wells Fargo. Uber to close down alcohol delivery service Drizzly, which it bought 3 years ago for $1.1 billion on the earnings front. Goldman has beat as IB held up a little bit better. Equities revenue looks strong. Provisions came in lighter, though FICC missed Morgan Stanley. They beat with upside in wealth management and IB among the highlights. PNC disappointed on 2024 revenue guidance. Yeah, bro. Elon kind of going crazy. We'll talk about it. But pretty much he tweeted that he wants 25% ownership. So he's pretty much saying he doesn't want to build AI companies unless he gets more voting rights. He wants more shares. He wants a sweeter compensation package. That's how he gets the 25% if you're unfamiliar. China is weighing $1 trillion, 1 trillion yuan, $139 billion of new debt under so-called special sovereign bond plan. William Lai Ching-te won the Taiwan presidential election on Saturday, as expected, securing a third term in power for Democratic Progressive Party. Lai took 40% of the vote, followed by Hu Yu-ai from Kuomintang. At 33%, the KMT is considered the more conciliatory towards China, and Ko Wen-ji from Taiwan's People Party at 26%. Apple is offering a rare discount of $70 in China. ECB Holtzman warns markets not to expect the first rate cut in April and says there may not be decreases anytime this year. Houthi militants hit a U.S.-owned container vessel with a missile in the Gulf of Aden. Gibraltar Eagle carrying steel products suffered limited damage. Washington warned merchant ships to avoid the area. PM Rishi Sunak told Parliament that the UK wants to reduce tensions of the airstrikes as they are self-defense. Though the Federal Reserve stopped raising interest rates last summer, it is quietly tightening monetary policy through another channel, shrinking the $7.7 trillion holdings of bonds and other assets by around $80 billion a month. Now that too may change. Fed officials are starting deliberations on slowing, though not ending, the so-called quantitative tightening as soon as their policy meeting this month. Biden's campaign raises $97 million in quarter four and has $117 million of cash on hand, formidable numbers to provide an important monetary tailwind for the president heading into November. Trump dominates Iowa as expected with 51%, following DeSantis at 21% and Haley at 19.9%, while Ramaswamy exits the race with 7.7% showing. Global core inflation picked up modestly in December on a one-month basis, but the three-month annualized rate has slowed further to 2%. We still expect the Fed to start easing in March with a total of 5 cuts in 24, slightly less than market pricing. ECB should follow in April and the Bank of England in May, and our views are both central banks are somewhat dovish relative to market pricing. By contrast, we expect only modest macro policy easing in China, despite sluggish policy growth and very low inflation. The combination of falling inflation, easier monetary policy, and solid growth should provide a friendly backdrop for riskier assets. Don't worry, there's more. Bond market faces uncertainty as fiscal concerns clash with rate cut expectations amid bullish sentiment. Morgan Stanley Wilson says slash EPS estimates creating optimal platform for U.S. companies to deliver beats. Consensus profit forecasts have been going up, but history shows rate cuts don't bode well for earnings. Apple weakens after hours following news the company is offering a rare iPhone discount in China. Boeing will add further quality inspections to 737 MAX amid their mid-air blowout of cabin panel on Alaskan Airlines flight. Musk says it would be comfortable growing Tesla to be a leader in AI and robotics without having 25% of voting control. TSMC's quarter four profit slide to 23%. Analysts expect they'll predict better growth this year on the back of rebounding demand. China's stock market regulators and sovereign wealth funds look to stabilize equity markets. China considering $1 trillion of new debt issuance. Some asset managers prepare for China's stock market rebound, citing attractive valuations. China quarter four GDP growth seen picking up with activity data mostly lackluster. China's offshore credit market, calmest in years, will be tested in the coming months by maturities, property weakness. Eurozone consumer expectations show noticeable decline in inflation expectations. German investor morale improves on ECB easing expectations. UK wage growth slowed in the 3 months to November, suggesting easing inflationary pressures. Japan wholesale inflation registers first flat read since early 2021. Australian consumers remain deeply pessimistic on cost of living continues to bite. ECB Villeroy says likely to start lowering borrowing costs this year, but the exact timing will depend on data. Trump wins Iowa GOP caucuses. Houthis fire missile at U.S.-owned cargo ship following U.S. airstrikes against their facilities and limited damage reported. Iran launches missile strikes against targets in Syria and northern Iraq, fueling fear of broader regional conflagration. Ship sailing through Red Sea contended with soaring insurance costs, making it cost-effective for some to reroute to around Africa. But Chatadonia, that looks to be it, man. That looks to be it for the news. We got a lot of plays here, so let's see what we're dealing with. WDC, they're up by 3.8. Deutsche Bank upgrade. SQM up 2.8, has gradually resumed operations at Sailor de Alcantara site. AMD up 1.5. Goldman Sachs 1.4 off earnings. Morgan Stanley, both of those have flipped, so those are out of date. Target is up by 1.1. Morgan Stanley upgrade. VTR up 1.0. Bank of America upgrade. Docu up by 0.9. Morgan Stanley downgrade. More up 15.6. Morgan Stanley downgrade. SGML up 4.5. FLNC up 3.4. BMO Capital upgrade. Wayfair up 3.2, Morgan Stanley upgrade, Bros up 2.3, Stifel upgrade, Cohair up 1.8, Barclays upgrade, Rum up 1.8, Laser up 1.8, NXT up 1.8, Goldman Sachs initiates buy, HMST is up by 24%, all stock merger with First Sun Capital. BANL up 17.8, LAES up 15.9, ACRS up 15.8, CO changes strategic review, Taste up 12.6, QSR to acquire remaining shares of $9.55 in cash, GANX up 7.7, SLDB up 7.0, FDA drug orphan drug designation for SGT 003, Lunar up 6.5, DWAC up 6.0, Trump wins Iowa caucus, CAPT up 5.6, OM up 3.2, ANIX up 3.0, IMMX up 2.9, ARQT up 2.7, new individual patient response data, EBS is up by 2.4, CLPT 2.4, ZIM up 5.0, FRO and all other shippers and tankers going up amid Red Sea tensions. Uranium stocks higher. All of them are going up again. UVROY 4.0, UEC 2.3, UUU 1.1. WIT down 6.1, profit-taking. CLSA downgrade to sell. Baidu down 4.3 off of nothing, but probably related to that sanction or potential sanction off of the Ernie bought military use. AstraZeneca down 3.2, UBS to assume sell. Coupang down 3.2, Boeing down 2.5, Wells Fargo downgrade. CNHI down 2.5, Tesco down 2.5, Morgan Stanley downgrade. FTNT down 2.5, Morgan Stanley downgrade. Unity down 2.2, EQT down 2.1, 5 down 2.1, Craig Hallam downgrade. Gold down 2.0, PNC down 1.9 off of earnings. Firm is down 1.9, NTAP down 1.9, Raymond James downgrade. PayPal down 1.8, Mizuho downgrade. DD down 1.8, Bank of America downgrade. CE down 1.8, Bank of America downgrade. Apple down 1.7, offering 5% off of iPhone 15 in China, January 18th to January 21. DoorDash down 1.6, CHK down 1.5, Tesla down 1.3, Musk uncomfortable growing Tesla to be a leader in AI and robotics without having 25% control. Illumina down 1.3, HSBC downgrade. Synopsys down by 0.5, confirms agreement to acquire Ansys. Ansys down 0.4 to be acquired by Synopsys. Bumble down 4.7, SPR down 3.5, Open down 3.1, SG down 3.0, Upstart down 2.7, ALLK down 54% to restructuring to focus on development of AK006, AXDX down 19%, 4.5 million unit offering, Newbie down 8.3, APLD down 15.9 off of earnings, GOL down 9.4 considering filing Chapter 11. Then SWVL down 7.2, and then European financials all trading lower. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Chatadonia. Not too bad. I think we got a little bit of time. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Boeing, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, PNC. Again, all the banks pretty much did bad. They missed on the things the banks did good on last week. We have those Boeing plays. They should be in the money, so we'll see where theirs open up. Then going to be watching Tesla just in case. It's going to be like, every day down to start the week. Then bonds, and then SLDB, ARQT. I want to watch them, but I am worried about them simply because they are some of the lower liquidity biotech plays. So we'll see how that one plays out here, but we do have a little bit of time. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. When I come back, I hope you have some plays, baby. I will BRB.
Very, very quick last 15 seconds. Where would you take the biggest risk? I get the hedge, but where would you take the biggest risk?
Biggest risk is in, exactly as Jeff put it, better quality right now.
Okay. That's the team we've assembled post-Iowa. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be back. We've got New Hampshire to get through and a heck of a lot more. It's my first U.S. election to live through in the States, so I'm excited. Jeff Sherman, Sanal Desai there on the markets. Coming up, your morning calls. And later, Chris Harvey from Wells Fargo unveils his outlook for the earnings season. Had we downgraded our outlook so viscerally that the bar to achievement is really quite low. This has been
another water. That's cool. We can run it out. Good time. Well, actually, no, we have a couple more minutes. It's already 24. We're a little early. We got 2 more minutes. So, Chatadonia, that being said, you are here right now, bright and early. Tell me what you have, man. What's your first play of the day? Welcome back on Tuesday. The market a little rocky. What do you got for me, man? Rate cut odds all over the place. Let me know what you're working with. Post your first play in the chat. What do we have, baby? Oh, there they are. AMD calls. Unity call. Watching XLF, Microsoft, Boeing, Abivi puts, IWM, AMD calls. Average down on Baba. Boeing puts, Bros, 10 MNQs, Eura, NQ short, SPY calls, Rivian puts, URNM, Long ES, Datadog puts, buying Bill, puts on Tesla, Tesla up, sell J&J, SPY credit spreads, puts on Truist Financial, whoa, LMT, Microsoft, short everything, Baidu, 115 weekly, Lotto, time to short XLF, long R&R, cash position, sell JPM, SLB, Amazon puts, good morning, SPY, Goldman Sachs, no cash for play, SPY puts, Neil calls, Tesla long, short everything. Good morning, Baidu. AMD calls. HD calls. Got Zim at 7. AMD 152 puts. Discovery puts. Long Netflix. Short Airlines. SQQ. QQQ. HYG. Average down on SPY. Long ES 4780. Myrna. Tesla. Bros long term. PLD. Short QQQ. TECL 3 times. Techland. Ghetto spread. Tesla calls. Shorting S&P 500. Doubling down on UVXY. SQQ. SPY 470 put. Weeklies. Ghetto spread. Soybean long. Tesla long. Watching Tesla for sure. CAG to the LT. Puts on China. Tesla. LQDA puts. SPY 470. Short SLG, where is NVIDIA? Selling Google into Square. Put. Josh calls in the final plays. Kava calls, Tesla short, closing the biddy long term and holding JP Morgan puts and Delta puts. My goodness. Not gonna lie, I saw a lot of puts there. Chatadonia. I saw a lot of puts there. They ready to go, baby. They're ready to go. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for another glorious week. Welcome to week number 3, and it is my honor every day, every week, before we do anything here, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your service, regardless if anybody told you, oh, they gave you the love and support, whether you agreed with what they told you or not. Y'all made a commitment for people y'all don't even know. So God bless all of you, and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. You holding it down, you giving back. Way to be there, man, and way to keep your community running. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia, it's game time. Are you ready? Welcome back. 3 days off, 4 days to trade. Are you ready for it, baby? Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. So let's go again. Bonds getting absolutely wrecked. Rate cut odds are the things in question. Banks did good, but not good enough. So we'll see how it ends up playing out, my friend. We will see how it plays out. Oh, my goodness. We got 1 minute and 44 seconds until the bell. So if you have any questions, let me know. Now would be the time. Again, you have Christopher Waller in about an hour and a half. So we'll see. Again, those Boeing plays are in the money now. I don't know if those Deltas are going to go down too. Yeah, those are going down a little bit more, honestly. So we might get hooked up on that, and then we'll see where this all takes us and then go from there. Yeah, the banks did good, but they missed on certain segments. So, like, Goldman did good, but then they missed on FICC. And then I think Morgan Stanley did good, and then they missed on, what was it? Where was it? Morgan Stanley. They think they missed on FICC too. And then they beat with wealth management and investment banking. So it wasn't good, but it wasn't the bad. Dollars down, or dollars up because of the rate hike odds. Not only did things do bad in China and Asia and Japan, but literally, like, again, you have people on the ECB saying that they might not even cut rates anymore. So with the dollar and bonds right now, it's just tighter conditions, and it's all related to kind of throwing into doubt what's going to happen with rate cut odds. So the dollar is a big deal, and we've been saying that's kind of been the thing that's been slowing us down as of lately in terms of the market rally and whatnot. So we'll see how it all plays out. But Chad, you got about 30 seconds. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. You have any questions, you let me know, and let's have a good time. Okay, let's have a good time. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean, baby. Let's keep it clean. Call out anything. Again, if you need anything else, you let me know, and get ready for a glorious 7 hours. Yeah, a lot of China data is coming out tonight, and so far they've already been disappointing in many ways. That's kind of the awkward part about all of it. So we'll see. Round 1, fight. Damn it, they're not even opening up the Boeing option chain yet. Scammers. They're scamming as usual. Let's see. Come on, what you got? Yeah, my Boeing options aren't updating yet. Assholes. So the chain is not open, even though we are $5 in the money, hopefully. Hopefully that does not change. Aggressive bell. Yeah, we got multiple bells there. My bad. All right, nice. Did I sell it? I think so. All right, I got out of the Boeing for $5.50. We bought that one for $1, but that pays for all the other ones, and now all the other options are coming back to life a little bit. So got out of the Boeing at $5.50. Again, that was, I think we got it for 80 cents actually, or $1. No, the other one was 80. We got it for $1. I'll take it. It could go up a little bit more, but I think they're going to scam on that chain. JD, all the China plays are getting absolutely wrecked. Again, by due to, they are dealing with the whole issue of potentially having the, what's it called? It's your boy. Which one was it? The Ernie bot. And then watch any of the other bank plays. I'm going to keep an eye on JP Morgan. Again, some of those other bank plays we have might come back to life. Let's see what we got here on Delta. All right. And then I sold out of the Delta for $2.15. So pretty much it paid for, we still lost a little, but if we could sell any of the other plays, you'll get more of your money back. So I sold out of the Delta $2.15. Again, that was from Friday. Those were the earning plays. Boeing getting smashed. Going lower. We still have one more. Actually, damn, those other ones are coming back a little bit to life. The ones further out the money are not doing good. But yeah, damn, Boeing took another $2 down. Oof. Oh, I could have got like $7 for that one then. That would have been good. But yeah, Boeing's still getting murdered there. I'm going to take a look at any of the other bank plays. Again, the Bank of America put, you got $20. I mean, that one's almost at break even. I'm down to kind of hold that one. The city's a little bit washed. I don't know if the UNHs are going to come back. I doubt it. And that might be it. Yeah, so we'll see. Again, Bank of America, those might come back into the money. And then watch Boeing. Delta's still going down, but we got out of that one, though. But Delta now should have paid for all of the other plays. So if you keep holding Delta, that one should be able to work a little bit more for you. But for the most part now, you have, again, one play should have paid for the other like 4 or 5. The options didn't open. Boeing, it didn't for a little bit, but then it opened up. So you could have got an extra $2. NVIDIA's hitting a 52-week high. Am I tripping out right now? So you do got some stuff working up here, and again, bonds are still going a little bit lower. AMD, the Fed futures, they were negative in the morning, and then they came back up after the what's it called? It was the Michigan was it Empire Manufacturing, not Michigan, the New York Manufacturing NY. AMD going crazy again. The chips are doing very, very good here. Damn, Delta's even selling off a little bit more. Baidu low of the day. Baidu's getting murked, man. That's so bad. It's not. The headline hasn't even hit. Excuse me. That's the crazy part. Baba's still down 2.5. Meta's up by 0.2. Google. So you have big tech doing good. Again, that outperformance versus value is still there. Supreme Court rejects Apple's request for Epic App Store review. Check Unity and Roblox. I feel like those could benefit off of it. Roblo dropping a little bit more again. NVIDIA 52-week high. NASDAQ down by 0.3. SPY down by 0.3. SPY was down a little bit more, and then Russell is down another 1%. HD ripping. It's up by 0.93. Honestly, there's a couple names still doing good. I see a lot of big tech killing it. Google's up by almost 1%. Amazon, again, I think they're negative. Meta's doing good. Apple is actually down a decent amount, 1.9. Again, I don't think people are feeling too optimistic on that one. And then we got out of the Delta, but damn, Delta kept going. So took that one a little too early. Yeah, now the Delta, you could have, you could have got 260, so you could have walked away with a smaller profit. Nice. And then again, Boeing is still getting clobbered. We have one of the Boeing plays back to life. That's a 200 put, so maybe those come to life. I don't know. Tesla tasty or nasty? I was like, Tesla tasty? What this mean? What this mean, Habibi? Again, ES doing pretty good. Again, SPY was a lot lower to start off the morning here. So we'll see how that one plays out. Apple. Oh, where are those two biotechs? What was it? SLDB and ARQT. I don't know if we have the same environment. These look liquid as shit, though. So be careful on that. Yeah, I don't know. The biotechs aren't really moving too much. Let's see. UNH, that one's holding. Where's ANSS? That one came down after the deal announcement. Tesla makes no sense. I think chips make no sense. Tesla is because Elon's pretty much saying he wants more shares. So, again, Elon is advocating for a higher compensation plan so that he could have 25% of the company. Otherwise, he says he's not going to make AI shit. This is all off a tweet, but pretty much that's it. Boeing hitting more highs. Oh, man, 208. That's GG if you have it. The other ones are coming back up, though. So that first one that we got demolished on, that other Boeing play is now back up. It's green. And then the ones further out the money are coming back up to break even. So we'll take it. Elon just greedy. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, this is the same guy who sold out a big portion of his stake to buy other things like Twitter and God knows what else. But that's the general idea. He had more than 25%. that's the irony of all of it is that he already had the 25%, but remember the last couple of years he was dumping it at very, very high prices. Tesla at the low. Again, we were just talking about making a Tesla play on Friday. So remember, I was just telling you, man, it looked good, but it just keeps getting in that dump zone. Again, Tesla's only had one green day this year. So SPY trying to work its way down here, right below VWAP. See where that goes. Again, Boeing still holding on. Boeing is going. Bank of America, so we might get in the money on that play. Actually, those Bank of Americas are in the green. So the cities ain't playing along, though. We got 49.50 puts. Why don't we sell these? I'll get my $12 back. $10. I sold the city calls from earnings, so you got $12 back. Because, again, we've already covered the amount with the deltas. So that's why I'm saying if you could get any money there, I'll keep the puts. They're worth another $12, but you could get $24 back. Goldman Sachs, David Solomon says potential for rate cuts this year has renewed optimism for soft landing. Mara broke 18. And then what is a Banco de America? And then one of the other Boeing plays is still doing good. Citi keeps flushing a little bit here. CPI is going to be in another month. Remember, we had CPI last week. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it was non-farms and CPI. So if anything, the next event is going to be probably tech earnings next week, and then Jerome Powell and the Fed. And then this week we have retail sales and Michigan consumer sentiment and a little bit of real estate data. Yeah, banks and everything dumping. Bro, that Delta, I sold that one way too early. Gee, if you held that one would be money. That would probably give you another $1 right there. Jerome is January 31st. Roblo on the high. Again, maybe I think they're bouncing up from that Unity thing, the Unity Apple situation. But surprisingly, Unity didn't even go up. Microsoft slipping. Remember, they were doing killer the other day. They're still in the green. There's so many names, or not so many, but like your big tech names are just so green right now. It's kind of funny. You're down by 0.5 now, hitting another low. You're below the 47.65. So remember, we've kind of been dancing here. You did go below this on Thursday. So let's see how this plays out. But again, I think 47.46, we kind of panic there every single time after this little run-up. So watch out dollar and bonds. But again, both of those are the problem childs on the day. Dollar's up by 0.75%. Yeah, the dollar is a problem. Did I peep the 10-2? No. What's that? And yeah, the dollar creeping up. You think it's leading? Like I said, I don't know if it's leading or lagging. I just know if it goes up, we have a problem. If it goes down, the market likes it. But if we really start to dump, then it will show that it's the leader. But the way it's looking, I mean, the market should be really, really low. Because remember, we had that first pump here, and you saw how we dropped down. But last time the dollar was here, I mean, the market should be very, very low if that was the case. Oh, the 10-2. Oh, the 2-year, 10-year. I referenced it the other way around. But yeah, it did steepen a little bit, or inverted, I think, a little bit more. And again, that is the fun fact of that. I think it's about 170 days. So if you pretty much, if we go another 170 days of the yield curve staying inverted, this will be the longest it's been inverted since 1929, which is a crazy fun fact. The dollar could be slowed down by other currencies, or, again, policy changing around, or if we make a policy mistake and the dollar instantly reverts. That could be another thing to keep in mind. Two-thirds of America is frozen. UNG says, nah. Well, that's the thing. It's because it's already kind of moved up. It's going to be that game of musical chairs. So it might either pop middle of the day or later in the day, or wait till the next frozen headline. Not as Elsa, but yeah. Bitcoin ETFs in free fall. Boeing, a new low. Oh my gosh, bro. They hustled me on both of those option plays. We had 2 in the money plays. Those just kept going down. Again, Delta and Boeing. I got out of them early. Boeing was a nice profit, though, but the other Boeings are kind of coming back to life here. Natural gas. Well, everything is selling off today, to be fair. Let me see natural gas. Yeah, natural gas literally down 11%. Woof. $290. And then futures are dropping a bit, pretty big again, down by 0.5. Bonds are still going lower too. Procter & Gamble on the up. I don't know if you have the balls for it, you could go for a natural gas dip buy, but it's pretty wild. MSOS new high. Oh shit! Wait a minute, are those plays in the money? They are. Nice. So the weed stock, those expire now, but you are in the money on those. They're up 100%. I'll take it. 75 to 90? Jeez. What are those? Oh, the calls? Did they sell? No. Really? All right. I sold out of the MSOS. 80 cents. Not bad. 30 cents to 80 cents. So a little bit more than 100% on those. Not bad. But remember, those expire this week. But the weed plays did go crazy there. So that was a 2 standard deviation, believe it or not. Tilray halted. Not bad off the weed head. Yeah, I was going to say, man, he's going to be... And that play expires this week. I didn't know it was 8%. Which is kind of wild. Goldman CEO says we have much stronger platform in 2024. Again, let me go back to those banks there. And then Boeing trying to come up here a little bit. Bank of America now, so we're in the money on that one put now. So, but that one, it's up, I guess you got 12 bucks. Actually, that's up 50%. No shit. So Bank of America, you're up 50%. It's only small. We only bought one for $25, and it's up by $12. So hence the 50% on that. 210 on Boeing. Coin gonna hit 100. Is it really down like that? 127. I was like, dude, I thought it was up near like 150. So right in the middle. Apple on the low too. Again, Bank of America. Watch out for those. MO's on the high. AMD and those chip makers, they may start running up here again. Yeah, AMD's up 4%. Are you kidding me? Very awkward day considering all the negativity here. You do have just, again, AMD up 4%. I think Google was up by like 1% or something. Actually, they came back down. They're only up by 0.11 right now, but still. My goodness. And then Citi, they're still holding up a little bit. The chip's running because of Taiwan, maybe? I think it's kind of hard to say. SNPS, Synopsys, they're going up, I think, unless they flipped. So again, you're getting like, it's like 1 or 0.7 shares, like 190 in cash, and then 0.3 shares of Synopsys. So Synopsys does keep running up. ANSS will eventually go up there with it. But we'll see how long that one lasts for. Yeah, Intel guy was on Bloomberg. He was talking politics. He was saying how he's kind of a lobbyist, or I guess that's the question they asked him. Chips running because of AI. AI hype is real. I don't know if there was like an event though overseas again or overnight, because everything kind of woke up pretty shitty. But hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. All sectors red. Boeing still around 207. AMD 52-week high. They're up 4.5 right now. Yeah, you saw the Expedia AI. Yeah, I know. I want to try it out. I want to ask it very out-of-pocket questions and see what it comes up with. AMD had AI chip news. Oh, they did? I did not see that. Because it didn't come up on any of our pre-market things. Let's see. I see they were maintained at overweight at KeyBank, and then price target raised at KeyBank, overweight 195. I don't see any AI news. At least nothing showing up on mine. I got to leave earnings. What earnings are tonight? I checked the watch list, second link. I think we went over them, but there's a couple more banks, and then I think Prologis is another one. And then otherwise, I think Wednesday we're going to get a couple more of them. GM on the high. Again, Bank of America is still down. Boeing, back. Now Boeing keeps slipping, which is honestly, usually it does the reversal. That's why I wanted to sell out of those quick, but Boeing just sold off another 2.5 off the morning. GM is on the high. They're down by 0.39 still, but still working their way up. Apple's on the low. Apple's down like 1.9. Nvidia hitting another high, 1.9%. They might be hitting a 52-week high. And then again, AMD, I think, is the clear winner and outperformer here on the day. ECB Centeno headlines. He says first quarter area GDP looking stagnant. Difficult to gauge tightness of euro area. Should definitely avoid undershooting on inflation. Inflation trajectory is good. Just watch out if any of those ECB dudes, if they start saying no rate cuts again. Because, again, that was the one comment I think that kind of disturbed people over the weekend. And then bonds going lower. Uber is now in the green. Uber just woke up out of nowhere, so they're starting to go up. Check DoorDash, too. And then Coinbase is on the high now. So that one's a little bit of a flip. You guys thought that one was dying a little bit earlier. Goldman CFO says we have no additional updates regarding our credit card partnerships. BlackBerry on the high. Folk on the high. Where is it? City. Where's new low on the SPY again. So watch out. We're still kind of dumping. I think we're getting next to that danger zone. I wouldn't call it absolute danger zone, but again, anytime we have fell below 47, even working our way up, again, even last week, we had a lot of drama at this area here, but so far to start off, you're down like 20 points off the open, maybe almost 30 points off of the gap down, but you're getting near there. So watch 47.46. That would be a level. Chevron CEO sees dynamic and volatile risk in Red Sea. Damn, NG is still down. So that one's down 12.3. I don't know. I'm gonna watch it, but I don't want to get too tempted because if that gets even crazier, it gets very, very nutty, Habibi. Very, very nutty. AMD, $12 from all-time highs. It's at 52-week highs. That's crazy. It was higher? Yeah, no shit. 160. My goodness. And then PayPal, they're still down. Who was the other one here? Abivai. Abivai's down by 0.616. You're watching stream, but you can't find it. Try youtube.com/thestockmarket/live. And it should come up. If you can't find it after that, then it's because Donald Trump won the primary. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of. Even then, you're like, what? What did you say? I know. I don't know. Coinbase going high. Another one. So Coinbase just flipped. Elf doing very well. They're holding up decent. Let's see if the SPY bounces around here a little bit before the level. But if it bounces right before the level, I don't know if I would believe this little pop. We might have to test. You're just so close to testing it, so we'll see here. And then again, bonds, nothing else playing along here. Dollar still keeps climbing. Dollar's up almost 1% on the day, man. So again, dollar goes up. We don't have a good day, and now the dollar, I don't know where the DXY is. Let's take a gander. $1.03. So the dollar is now higher than the Fed. And then last time the dollar was here, believe it or not, this was like the low of August. So like end of August. Remember, I think we had a little bit of a shit show, no? Yeah, remember you had the little drop here. So last time the dollar was, so dollar is saying we should be much, much lower. So again, back to that whole, if you think the dollar is leading, the market could drop like 30 points. If the dollar, I guess just last time the dollar was here, Clearly, there's a lot more of a different scenario, but then again, if the dollar keeps being a little problem child, then again, it's not too hot right there. AUD USD drops 1% down the most since December 5. I think every currency is getting killed off the dollar. It's starting to wreck. Boeing, another flush. Oh my goodness. They got me out of another 4. We would have got $1,000 on that contract, I think. The other ones are starting to come up, though. The out of the monies are still at break even, but then again, we still got a 200 put in line. We'll see how that plays. Microsoft trying to hold up a little bit here. Again, watch any of the banks. Goldman stopped. Goldman's actually fairly steady, and then Morgan Stanley's down 3. Where's JP Morgan? Tesla's starting to come up here. Elon. Angelus, a 10-stream streak, baby. Let's go. And then when the market drops, you load up on the long term. Amen. Market drops. Even if it goes up, you find the discounts. The long term will prevail, my friend. Always. If I do pop near high of the day, hopefully that holds up. Russell tanking. Yeah, down 1.1. It was tanked off the morning. I think it was down the same amount. And then NASDAQ and SPY down 0.5. Dow Jones down by 0.6. Boeing still going a little lower. Tesla's starting to wake up a little bit. I mean, if that could hold up, that'll be decent. Watch out for natural gas, too. I don't know. I think if you got to be a little bit more risk tolerant if you want that one on the short term. I finally learned it only took 2 years. Hey, man, at least you learned. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens on the next decline, though. You know, I've seen decline. You know, the market goes down. You know, you will deny the long term 3 times before the rooster crows. I've seen it happen. Too many times, actually. So I don't know. We'll see when the market goes down. We'll find out. But, you know, stick to the plan. Stick to the plan, baby. Stick to the plan, you know. And that's it. Long term is forever. March. Delta, no, bro. I sold both of in them. Delta would have been great. Delta would have gave us a lot more money back on that one. Oh well. So we left those. We left a lot of money on the table with Boeing and Delta. Well, we'll take it. Good morning, Xavier. How you living, baby? Happy Tuesday. ANET is on the high, 1.4 net ease. So again, China plays. Trying to work their way up here, but still absolutely demolished. And then AMD, bro, the leader of the day by far. That one's hands down crazy. When to buy Tesla? You could have this morning, but again, like I said, I'm attracted to Tesla because it's been so low and it hasn't had a green day. But at the same time, you know, I don't really like Tesla with how it's been. And in general, I don't know if I want to get caught up in the drama. Then you got an election, and then you got Elon Musk, and now he's like, I want more money after selling everything. So, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Elon has let you down. Elon, I wouldn't say he's let me down, but, you know, it's the Elon risk, if that makes any sense. You know, you got to always deal with it. And then what's the date today? The 16th. Tesla's starting to go up. Need the 25% to fund his out-of-control drug habit. That's pretty funny. If you get the, you know, that's what he got accused for recently. So, I don't know. Is it down with everything else? Time 9:15. We still got 30 more minutes. I'll give it a little bit more time. I'm still in the ZB. I got murdered on those overnight. But again, I think it's because the position's a little bigger. So if it was the original position, it would have been, again, we were kind of in this range not too long ago. So a little bit lower than that, but then I doubled up. So we'll see. But I do like the bonds. Again, the real rates and what we were talking about yesterday. I think that's going to factor into it a lot more. I'm not in Netflix earnings yet. I might want to, but again, I plan to go over all the earnings like we did on the last set. So again, Delta ended up hitting, and that was the only one that paid out. I guess Bank of America is up now too, but I plan on going through those again, and we could kind of do the same thing that we had last time. My jag keeps messing up today. All right, we're at VWAP. I think I'll take it. Whoa, Netflix, big candle down. U.S. House Budget Committee says it aims to advance bipartisan legislation, creating fiscal commission to draft remedies for rapidly rising national debt. Again, I think in 30 days or 80 days, national debt goes up by another $1 trillion. I believe that is the metric. What the hell? Reject? Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to put in an order. Was that the wrong price? No, what the fuck? Oh, it wants me to marry them together? Interesting. No, it's not letting me sell the Pfizer options. That's loud. Oh, my. I don't hear it. Waller comes on in a little. Boeing starting to move. Oh, that's stupid. What would be the dividend on that? Sell covered. Interesting. Pfizer crimes against humanity. Well, get hard. We have this discussion every time. I'm going to have to time you out for 24 hours because you will not leave the issue alone. I get it, man. I get it. I get it, man. Man, that one's going to be... I might have to sell out of the Pfizers then because it's not... I think the positions are too big. But I had it before. That's why I'm tripping out on it. Let me see one more thing. And then are the Fed futures coming down a little bit? Why are we talking about longs? It's not my long term. I have flip shares of Pfizer. All right, I might have to close the Pfizer flips then. They're going to scam me on these. Yeah, it'll let that go through with both of them. Yeah, there it is. So again, I got pretty much going to be $100 loss on the net, but I'm gonna buy back again. I just don't want those options to go. The options went up 200%. So I want to take those, and then I'm going to double dip a little bit later. But now I have no more Pfizer shares for flip. Goodbye, Pfizer. NVIDIA and AMD still. Netflix a little lower. I don't know. Where was it last week, though? Yeah, I don't know. If they do get a little bit lower there, we could start considering some of those options plays. But we have another week, and after JP Morgan last time, I don't want to do the other thing. I don't want to go early. WDC's going up. They had an upgrade today. They're up 4%, so they're still holding on. Let's see. And then gold is still down. Gold's down by 0.5%. I forgot about gold. That one's moving all over the place. Amazon going down 468 or 486. I like 460s on Netflix. That's a price I like. Bonds are trying to come up. Tesla starting to go again. WDC, that one was doing very, very well up there earlier. And then again, AMD and the whole chip gang are all killing it. Where's Boeing? These Boeing puts are going up in volume. All right, I sold out of the other Boeings, the 200 puts. I got out of them at 128. I don't know. Maybe I have one more set that we spent $100 on, but want to make sure because those ones are almost up 100% or like 50%. But that way we only have one losing play worth $90 on Boeing, and I think that one's at break even right now. Just closed them, yeah. I mean, it's good because, again, we bought that play as like the place marker, and then it went down. Remember, that play got murder. That one went from 80 cents to 20 cents, and then we picked up the other one that we sold out for 500%. That one would have won 1,000% if you held it just like 5 more minutes. Fed Waller speech now virtual only due to inclement weather. I hope so. Will they let us listen? Where is it? Cyber Risk, Michael Barr. Oh, will they let us watch it? The event is now online only. I don't think we could. I still don't know if we'll be able to access it. It's through the Brookings Institute. Oh no, watch online. Register to watch online. You'll receive an email shortly. So again, that's going to be in like what, an hour, hour and a half? $10-point bounce on Tesla. They did good. They did good. Come on, where is it? They didn't send me my confirmation. Scammers. Why Apple flat AF? They had bad news again. The China discount, and then the Apple Watch thing, and then even the Unity update. They just got a kind of a series of just not so good news, you know. And then Bank of America going lower. That one, just like the Delta, we're barely in the money. Smaller play. It's a smaller gain, but that one, if that one could get a little crazy, we'll like it. We'll see. I have to wait till that thing comes in, but it'll be in an hour. Hopefully, we can listen to it. Nvidia going for 560. Where's Dizzle? Dizzle's already up there. I'm sure, man. All of them. Yeah, Nvidia's 560. Literally 220 right now. My goodness. These guys is crazy, man. Uber's starting to go up. Again, Tesla's starting to wake as well. So Tesla's green now. Again, they were down by another, 2%? That's probably a 3% move top to bottom, or bottom to top. Out of Boeing contracts, GG. Amen. Amen. If you got that extra couple minutes, I sold out early. Extra couple minutes are amazing. So even then, though, to walk away, we're going to walk away a winner no matter what. I got one more position worth like $60 to $90, but we'll keep that there. That's just the total death blow if they really, really get clapped. Nvidia going to go to 650? Oh, man. Okay. All right, we're feeling good this morning. Amen. The market needs a little bit of that. Market would need a little bit more steam. We're back to the 47.65, so that's good. I was worried about this. I thought we would kind of test this, so that's the only thing I don't like. If we reject this and can't get above it, I'd watch out for 47.47 still. I think the range, again, today's been a lot of back and forth, even pre-market. So we'll see what we get here, but good morning. Yeah, we have one Bank of America put up 50% in the money. And then, but again, after the Delta, like you could sell some of the other ones. Like you could sell the cities, get $24 back. If you held the Deltas, you got a very nice gain on that one. You could have paid for all of the plays. So at this point, though, minimum at best, at minimum, worst, you break even. At best, you could have made like another $100, $200 off of the plays. So, but Bank of America, I'm holding that one. And then we got one city put left. And then UNH, but I don't think the UNHs are going to come down. AGNC. I think, didn't we talk about that the other day? I think it's a biotech. I don't know if there's one, or AQT. It's a biotech. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have to look a little bit more into this, but this just looks like a liquid play, so I'd be careful. Other than that, I don't know much about it. But again, I have been trying to stay away from them. Oh, it's not a biotech? What are these guys? A real estate stock? I'm thinking AQT, but if it's a biotech, just look into their holdings. See what type of industry it is. But I don't know much about it to give you a good feedback. I think we've brought this up though before, and I think I had the same. I don't think I've ever looked into it. They including mortgages and mortgage related commercial mortgage. Oh, it's one of them. It's a mortgage security one. I'd be careful with it, just because those ones have not done good. So pretty much it's a REIT, but they also invest in a lot of mortgage-backed securities. So it's one thing about property as much as they own the note. I don't have the 190. I have a 180 put in Boeing. I'm in that, but I sold my 215 today. We got like 500%. Could have got 1,000 if I held it a little longer. Then I sold the 200 put for about a 50% gain, and that's it. ANSS, I'm still in it. Again, the deal went through, but pretty much you're now going to be linked to the movement of Synopsys. You're getting $198 a share in cash and then 0.3 shares in Synopsys. So what is it? So if Synopsys is at 513, you're going to get like what? You get $171 plus 198. So it leaves you with like 369. So it's going to trade a little, but then again, the higher Synopsys goes, you're going to be able to get more. So I'm down on that from the play, but I'm going to wait till it moves around a little bit. We could have got out of it on Friday, though. Swiss finance minister, high debt is a concern to the world economy. Goldman reiterates concerns with Basel III endgame, engaging with regulators. The Nvidia is still going up. SPY trying to work its way up here. AMD, I don't know. Some people said there was news yesterday, but all I see is this morning they had a price target raised to 190 and raised at overweight at KeyBank. Other than that, I have no idea. There could be a little bit of the carryover from all of the what was it, E3 stuff from last week. Is Docu moving up again? I just see those contracts moving all over the place. AMD raised to 200 from 120 at Barclays. So another one. So I think 2 price target increases. And another one, Susquehanna, 170 from 130. So yeah, I think it is. I was going to say, because I didn't see anything too crazy. I think I wouldn't be hard pressed to say it's the analyst because, or I would be, because that's a big move for out of nowhere when everything else was red. Yeah, AMD's up 6.4 right now. Uber's starting to go up even more. Again, AMD at the high. Banco America. Delta's still going lower. I think Micron's starting to move up here too. They're up too, so all the chips are doing great. And then Bond's kind of holding up there, but everything looks to just be following the market. Is that DraftKings on the high? Am I tripping? No, DraftKings is up 2.2. Redfin down 4. Snap down 3. Shopify's in the green, actually. They're going high. I thought that was moving up, but not green. And then SPY getting back to opening candle, which is only down by 0.3. Again, we were down like 0.6 at one point. You're above this level here. See if we get to opening, and then maybe we fill the gap. But we got about, another hour or so? Hour and 15 minutes till Euro close. We're 15 minutes shy of the first hour. DraftKings should be up from Super Bowl bets. When is the Super Bowl? All right. And then Christopher Waller says he's going to go live at 10:50, and then he speaks at 11. Uber's still going up there. JP Morgan now starting to wake up. Interesting. They were a lot more clobbered. MU is going there again alongside all the chips, AMD and all that good stuff. You're getting a little bit of movement there. Again, watch if the banks do come up. Again, PNC, that was a bad one this morning too. Goldman's starting to run up here now. Maybe that's why. I don't know if they said anything. He says we're in the process of reviewing each and every category of our non-compensation expense. I think PNC was a bad one. Again, if anything, could be a little bit more of a worry for the regionals and the fact that these rate cut talks and everything else haven't helped them like that. I'd say that's kind of the worry, more or less. Docu picking up. I say those options started to move around a little bit. Remember, they had 2-3 days in a row. But again, after the first rumor, it kind of calmed down here. And then Bank of America coming back up. We might fall out the money. Boeing is coming back down. Again, the further out the money plays are still in the green now, which is wild. Oxy down 1.7. NQ breaking out. Where's your boy NG? Oh, 2%. 2% off the bottom if you're into that natural gas play. Blinken can't see China problem. Blinking too much on CNBC. Blinken on CNBC? Feel like we haven't seen him there. Russia, Putin, it's impossible to take away.
And we've been very clear with China about that. We've been very clear with Taiwan about that. And that's what we're focused on. At the same time, we have a big, vitally important relationship with China. It's probably both the most complex and arguably the most consequential of any relationship we have. We're also focused on that.
Let me ask you a question, because we've been talking to a lot of CEOs here, including folks who make chips, Intel, Qualcomm, and so many others. We have a big effort in the United States to try to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., ultimately by 2030 to be chip independent. If and when that happens, does Taiwan become more or less strategically important to the United States?
Well, first, you're exactly right that we have a major effort underway. And one of the major achievements of this administration, of President Biden, has been this investment in ourselves, including, notably, with the CHIPS and Science Act, to make sure that we have that manufacturing capacity here. But look, this is going to take some time. Taiwan remains vitally important when it comes to chips. But as I said, beyond chips, 50% of the world's commerce goes through that strait every single day. That's not going to change.
And so it will always be strategic.
It will always be important.
Are you planning to meet with anyone from the Chinese delegation while you're here in Davos?
I don't think we're crossing over, but as I said, we had a very senior Chinese official in Washington just a couple of days ago.
Are we supposed to read anything, though, into that?
No.
I mean, they have a big delegation here this year.
Quite literally, we had one of their most senior foreign policy people in Washington. We had extensive meetings with him. I did, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, did, and we'll continue to do that. Look, we've, since my trip to Beijing this past summer, we've re-engaged at every senior level, most important, between President Biden and President Xi. That engagement continues. It's really important that we have this ongoing high-level communication. First, to make sure that we avoid any miscalculations, miscommunication, because...
Do you think there's better communication? So people will say, oh, they're in the same town together. Why aren't they meeting together?
No, look at the look at the track record over the last 6 months. Look at the trip that I made, then many other members of the cabinet made, Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, John Kerry, but most important, President Xi and President Biden. And we, after that meeting in San Francisco, which produced real results, good for the American people in a number of ways, we're continuing that. And that effort will extend into this year.
Let's pivot to a number of other...
All right, thank you. Thank you, my friend. 4771, you're above the opening. Still have not filled the gap, but it looks nice, at the very least, not as bad. Remember, we gapped down a lot more this morning. We were down like 0.5, then it came up a little bit. So now you're down a quarter. NASDAQ only down by 0.13. Russell's still getting murdered, but a little better from the morning. And then again, if anything, I think this is chips is leading us on the way up, man. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got so far. Almost an hour in. S&P, 382 names red. Boeing the worst. 121 names green. AMD is the leader. NASDAQ 100, 66 red. Moderna is surprisingly the worst. And then AMD the best. 34 names green on the NASDAQ 100. And then Dow Jones, 18 red, 12 in the green. And then Boeing is the worst on one of them. So again, I do think maybe Boeing is weighing down a couple of indexes here. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, I would say Microsoft, they're down 4. They keep going lower. The other banks kind of bounced here a little bit. Again, JP Morgan, Goldman, they all got a little bit of a rise there from the bottom. So we'll see how that plays out. Pfizer's still chilling there. Coinbase, again, they were negative earlier. And then again, Uber, I'm sure AMD looks crazier. Yep, AMD 156. Absolute insanity. NASDAQ turns positive. Oh, no way. I still see negative on mine. Maybe futures. Or maybe E-Trade just behind. Yeah, NASDAQ futures are up by 0.10 right now. So let's see how that plays out. But you are green for a little bit. For a little. You still got another 10 more points to fill the gap. Bumble on the high. Shopify still going. Again, Tesla. That was a little bit clobbered. And then now, again, Tesla's moved 4% bottom to top so far. And then, again, see if the bonds wake up, that'll be round 2. Where's the dollar? Dollar came down, but it's still just a problem. High ticker is running. So, again, it's just flashing in waves here. It's actually not fully maxed out, but it's doing pretty decent. Disney's in the green now at 90. NASDAQ turns positive. S&P remains down 2. Equal weight S&P is up more than twice what the SPY is. Probably because of Boeing. So Boeing is weighing down the Dow and it's weighing down the S&P. Because, again, Boeing's pretty bad. Even then, by now, I would have expected Boeing to have a little bit of a bounce. That's why I wanted to sell everything. Again, so usually it hasn't really flushed like that intraday, but they're getting killed. Emmanuel, baby, welcome. Good morning. I'm still in the M2Ks and the RTY, and I'm in the MGC as well. And then I still have an ES short, which was up and then down and then now back down. So got a little bit of a weird balance there, but I have both long and short. Aren't we about to default on the debt? No, not default, but we're going to run out. We're going to do a little government shutdown thing in about 3 more days on half of the government, partial government shutdown. The MGC? No, I'm up on the gold. We got a good buy on that one. I'm up $300 on the MGC. I'm out of the big one. Remember, we sold that one. We made a couple grand the other day. And then NQ is just launching. Rumble new high. And then bonds are coming back up a little here. I don't know if Michael Burry is in the chip short. That's a good question. But then again, I mean, like we've always said, I wouldn't read too much into the Michael Burry plays. I don't know if they have the same appeal. I don't know. It just, again, everyone gets really fixated on them. But remember when he shorted it, and then the market went down, and then the market had a crazy rip, and then you don't know if he gets out, and then he shorts the chips, and they go down, and they go up, and then you have no idea what he did. So I don't know. I've not been a Michael Burry reader as of late. Government shutdown, we should run way up. Calls it is. I mean, it's happened before. The government shutdown impact the dollar? It can, but I think right now there's other things going on. So I don't know if you guys heard it. We read it in the morning, but they're even talking about like a $70 billion tax cut. There's a lot of money being raised and everything leading into the election. That is probably going to affect the dollar a little bit more. And then not to mention whatever we have going on with bonds and policy. That's another part. Goldman on the high. And then bonds starting to break out a little bit. First high of the day there. So we'll see. Or I don't know about pre-market. How does that stack up? No. Bonds have a lot more to go. So we'll see. But SPY doing good. Kellogg's on the low. Goldman starting to work its way up there. Again, Goldman was down 2 and then went up. Oh, Najee, baby. My man. God bless you. I hope you had a good weekend, baby. Getting new tats and everything. It looks dope, bro. Or not. My man, he moving in. He living life, baby. God bless you, Najee. I hope you're doing good. Good to see you every morning. When was the last time we put in a budget instead of kicking the can? Like 10, 15 years ago? I think maybe 10 years ago, maybe 8. But it's been a while since we had a longer-term budget set. And then we didn't have one of these continuing resolutions. Boeing shares extend decline down 10? The fuck? Or down 6, excuse me. How, Boeing? I'll take it, though. If those other ones want to come up, I'm down. U.S. carried new strikes against Houthi anti-ship missiles in Yemen on Tuesday. U.S. officials tell Reuters. Watch oil. Oil's at 72. It's down. Oil's actually down on the day. 0.8, 0.9. Is that Monday? Oh, wait, that's yesterday. I forgot. I think oil futures were still trading. Let me see. And then SPY trying to go up here. Dude, oil looks hideous. Oil just on the daily, it's pinned. You think Euro close dump? Europe finally did bad, but I don't know. Things have been weird lately, you know? It's just been like, remember the days when last week, Europe did very good, and then right when Euro closed, we would dump. So it's kind of hard to say, but again, we have seen some decent-sized shifts following Euro close, so we'll just watch how that ends up playing out. Another new high on Rumble. I wonder if it's because of the election and then all the Trump stuff coming out. Yeah, Rumble's up 14%, and it was killing it in the morning. Okay, I grabbed an oil contract, 71.97. I'm going to look to flip that one. I don't know if I'm going to be married to it, but we'll see. Yeah, Rumble's still breaking out. Have I heard of Gladstone? I've heard of Gladstone. That sounds familiar. Is it this one? Probably another. I think this one's a mortgage-backed security one. Those REITs, you got to be careful with them. If you go look at like the multi-year charts on some of them, you'll notice that a lot of them didn't have like, you know, again, even in 2020 and everything else. I mean, they moved pretty wicked. Fun. Even DWAC's up 11. Boeing is flushing again? What is happening, bro? Bro, Boeing again, 203.90. That's actually pretty wild there. Again, it has not had, again, they let the options actually run down there. Very, very wild. So, again, usually there's been a lot bigger shifts in the morning. I hear they're throwing money at Rumble during elections. Maybe. I mean, I was going to say, maybe that's the reason. And then again, Trump and that little victory yesterday. I think that was very good for anything in that space. People were kind of both not surprised and then worried at the same time. That BA was nuts. I didn't get in. I sold it early this morning. I could have made maybe 2,000% on that now. I don't know, but we only walked away with like 500. And then the other ones, but I got one more set, but I don't know if that one's going to do the same type of damage. And then oil's already flushing a little bit more. BA call contracts looking juicy. Maybe even shares for the time it does bounce, but it's bad. Yeah, Rumble keeps going. Rumble's up 17. Palo Alto Networks, 52-week high. NVIDIA's going up now. Again, NASDAQ's still in the green. SPY, NASDAQ, and Russell still negative. So that's the one. Yeah, oil's flushing there. Could have waited a little bit more. You'd wait below 180. Oil, I'm playing a future /CL. So we're playing the futures on the actual like spot price of oil. SQM shut down lithium mine due to protest. CLSK. Oh, where's those uranium plays? Those are all up still too. Again, Sprott uranium miners, that's still holding up. Yeah, oil just got flushed on that. Quick 20 cents. And then bonds even came down a little bit more than the SPY there. Dollar still just in a very negative position there for the market. Still up. I went long on CL. For a flip, so it's not working out for now, but we'll give it some time. BA, well, again, the options might hit, but I would go with shares just because if it does that little dance, eventually it's going to have a run-up. But again, they got a big downgrade, all the bad news there. We'll see how it plays out, but if anything, we could have executed those puts a little better. Got robbed on those. Ryanair chief Michael O'Leary on Tuesday called for a revamp of Boeing management after the mid-air blowout of a cabin panel in Alaskan 737 MAX 9. QGen, bro, Boeing again. Dude, no way those 200s would have fucking hit. That's crazy. I thought those were going to chill out a little bit. I don't even know what those are at. Let's see. Yeah, you could have got another $1, another $80 off of it, another 100%. So not too bad. And the one we got the 180s. Those are up now 20%. So the further out the monies are starting to catch a bit off of that. SPY's still going up. Honestly, it's crazy. I think it's all the chips and some other stuff. But again, Boeing is weighing down the indexes heavy, and they're still able to do some work. Tesla is still holding up. 8cam on the high. Let's check. Any other chip makers are doing good. Boeing's still flushing there. Intel's now on the high as well. Again, Micron was looking pretty good as well, too. And then TSM. TSM has earnings on Wednesday or Thursday. I believe Thursday morning. So watch out for that one, too. Fed speaker comes up here in about 15 minutes. Well, technically 25 minutes, but the event starts in 15. Epic Games CEO, the Supreme Court denied both sides of appeal of the Epic versus Apple antitrust case. So Unity's coming up. Remember, Roblo kind of had to move off of that. Google cuts hundreds of employees in its ad sales team. Oh, check anything related to that. U.S. Treasury 2-year, 10-year steepens to minus 17.7, least disinverted since November. My goodness. That'd be crazy. We only have 170 days. 170 days. If it stays inverted, man, that's gonna we will be living through such a wild time. Yeah, Unity cut 25% of their staff, and then they had a whole big thing, and then people started quitting because they cut a bunch of people. Unity's actually had a lot of drama as of late. Oh, and then those Bank of Americas came back to break even. Boeing's still near the lows, man. That was looking awful. And then SPY, a little bit of a cheek lay. Bonds already came down earlier. And then again, I think market may come up when Boeing comes up, but until then, don't underestimate that pressure there. It is alive and well. Google, little baby cheek lay off of that. It's actually 20 cents lower, yeah. Needed to load. MO inverse. Kind of, huh? I mean, it's still just been holding up. And then again, the dividend stocks are going to be in their own little world. Some of them got ex-dividend right around the corner. Again, Abivi held up after ex-dividend, which was crazy. Again, Pfizer, we had to get out of that play there. I wanted to protect the puts there, so I got out of both shares and that. But ex-dividend is right around the corner. Then Tesla even starting to turn, so SPY getting some cheek lays. Bonds coming right back down now with everything, and then dollar still ready to wreck. You came close to filling, just as you came close to that level and bounced, you came almost the same distance from filling the gap, and then now we're down. Still barely above the opening, though. NASDAQ is flipped red once again. And then Boeing now. That one's still dropping, man. Even those out-of-the-money plays are catching preem. My goodness. There has been a lot of layoffs recently. They've been smaller in size, but I think you've gotten a decent amount of frequency there. But then again, some of them are just kind of contradicting. So again, I think Google, or was it Goldman and Google and somebody else, they said they're BlackRock. They said they're firing 3% of staff, but then their head count isn't expected to change, meaning they're still hiring other people. So it's a lot of get rid of people in one area and then find people in another. So kind of a lot of shuffling, but there has been lately. You've gotten a decent amount. Boeing at 200 for the long term. If you like them, but at the same time, I mean, Boeing is kind of going through their own little hellhole right now. You know, and who again? Last time they had literally, it looks like the last time a Boeing fell out of the sky. Again, you just start gapping down in these crazy movements. So, I mean, it's really up to you. But at the same time, I don't know. It's at a Is it at a discount from 2023? I think it still has a premium. Yeah, so like you're still paying almost 20% from the start of last year. So like you could have got Boeing almost 20% cheaper, maybe 15% cheaper, and they didn't have a plane, you know, having a door rip open. So it's like, I don't know. It's like you could probably get it lower, but I don't think it doesn't meet the criteria for even like discount when it's all said and done. In the last month or so, it's been discounted, but when you look at it on the year, it's not necessarily, you know, it's still kind of up. Natural gas demand estimated to reach 171 BCF today would be a record. I think nat gas is still down 10. It's starting to come up, though. It was down 12 earlier. That would have been a gnarly play. But again, it's going to just be a weird game of musical chairs, I think. And then SPY kind of already ate up that little downside. Bonds didn't flush. And then again, Boeing went a little lower. We'll see how it ends up holding up. Trump supporters flooding into the market. But people are getting, I don't know if you've noticed, though, everybody, again, even at what's it called, at Davos, everybody is now just warning. They are taking a Trump comeback very seriously, and they're doing so by warning of what he's going to change if he comes back into office. So that's what I've definitely heard a lot of. But, yeah, he surprisingly, again, I thought Nikki Haley would have put up a bigger fight, but even DeSantis beat her. And then, again, Vivek didn't really show. And then did Vivek back out? I don't know. He only had 7%. I don't know if he's going to start throwing everything behind, what's it called? If he's going to throw it behind Trump. Yeah. Supporters are entering in the market. I think that's just a comment somebody was making. I wouldn't necessarily say that's fact. You know, if anything, newsflash, everybody's already in the market. I think the only people not in the market is the young generation and then the people who left because they thought it was going to crash. So at this point, I mean, again, long-term hits highs no matter who the president, baby. Boeing extends decline to 7, Spirit down 6. And then Disney's on the high. How's Google still playing out? Google not really reacting to the job layoff thing. Dollar came down a little bit more. So if dollar could start weakening from here, that'd be good. Micron, chip makers, AMD, they're all still doing their highs right now. They're going insane. Apple even rocketing up here too. Apple was down like 1.9. They're still down 1.3. Again, Meta I think is the one in the gulag now. JP Morgan going up, L52 week high. Boeing is still going down, which is wild. ASA Hutchinson ends GOP presidential bid. Who's Asa Hutchinson? I have no idea who that was. Vivek dropped because he was selling Save Trump shirts. I don't know. I hope Vivek, I don't know if he'll be a vice president candidate. He'd be pretty cool. But then again, I still kind of don't trust him. But either way, Pinduoduo dying. Yo, that's kind of weird considering this has been the strong one out of the China names. So even then, Baba and Baidu are holding up. Pinduoduo kind of flushing a little bit. Check news on that. Secretary Blinken says they don't want to get into business of rebuilding Gaza. Trump and Tucker Carlson? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had like a news reporter as a vice president. That'd be very interesting. I should run for vice president. Man, I don't want to be involved in any of this shit, man. That's it. I'm going to live my life, man. We'll see what happens. You know, collect my dividends. You know, praise the Lord, and that's about it. Tucker should at least be press secretary. I could get behind that. Oh, that'd be fire if he was press secretary. But then again, I don't know. It'd feel so dramatic. Like, I don't know. I don't know, actually. Iraqi PM says Iran strike in Erbil is a dangerous development that undermines the strong relationship between Iraq and Iran. And then Spy wanted to hit a high here. Bro, Boeing keeps going down. This is getting amazing. Now I got 50% on the ones out of the money. But my goodness, we should have just held the first sets. Those two, I sold them for $5. They're at $1,200 now. Oh, I got hustled. Then the 200s are at $216. Spy rallying because of the chips, I would say. Again, more names are down than not, but I would definitely say the chips are what's helping us go up, and then Boeing's keeping us down. Once Boeing has a bounce, then I think even the Spy is going to do a lot better there. We need more TV personalities in office. I mean, personally, I would take a TV personality over people who have been in government for already, like 20, 30, 40 years and have already had a chance to fix things, and then every year it gets worse. So, I mean, fuck it. Where's Kanye? No, so what you just say, Chuck? I know. See, I'm going to keep myself out of the election. I'm going to keep myself out of the election this year. Bears pushing Bowen to 2. But usually, again, the bearishness usually gets Bowen popping. But not this time. I am going to vote this year, yeah. I will be voting, but I'm not really... the year that I vote, I'm going to talk about it a lot less. That's the thing. I'm really more concerned with the policy of the Fed and whether or not they actually shift policy and how that ends up playing out. But for the most part, I do plan on voting this year. Oh, those are 180s. Do you think it's healthy for America if Trump wins? I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't like how things have been recently, so I would like somebody other than Trump, but I don't think the last couple of years have been healthy to begin with. So when it's all said and done, I'm going to vote this year, but I encourage you all to vote for whatever you think is best and what makes the most sense for you. But other than that, I'm not really, again, we're not even going to do an election stream. There's a lot of identity politics and people get angry. So above all else, it doesn't matter what I think, because I just think you should have a long term. And I'd never want that message to ever be tainted. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want, just because there's politics, man, you should get a long term. And no matter who the president is, it does not matter for your long term. So regardless of what I think is healthy or not, my long term has gone up no matter what. So all you got to do is just get a long term, and may God be with you. My bond's still not moving the same, but Spy's like inching up here. Chip's going insane. Spy can't even go green. Well, NASDAQ's really green now. It's almost up by a quarter. So, again, you got oil down and Boeing down. I think that's what's fighting against the chip move. But the chip move is pretty impressive. Again, even Micron's up too. I think Intel, that's the only one that's not going crazy. Altman, both U.S. political parties hate AI. Sam Altman? Who's buying NVIDIA computers and everybody, I guess? I don't know. Dude, NVIDIA is at 564. That's unreal. Absolutely unreal. Short in Boeing at the low, the 200 low. Let's see. I'm going to keep that one up there, bro. It just keeps going lower. It's very surprising. NVIDIA almost back to 800 previous split. Tesla, Microsoft. ELF on the highs. Remember, we thought ELF was going to get clapped. They're killing it. Enphase starting to go up now. High ticker is really starting to gas here. Again, tech is doing good. Healthcare is still a little bit clapped here. ANSS, oh, they're getting clapped. Is Synopsys going down? No, ANSS is just getting murdered. So, again, there's still like $30 of gain at the current price. So, whenever that deal goes through, should balance out. Yeah, AMD's going insane. There's like 4 price target increases this morning. A lot of good analyst activity to wake them up. DWAC up 12%. Where's Rumble? Remember, Rumble was up 17, still up 13, but they were running, and then SPY just wicked into another high, and then that candle turned red. Yeah, 47.82. You're in the low candle of Friday's close. 2-3 more points, you'll fill it. Boeing again. Why did I sell out that put, man? I got scared with the expiration. I was like, all right, they're going to bounce it up. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy. Both of them. Again, even the 200s now. I sold out at 128. That's at 240. I sold my 215 for 550. I bought it for $1, but that one's at 1340 now. Yeah, that one's killer, bro. Too much bad news. Yeah, no, I feel. Is Delta still, even the Delta, we sold that one out really early. So that one's still clobbered. Again, banks, I think, are holding up a little bit more, but watch if those come back down. AMD, meanwhile, 52-week high. You got all this stuff dumping, and then NVIDIA and AMD are like, woo, look what I can do. Woo, look what I can do. Woo, 52-week high. Woo. Day trade. I'm in oil. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm still pretty positive no matter what. I made money. Stay positive. No, it's good, bro. It's good to see it, though. Again, even to document some of the earnings plays, we could have done very well on those. But, again, we got to make our money back. So I'm not really disappointed at all. I like taking a profit rather than expiring. So I did care about plays going, if it's this week options and then they make one little bounce, I don't like that. So I'm very happy walking away with money. And I know if at minimum, if you were following along, at minimum, you made 500%. And at best, you probably made 2,000%. Something around there almost, or 1,300 or 1,400%. So not bad. Waller, oh, no. Waller should be coming on very shortly. They switched it to in-person, or online instead of in-person, but we will be having it. 7 minutes it will begin. And then it'll probably take another 10 minutes for them to introduce him. And now the starting Fed chair for the Richmond Fed. I don't think he's from Richmond. Christopher Goldenpath Waller. Woo! Da-da-na-na. Na-na-na-na. Hey. Rate cut. And then he comes out, and he's like, what's up? And then you hear the clacking of the forks and the spoons because they're all eating dinner in the cold, but they're like, he's like, well, it's great to be here, and I'm happy to be here. So it's a good time to be here, and we need to talk about the rates, and obviously things are moving better than we expected, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So it's going to be, and then that's it, and then they go crazy, bro. I'm just, listen, it's not as good as your boy on ice, but I'm excited. So yeah, but that's how it's gonna play out. We got a couple more minutes, and none of that was accurate. I just started making up things. I don't know if he's Richmond or not. Golden Path is Goolsby, but I was just trying to give you a mental image. Did you get a Netflix 500 play? No, I've been waiting. So remember, I wanted it, and when it was at like 460, and then it went up to then it popped up on that ad news, and I was like, all right, well, screw it. I'm not gonna play it until before earnings. But as of now, no, I don't have anything on it. So, like, what are they pricing in right now, too? It's pricing in $40. Not bad, but you still need an $80 move. So, what would the puts be? $98 still. And then 480 plus, that'd be like, what, 560? Yeah, I don't know. They're still kind of expensive. Yeah, I'd wait till Netflix. Netflix options are still, even then, again, playing early did not help us out too much on JP Morgan. Bro, Delta is still dumping. My goodness. Jake from State Farm, baby. Did you know Cole Real Estate loves you all? Hope everyone has a blessed, amazing day. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all the blissful souls. Everyone's had an amazing, safe, blessed day, man. How you doing, Jake? You doing good, bro? How you living good, man? You got the long term? Is everything working good? Waller's going to speak in 5 minutes. Should be coming on live here in a second, but technically he comes on at 11. They said they were going to start it up earlier. On TV. He'll be on, it's on YouTube through the Brookings Institute, I think. We will see. I have the link. I have to register, but I think it might be available on YouTube. Or you could get it here, youtube.com/thestockmarket. Yes, Waller is a voter. He wasn't last year, but now he is. D-Walk is going up. They said, Iowa. Yeah, D-Walk actually getting a pretty decent candle. Arab B&B trying to hold up. Expedia's in the green barely. Pod on the high. Pinduoduo again. They had that flush there. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well too, Rhino. How you living, man? Good morning. We got the long term. We need long terms. Everybody need a long term. Yalla. 2021 levels on the SPY, the battle zone. Thoughts on the uninversion? Usually when things uninvert, it gets bad. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense with the dollar going up, but I'm more curious with if we're going to set a yield curve inversion record. So, again, the last time the yield curve was this inverted, if it happens for another, 4 months or 5 months or so, the last time that happened was 1929, the Great Depression. So I don't know, man. I'm very again. I think if it uninverts sooner than not, great. We don't have to deal with it, and then we'll have our moment. But at the same time, if this thing stays inverted, even by a little bit, man, I do think it's gonna be wild, bro. Thanks for the Boeing. Oh man, if you just woke up and had the Boeing, you are fucking loving it. God bless you, man. Amen. Amen. My pleasure. My pleasure. Welcome to Chick-fil-A. Altman, OpenAI does not want to train on New York Times data. Oh, yeah? Let's go. I feel let's go, man. Tell us, Sam. Good day to sleep in. It really was. 1929 wasn't the Great Depression. 1920? Yes, that was the Depression. Yeah. So the last time the yield curve has stayed this, again, we have 170 days or so, maybe a little less. But it's like around 170 days. If the 2-year, 10-year shows a negative yield curve on that inversion, and it lasts for another 4 to 6 months here, that would be the longest since the Great Depression. Which, again, by the time we get out of it, I mean, I'm sure it'll be pretty wild. You ever break down AI? Like AI, the stock, or are you talking like the sector? We made some AI videos like early. So again, I think the last time I made an AI video, and the video was in like $300, maybe less. And again, I've been using AI for my thumbnails. Like, I wish I bought AI NVIDIA when I started making those thumbnails. But other than that, I haven't really talked about the company AI. Oh.
But we had a lot of practice at virtual events during COVID, and I'm very pleased that we've been able to do this one today. Governor Waller was named to the Federal Reserve Board by President Trump, and he served since the end of 2020. He took that post after 11 years at the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, where he was the research director. I'm going to turn the podium over to Governor Waller. He has some remarks to make, and then he'll join me afterwards for a conversation. So welcome, Governor Waller.
Well, thank you, David, and thank you to Brookings for the opportunity to speak to you today. In the second half of 2023, I gave a series of speeches about the apparent conflict between the strength of economic activity in the third quarter and continued progress toward the federal open market.
Again, I think we're dumping because he's usually way more bullish than that.
I said then that something's got to give. Either activity needs to moderate or progress on lowering inflation is going to stop. By late November, the latest economic data left
Waller's
me
becoming super. He's not as bullish as he was last time.
Excuse me.
So again, he was like the nice parent. All of a sudden,
there were signs of moderating economic activity in the fourth quarter.
3 weeks ago, this dude was bullish as shit.
As of today, the data has come in even better. Real gross domestic product is expected to have grown between 1% and 2% in the fourth quarter. Unemployment is still below 4%, and core personal consumption expenditure inflation, or PCE inflation, has been running close to 2% for the last 6 months. For a macroeconomist, this is almost as good as it gets.
Yeah, this is delayed. The market's already responding to those pre-written statements. Again, bonds are dying.
Inflation can be sustained on its recent path and allow us to conclude that we have achieved the FOMC's price stability goal. Time will tell if this will happen while the labor market still performs above expectations. The data we have received in the last few months is allowing the committee to consider cutting the policy rate in 2024. However, concerns about the sustainability of these data trends requires changes in the path of policy to be carefully calibrated and not rushed.
And March got slashed in half.
In the end, I'm feeling more confident that the economy can continue along its current trajectory. Let me start with the data on economic activity that has brought me to this
dollar
view,
just surged.
And then I'll talk about the labor market, financial conditions, and inflation.
He was supposed to be your bull, and now he kind of came out
the implications are from all that,
or just not as bullish or dovish.
Now, first, economic activity has moderated after averaging an annualized 3% over the first 3 quarters of 2023.
Yeah, Tim Rouse even tweeted the quote, "I see no reason to move as quickly or cut as rapidly
as the Fed has in past cutting cycles." In the fourth quarter.
So he's saying slow your roll.
The average of private sector forecasts summarized by the Blue Chip Survey estimates that real GDP grew 1.5% in the final 3 months of 2023. The Atlanta Fed's GDP Now model, based on data in hand, currently stands at 2.2%. An important part of that moderation comes from business investment and government spending, both of which showed rapid growth earlier in 2023 that didn't appear sustainable. Consumer spending also accounted for much of the surprising strength in GDP growth earlier in the year. But here the slowdown so far appears more tentative. Factors such as high interest rates, a depletion of excess saving, and a pickup in credit card usage all portend slower growth ahead. But it is unclear how much of that slowing has already occurred. Since consumer spending accounts for more than 2/3 of GDP, this component of demand is obviously critical for the outlook. We'll find out more about consumer spending tomorrow from the report on December's retail sales. Turning to the labor market. Over the course of 2023, there have been increases in labor supply amid slowing demand for labor.
Oh, Bradley
I expect this to continue to bring the labor market into better balance. I can't hit the big horn
when we're doing some listening, but I love you, baby.
Some have seen the latest jobs report as in conflict with this story. So let me explain why I don't see it that way.
Amen.
The short vision is that I see surprises in the December jobs report as largely noise against a trend of ongoing moderation that supports progress towards 2% inflation. The unemployment rate in December held steady at 3.7%, while employers added 216,000 jobs, which was more than expected and an increase from the 173,000 created in November and 105,000 created in October. Well, that looks like a modest acceleration in job creation. I remind myself that revisions to monthly payrolls have been downward for most of 2023. From the first to third estimate, employment gains were revised down in 9 of the last 10 job reports. Given this recent history of revisions, there's a good chance that December will be revised down as well. Furthermore, with growth expectations moderating over coming quarters, employment gains are likely to slow. We can see that this is already happening if we look at progress over the previous quarters. Average monthly payroll gains over the fourth quarter were 165,000, a step down from the 221,000 average in the third quarter
going up,
and 257,000 in the first half of 2023. So this data shows an improving balance between labor supply and demand. Likewise, an uptick in wage growth last month should be viewed over a longer time horizon. Average hourly earnings rose 0.4% in December as they did in November, and the 3 and 12-month increases ticked up. But over the course of the fourth quarter, wages rose less than they did in the third quarter.
Kind of recovered
over the past several quarters, I see a moderation in wage increases across various measures of labor compensation that I expect will be consistent with ongoing progress toward 2% inflation. And though there was a drop in labor force participation in December, the fourth quarter average is higher than it was in 2022. These are all signs that the labor market continues to come into better balance. Meanwhile, data on job openings indicates ongoing moderation in labor demand. Now, job openings played a prominent role in my thinking over the last 2 years about how restrictive monetary policy aimed at bringing down inflation will impact labor demand and unemployment.
The U.S. to sell 58
now, one can think of total labor demand as being the sum of the workers currently employed and the number of workers that firms want to hire.
8-week bills.
The latter is best measured by posted job vacancies. If labor demand declines, the question is, will employment bear the brunt of the reduction in demand, or will vacancies absorb the impact? Traditional Phillips curve analysis assumes that employment would bear the brunt, and as a result, unemployment would rise significantly from a tightening of monetary policy. History has shown that this is not an unreasonable assumption, particularly when the job vacancy rate is below 4.5%. But in the spring of 2022, the vacancy rate peaked around 7.5% with nearly 12 million job vacancies, and there were still about 6 million unemployed workers. It just seemed counterintuitive to me that with that many job openings and so few people looking for work, that the first thing a firm would do when labor demand softened would be to lay off workers. My economic instinct was at this time things would be different and that vacancies would absorb the decline in labor demand, while employment and unemployment change very relatively little. But instinct isn't enough sometimes. One needs an economic model to verify your instinct, and good data analysis is needed to quantify the theoretical impact. This is what I provided in a speech I gave in May of 2022 with the help of Andrew Figuera. In that speech, we described a textbook labor search model to derive a Beveridge curve, which is a theoretical relationship between job vacancies and the unemployment rate.
Okay, watch if this little bouncing
quantify
fails
the effects
again.
of restrictive monetary policy on employment, we use standard empirical methods to calibrate the theoretical
That's what's
model.
causing this.
We showed that if restrictive monetary policy could lower the vacancy rate from 7.5% to 4.5% via a significant decline in job vacancies, there would be relatively small increase in the unemployment
rate
if
that gets
killed, from 3.7% to 4.2%. So based on this analysis, we argued that as long as the involuntary job separation rate did not rise, restrictive monetary policy would allow the FOMC to bring inflation down without a significant increase in the unemployment rate. This seemed like a very plausible assumption given the incredibly high vacancy rate and dearth of workers looking for jobs.
Said already
our predictions contradicted
BLS releases
standard Phillips curve analysis and historical precedent. But we were in unprecedented times in 2022. It's been nearly 2 years since I gave that speech. How has our prediction fared?
U.S. drones hit
data received since then have supported our argument. Since March of 2022, the FOMC raised the policy rate over 500 basis points, and core PCE inflation has fallen substantially, especially when measured over the last 6 months. During this dramatic tightening of policy, the job vacancy rate fell from around 7.5% to 5.2%, which brought the ratio of job vacancies to the number of unemployed people to a touch below 1.4, down from the peak of 2 and not far from the pre-pandemic level of 1.2. The involuntary job separation rate has remained essentially unchanged at 1% since April 2022. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate, while bouncing around a bit, is the same as it was in March of 2022, 3.7%, which is even lower than we predicted. Now, we argued this couldn't go on forever. We showed in our research that if the vacancy rate continued to fall below 4.5%, there would be a significant increase in the unemployment rate. So from now on, the setting of policy needs to proceed with more caution to avoid over-tightening. But to me, this episode shows that good theory combined with good data analysis can lead to good policy outcomes, even if the predictions challenge conventional wisdom. Moving on from the labor market, another important factor affecting economic activity and progress towards the FOMC's economic objectives is financial conditions. And I wanted to give my view of where they stand. There has been a lot of focus on tightening financial conditions in the fall and then easing of those conditions more recently. My view continues to be that on net, financial conditions remain restrictive and continue to have the desired effect of being a drag on economic activity to put downward pressure on inflation. Now recall that the 10-year Treasury yield peaked in mid-October around 5% at the time of the jump up in measured economic activity in the third quarter, and shortly after a very strong jobs report for September. At that point, FOMC participants still expected another rate hike in 2023. But then the data started cooling off. The FOMC's December summary of economic projections indicated no more hikes, and the 10-year Treasury yield fell to around 4%, which is roughly where it was just after the FOMC's last rate hike in July. And remember that in July, the widespread view was the financial conditions were pretty tight. So I consider this to still be true today, and that judgment is supported by current readings of financial conditions indices, which capture a broader set of financial variables.
He still thinks conditions are tight?
So let's talk about what the data on economic activity, the labor market, and financial conditions mean for progress towards 2% inflation. The backdrop is that we made a lot of progress on inflation in 2023.
Yeah, SPY below VWAP again. 12-month
percent change in total PCE inflation, the FOMC's preferred measure for our target, fell from 5.3% in January to 2.6% in November, the latest month of data. Factoring out volatile energy and food prices, core inflation is a better guide to where inflation is going. And core PCE inflation fell from 5% in January to 3.2% in November. With inflation declining over the course of the year, I like to look at 3- and 6-month measures to have a better understanding of the current level of inflation. As I noted earlier, the 6-month change in core inflation has been hovering close to a 2% annual rate, as has the 3-month measure. Data on inflation for December was released last week for the CPI and Producer Price Index. CPI inflation for both total and core rose 0.3% for the month. Producer Price Index, or PPI inflation numbers, reported a continued decline in those prices. Some of the PPI data fade into December PC inflation, and private sector forecasts suggest that the monthly core PCE reading will be again around 0.2%. If those forecasts hold true, then core PC inflation in December will remain close to 2% when measured on a 3 or 6 month basis. Now, PCE inflation of 2% is our goal, but that goal cannot be achieved for just a moment in time. It must be sustained at a level of 2%. As I said earlier, based on economic activity and the cooling of the labor market, I am becoming more confident that we are within striking distance of achieving a sustainable level of 2% PCE inflation. I think we are close, but I will need more inflation in the coming months, confirming or conceivably challenging the notion that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our inflation goal. So this brings me to the implications for monetary policy. The progress I have noted on inflation, combined with the data in hand on economic and financial conditions and my outlook, has made me more confident than I have been since 2021 that inflation is on a path to 2%. While the emphasis of policy since that time has been on pushing down inflation, given the current strength of the labor market, the FOMC's focus now is likely to be more balanced, keeping inflation on a 2% path while also keeping employment near its maximal level. Today, I view the risks to our employment and inflation mandates as being closely balanced. I will be watching for sustained progress on inflation and modest cooling in the labor market that doesn't harm the economy. I believe policy is set properly. It is restrictive and should continue to put downward pressure on demand to allow us to continue to see moderate inflation readings. So as I said, I believe we're on the right track to achieve 2% inflation. As long as inflation doesn't rebound and stay elevated, I believe the FOMC will be able to lower the target range for the federal funds rate this year. This view is consistent with the FOMC's economic projections in December, in which the median projection was for 3 25 basis point cuts in 2024. Now, clearly, the timing of cuts and the actual number of cuts in 24 will depend on the incoming data. Risks that would delay or dampen my expectation for cuts this year are that economic activity that seems to have moderated in the fourth quarter of 2023 does not play out, but the balance of supply and demand in the labor market, which improved over 2023, stops improving or reverses, and that the gains on moderating inflation evaporate. One piece of data I will be watching closely is the scheduled revisions to CPI inflation due next month. Recall that a year ago, when it looked like inflation was coming down quickly, the annual update to the seasonal factors erased those gains. In mid-February, we will get the January CPI report and revisions for 2023, potentially changing the picture on inflation. My hope is that revisions confirm the progress we have seen, but good policy is based on data and not on hope.
Damn.
When the time is right to begin lowering rates, I believe it can and should be lowered methodically and carefully.
This is what made us go down.
Many previous cycles, which began after shocks to the economy, either threatened or caused a recession, the FOMC cut rates reactively and did so quickly and often by large amounts. This cycle, however, with economic activity and labor markets in good shape and inflation coming down gradually to 2%, I see no reason to move as quickly or cut as rapidly as in the past.
Starting to come up too.
The healthy state of the economy provides the flexibility
to lower the
nominal policy rate to keep the real policy rate an appropriate level of tightness. But I will end by repeating that the timing and number of rate cuts will be driven by the incoming data. Thank you.
Interesting. So again, that last statement, he just was not as bearish or bullish as he was the last couple of days.
You said that you've basically described
see, these are questions now. None of these are pre-written.
So congratulations on that, if you can pull it off. We have a Fed funds rate that's between 5.25% and 5.5%. And as you point out, inflation is approaching your 2% goal. So why move slowly and gradually? Why talk about 3/4 point moves on the Fed funds rate? Won't that leave financial conditions restrictive and risk the over-tightening that you warned against?
Well, as I said, the key thing is the economy's doing well. It's giving us the flexibility to move carefully and methodically. So we can kind of watch the Fed, see how the data comes in, see if progress is being sustained. I mean, the worst thing we'd have is it all reverses and we've already starting to cut. So we really want to see evidence that this progress, this trend we're seeing in the real data and the inflation data continues. I believe it will. We have to see that before we can start making decisions. And as I said, we can slowly calibrate the real rate cut down. If we think we need to move it faster, we could move it faster, depending on what the data says. But the key is we have the flexibility that we can be methodical and careful. That's what my point was. In earlier times, a recession would hit, some bad negative shock, and the FOMC had to move fast, and by a lot. That's not the situation we're facing right now. So we can take our time to make sure we do this right.
And how will you decide when it's time to pull the trigger on the first rate cut? What are you thinking?
Well, that'll be up to the committee to decide when they think they've seen enough progress. And there may be disagreements about whether we need more, we've seen enough. But that's where the committee will talk about this as we go forward. So, I'll just leave it at that.
I see. So let me ask you a little bit about the relative merits of cutting early but gradually versus waiting longer and cutting more quickly. You make the point that you don't want to go too soon because inflation might turn out to be more virulent. But isn't there a risk if you go too slowly, given the lags of monetary policy, that we could end up over-tightening? And how do you guard against that?
Well, that is one of the risks that I've mentioned. I think we're all very aware of it. Chair Powell even talked about that at his press conference in December, that we're in this unusual place where we can actually lower the policy rate, not because there's a shock or the economy's in a recession, but we can sort of bring it down to keep the real policy rate at the right level of tightness to maintain our inflation goals, but not damage the economy in any serious way. So I wouldn't want to start until we were all relatively convinced that inflation was sustainably near our 2% target. Now, it'll bounce around with any monthly data. We have to be ready for that and look through some of that. When we think we're there and it'll stay there, then we can start saying, okay, it's time to cut. And then we can start thinking, how fast do we want to cut, or how often, or what the pace is, or how big the cuts. Those are all things we can determine once we decide to move. There's no real radical reason that we have to bring the real policy rate down from like 3% to 50 basis points in one meeting. We don't have to do that. We can take our time and see how that all works.
One of the issues when you look at the underlying inflation data is that rents have been pretty sticky, stickier than a lot of us anticipated. Do you think you need to see rents come down, the housing shelter index come down?
You're already brushing that off.
Or is there a risk that
they couldn't get scared off? The bonds, though, the dollar already came down.
Can you look through that and say it's going to come down and we don't need to wait to see that materialize?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this since the end of 2022.
Now you're right back to it again, just dancing around.
Rent inflation, for all the signals we were given, rent inflation was going to come down. It's just taking a while to show up in the official CPI data for exactly the reasons we all know. Things tend to reset every 12 months. You have to wait till this all kind of works its way through.
Maybe 3.
But most of the data we're seeing on new leases are showing rents have come down quite a bit. They're down now in more reasonable rate, increases. So we all think it's all going to be there. But at the end of the day, I have never been a big fan of focusing on one component of the price index. One time one's up, then this one's down. It's just, we take them all together. Food and energy are the only ones I kind of like to toss out because they're not necessarily good guides. But I don't like getting into used cars or rents. We can look at them and say,
bonds might recover.
when we add them all up, That's what matters. So I don't want to get overly focused on one particular price and say, until I see that one coming down, we can't do anything.
But it sounds to me like your best forecast, given the available data, is that inflation has come down. It's not just some transitory fluke, and that you'd be surprised if inflation reared its ugly head. You think we're going in the right direction? Am I reading you correctly?
Well, I think so. I mean, one of the concerns we have, there's been a lot of talk that a lot of the drop in inflation over the last 6 months has all been supply side corrections. Well, once those things correct, those tailwinds are gone. So that'll tell us something about whether demand is still low, it's being lowered enough to kind of keep inflation on that path, or once goods prices, other things bottom out, whether we'll see a rebound above 2% in a meaningful and sustained way. Those are the kind of things we want to be careful about before we think about making the first rate cut.
So it sounds like you'd rather err on the side of waiting too long than going too soon.
Yeah, what too long means. Is that one meeting? Is that 6? I don't know what waiting too long means, but in the grand scheme of things, whether it's 6 weeks later, right, it's kind of hard to believe that's going to have a huge impact on the state of the economy.
So let me ask you a little bit about the balance sheet. Reserves are now at $3.5 trillion. The overnight reverse repurchase facility has gone from well over $2 trillion to about $600 billion. How are you thinking about the balance sheet? How will you decide when you've reached that nirvana of ample reserves? And how close are we to that?
Yeah, so starting back in 2021, I was watching what was happening at the on-RP. And what I was arguing at the time was that we were doing QE, we were putting reserves in the system. The banks, for leverage reasons, didn't want this on their balance sheet, told their corporate customers, get it out of our banks. They had to put it somewhere. They go to money market mutual funds who say, what are we supposed to do with it? There's a shortage of treasury bills. Oh, there's the on-RP. Let's give it right back to the Fed. That got up to $2 trillion, a little over $2 trillion. So I interpret that as that's $2 trillion worth of liquidity in the system that nobody needs or wants. So logic to me saying we could pull at least $2 trillion out before we had to get serious about worrying about the level of reserves. And so far, we've pulled out somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, I don't know the exact number, but $1.5 trillion and everything's fine. So that kind of perspective seems again to be borne out. Where we actually end up, I've made this argument many times now, but given the pace, if you look back to January 2019, reserves, there was no on-RP, but reserves to nominal GDP was about 8%. Now, banks are bigger. There may be some other reasons you might want slightly more, but figure maybe 10 to 11% would be a reasonable number. So as the on-RP starts draining and we can start looking at reserves, we'll start slowing down and start approaching these numbers with a lot more caution to see how things play out. And we'll get a better sense of where that is. But I've been kind of using this number, say roughly 10 to 11% of GDP as an approximate endpoint for draining reserves out of the system.
So do you expect the ONRP to go to zero? Do you expect the ONRRP to basically go to zero, and then you'll know that that's ample?
There's no reason for it to have anything in it, in my view. It was basically a safety net originally designed to help put a floor under the Fed funds rate. Because of this weirdness the last 2 years between Treasury bill rates and our ONRP rate, everybody just parked money there instead. There's nothing fundamental about money being in that facility.
Liquid biotech popping. It's not loading up here.
So we really prefer to have anything in the banking system in reserves as long as there aren't problems with leverage ratios or anything else for the banks. But we can then see how the draining of the reserves kind of works, and we'll be careful about how we do all that.
So do you expect to slow the pace of tapering in the next few months?
I would say sometime this year would be a reasonable thing to start thinking about it. I mean, I don't think I'm speaking out of
minute
school,
and a half
but
till you're all close. We'll see if anything
it's been
changes. Spy right at the level.
Coming close to 2 years
Waller
since
headlines hit.
we first announced tapering, and I think when we did these numbers, that it made sense that sometime in 24 you would start thinking about tapering the pace to get back. Now, personally, I don't think we need to taper the pace on MBS. We're not even hitting the cap, so I personally don't really want to keep MBS on my balance sheet as much. So I'm all in favor of letting MBS kind of just continue to run off at the current pace. But treasuries, we can start tapering that back and get reserves to where we want them. One other point to make. Now, everybody likes to go back to September 2019 to say all of a sudden you didn't have enough reserves and there was a bunch of kerfluffle in the financial markets.
Kerfluffle.
We have a standing repo facility now that we didn't have in place. So if we start seeing reserves getting tighter and tighter, we may start seeing a lot of activity coming to the standing repo facility. And that'll be a good signal for us that, hey, we're getting to that point. So again, that's a tool we didn't have back in 2019 that we do to help relieve kind of pressure on demand for reserves.
Right. So just to explain that to people who may not be familiar with the explosion of facilities under your leadership at the board. So you're complicit in this. So basically, if the banks are worried that they don't have enough reserves, they can take their treasuries and bring them to the Fed at the standing repo facility and get something which is essentially cash substitute.
Exactly. Yep. You just bring treasury, do it.
One of the things I've wondered about is that on one hand, there seems to be a sense among many monetary policymakers that we don't want the Fed's balance sheet to be too big. We don't want the Fed to be too big a force in the economy. That's what leads you to begin to do quantitative tightening. On the other hand, we've put demands on the banks to hold more reserves with these liquidity rules and this sort of worry that, how do we protect ourselves against instability? How do you balance those? And aren't those somewhat at tension, those two goals?
Yeah, I mean, I've made an argument for probably 10 years. There's no economic theory that tells you how big a central bank's balance sheet should be. I know of no theory that tells you. You have Switzerland where, it's basically 100% of GDP or some number like that. So there's no real theory. I mean, and from a point of view of the reserves, I love a floor system because, as Milton Friedman once said, you want to put enough liquidity in the system that you satiate the system so there's no scarcity or shortage. And I always like to use a little example. If you were the government, you could provide clean drinking water at zero marginal cost. Why would you make it scarce? You wouldn't. You'd put in whatever the market needs and that. And it's just really, we're putting in reserves, taking treasuries.
I said, do your
push-ups. It's not like we're taking out commercial loans or car loans or anything. We're just taking treasuries. And there's a lot of treasury issuance. So it's not like there's a shortage of treasuries in the world per se. But that's kind of how I look at it. There's no real theory about it. We need to put it in. I love to follow the Friedman rule and make reserves abundant enough that there's no scarcity. The banks and the system have what they need. That's just good economic efficiency.
So why struggle to get to ample? Why not just stick with abundant reserves?
You could. I mean, I had a paper a few years ago where I looked at a floor system, and the problem with the large balance sheet is kind of what we're running into now. You potentially have a situation where your payments on interest on reserves is above your earnings. Now, there's nothing that affects our operating and monetary policy whatsoever. But the optics, and at the title of the paper I had was some unpleasant fiscal arithmetic. The optics of this are just bad. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with monetary policy at all. Effectiveness, nothing. But it just kind of looks bad that you're not turning over any seniorage revenues to the Treasury, and you're delaying when you'll start doing it. And for that reason, you may want to think about not keeping your balance sheet too big. But that's really, that's one of the few reasons for doing it. There's a misperception that we're taking real resources out of the economy for lending by banks and car loans and construction. And none of that's going on. We're just taking out treasuries.
Governor Waller, you voted against the recent proposal to increase the capital that big banks are required to set aside. There's been a lot of criticism of that and lots of comments. And I think you've indicated that you're hoping that there will be a compromise that you can support. So where are we in that process? Do you think we're getting to a bank capital proposal with which you're comfortable?
Well, yeah, I voted not to put this out because I saw what I thought were some very major problems. First of all, the original intent of this thing was to harmonize regulation across the world, and it was not happening. European banks, UK banks were not going to carry through. We decided to go ahead. That's not harmonizing anything. The original intent, I believe, was not to have a big increase in capital, but that is what's happening. We're basically going to impinge on capital market functioning, both in terms of products, services, and pricing. I don't understand why we want to do that in a way that it's not seriously showing any threats. I've made a big deal about operational risk, which is more than half of the increase. And the way it's calculated made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever and should be restricted. So there's lots of reasons why I was opposed to it and voted not to send this thing out. And I think the blowback we've seen from the banking industry and the Hill has shown that this is not necessarily a good proposed rule as it stands now. So it's got to have a major overhaul, in my view, to get a reasonable product and, possibly even just taking it back and starting over. But I believe there's a lot of work that could be done. We're a very, Jay has said, we want to have products that go out with broad support of the board. That may be possible if enough major things get redone that we could get a broad support for it. But it's got to have a lot of work. And like I said, it might even be best to just pull it back and then work on this and then put it back out at a later date.
So where are we in the process? Are you talking about changes that might make it possible for you to support it?
I believe there's discussions going on. We're taking feedback from the industry. Today, I think, is a closing of a comment period on the proposed rulemaking. We'll take all that into account. We're talking to other agencies. We're talking among ourselves here at the board about how could we do something. So there is stuff going on. It is working, and we'll see in the end what ends up happening.
Another regulatory issue that I was asked to raise with you is the Reg II, where the Fed has proposed reducing the amount, the cut that's taken when someone uses a debit card. And of course, the merchants love this. They want a smaller cut, and the banks say, oh, it's going to be a problem. Have you thought about that, and where do you stand on that one?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, I wish Congress had never given us the responsibility for doing what they did. So, with anything, that's now our job. I take a very narrow legalistic view. Congress told us to set this interchange fee based on the cost of these transactions. We had a method we did when we first did it. We hadn't changed it in roughly almost 14 years, even though there's been tremendous technological change over the last decade. And so there was a decision to look at it, collect data from the banks, get a sense of where their true costs are, and then based on the same methodology, the same approach, the same criteria that we did before, pick that number and put it out there. And that's what we did. I mean, I don't want to pick winners and losers. There's no fun in having to do any of that, but Congress told us to do it, and we kind of just did it again, like we did roughly 14 years, whatever the exact number of years was. So I just try to keep a very focused, narrow legal view that Congress did it, and we're following that to the T.
A couple of questions have come in while we've been talking. One of them, which is a good one I should have thought of, is to what extent do you think that the crisis in the Red Sea, the shipping costs and rate going up could be a problem in controlling inflation? How big a risk is that to the outlook?
There are alternative routes to routing stuff. It doesn't have to go through the Red Sea. So, now you're just talking about substitution, about where you're going to go and how you're going to do it. So in that sense, there could be some one-time level effects in shipping rates that get passed through. But I don't see it potentially being a big impact on certainly global or U.S. inflation, unless this thing, spirals into something much more severe than it appears that it is right now.
Another question was what your view is about what role that fiscal policy played in causing the inflation that you've been working so hard to restrain. How big an issue was fiscal policy, and how big an issue is fiscal policy now as you try and calibrate the right pace of monetary
to come back down here? They had a little bit of a recovery.
Well, just from just a simple macroeconomics point of view, if you're going to increase the spending and the debt by $6 trillion in a matter of 2 years, and then say that has no effect on demand, that seems just impossible to me. It isn't the only thing that contributed to the inflation, but it certainly had to have had an impact. And the reason I say that is, people have been talking a lot about, all the last 6 months shows this was all supply, all supply, all supply. Well, if these are temporary supply shocks, when they unwind, the price level should go back down to where it was. It's not. Go to Fred, pull up CPI, take the log, look at that thing. The level of inflation is permanently higher. That doesn't happen with supply shocks. That comes from demand. And this was a permanent increase in demand and permanent increase in debt. So I think there clearly was an effect.
A permanent increase in the price level, you mean, not in the pace of inflation?
Yes. The price level.
Right.
So
but do you think that
go up and then come back down?
Do you think that fiscal policy is continuing to put upward pressure on prices now?
When it comes to fiscal policy, our kind of rule has always been we don't. Congress does what it wants, and then we take that as given and set policy. So that's it. That's all I do. So it's up to Congress to decide what they want to do, and then I'll.
No, but I take that. But taking fiscal policy as given now, do you feel that that's putting upward pressure on demand and making it harder for you to keep inflation from rising?
Well, most of the spending the last fiscal policy the last year or so has been more longer term,
right?
Investment, manufacturing, renewable energy, all that stuff. Those things are more spread out over a decade.
First little sell-off and dollar
there's going to be some impact, but it's probably not that big, particularly for consumer retail goods and things like that. That's not what any of the spending the last year or so has been targeted toward.
Right. You might say the fiscal spending was transitory, if that's a word you're allowed to use.
Yeah, again, these are level effects. These are not permanent changes in trend inflation. They might have had some, but again, the IRA and all these things are stretched out over 10 years of spending. So any given year, it's a small impact.
Let me ask you to elaborate a little more on the comments you made about wages. You said that wages, you see a moderation of wage increases across various measures of labor compensation that you expect will be consistent with progress towards 2% inflation. So do the pace of wage increases have to slow in order for you to reach your goal? Or is this a period of catch up? Or how do we know what wage increases are consistent with 2% inflation?
Well, the standard economic answer you'd come out of from theory is nominal wage growth should be equal to productivity growth plus expected inflation. That would be the nominal wage growth. So if inflation's 2%, productivity growth, which is averaged basically 1.5% for the last 15 plus years, you're at 3.5% nominal wage growth. So when we often say wage growth needs to be consistent with our goal, we mean also that's consistent with productivity. So at 4%, you're a little high, but you're not that high. So you can come down, but it's not like when it's 7 or 8% and productivity is 1.5%. And right now we're seeing a little boom in productivity, which also could support it for a while temporarily. We'll see whether that productivity boom continues. I sure hope it does. But, if you look back over the last, since the pandemic started, productivity growth has been 1.5%, just exactly what it was in previous
plans
decade.
to sell 300 million.
So we'll have to see a lot more before, but that's kind of the rule of thumb I think most economists have for what nominal wage growth should be. Productivity growth plus expected inflation.
So recognizing that predicting productivity growth in the future is difficult, are you optimistic that whatever's going on, whether it's more efficiency in the economy or AI or something, will allow us to enjoy somewhat faster pace of productivity growth over the next several years?
Yeah, I mean, we really would love to see productivity growth is the heart and soul of raising living standards for people over a decade. That is what does it. Now, back in the 90s, we had a big productivity boom, but we all knew it was because you finally incorporated computers, PCs, everything into the system. When I look out right now and think, what would it be that's causing this big boom in productivity to be sustained? It can't be AI. That just started. Usually these innovations take a decade to filter all through the entire economy before they show up. Now, maybe there's ways that firms have done stuff coming out of the pandemic that are still being used, that are efficient, just the way we're doing this speech. This would not have been done prior to 2020. Restaurant services, manufacturing, everybody figured this out. The shortage of labor, firms had to think about other ways with capital to produce. They're not going to unwind any of that once they do it. So there could be some things that lead to, sustained productivity growth for a while. But other than that, I don't really see exactly what it would be. AI could be very promising, but it's really to show up in the aggregate data, that's down the road.
One thing that a lot of economists have focused on a lot is the long-run equilibrium interest rate, so-called R star. And the view is that if you could discern R star, you know that if the Fed funds rate is above that, that's restrictive, and vice versa if it's below that. A, do you find that a useful concept? And B, do you have any sense of whether we're going to go back to a low R star world?
Yeah, I think it is a useful concept because if we think about simple things like Taylor rules, there's some equilibrium real rate. You pick your, so where your terminal, your neutral policy rate is. You got to have some estimate of what this real rate is. The real rate you want to think about is something that's a close substitute for reserves, which is what the rate we control. That has to be some very safe liquid government debt instrument. It is not physical capital. It is not equities. The rate of return on physical capital for the last 40 years has been roughly 7%, and it doesn't move. There's some good academic work out there that has shown this. What you've seen is the real return on safe liquid government debt declined for 40 years, from about 4% down to roughly 0.5% to 0. So there's something special about government debt, and that has driven this sort of long-run decline. And there could be lots of, and I've talked about it in the past, there could be lots of factors that could explain that decline. But then you have to think, what is it that suddenly is going to cause it to reverse and go up? If it's demographics, why is demographics going to suddenly change now? Productivity, if it's productivity, it's got to affect the real return to capital. It can't just affect R star. And we're not seeing that, moving those things together. One thing is just, potentially I have kind of argued for a long time, I think there has been sort of a shortage of safe liquid government debt in the world, a shortage of safe assets, and that would drive up the price and drive down the yield of those assets. But for that to happen, the trend growth of demand has to outpace the trend growth of supply to keep that real rate going down. If that reverses, you could suddenly see R star go up. So that's why I think I have, and some other people have been concerned that the outlook for fiscal policy, whatever it is, it could have the implication if it starts rising faster than the demand for these products, you might see some drop in the price and increase in the real return on these assets. So
right.
To me, that's one thing that could happen.
And how do you find this a useful guide to thinking about where you want rates to go or not?
I do. You have to kind of figure out something. You need to kind of, unless you just want to do what are called like first difference rules and Taylor rules, where you don't need to think about this thing and you just say, hey, the economy looks like we're at target. Just whatever rate you're at, just stop there. That's one that, there's some argument for that. We don't really know. So just when the economy looks stable at 2% growth, unemployment or 4, 5, whatever that interest rate is, just stop there. That's your neutral interest rate.
So let me close on this. As I said earlier, you joined the Federal Reserve Board in December 2020. We were in the throes of the pandemic. It's been an extraordinarily interesting period in economic policy. Huge response to a pandemic. The vaccines came online, lots of fiscal stimulus, lots of monetary stimulus. We enjoyed a very quick recovery, quicker than a lot of us expected. As you pointed out in your speech, we were thinking about the relationship between unemployment and inflation maybe differently. When you look back at what we've learned over the last 2 or 3 years about how the economy functions, what are the things that stand out to you that we really need to be thinking hard about that maybe history wasn't the best guide?
Yeah, so I think this issue about vacancies and unemployment, or labor market tightness, as it's called in labor search models, that was never built in really in Phillips curve analysis in the past. But now everything I see, more recent academic work, more policy analysis, the best measure of labor market tightness is not just the unemployment rate, right? It's the vacancy to the unemployment rate. That really is has got to be the case. And I think that's a step forward in thinking, look, we got to think about a more broader, more accurate measure than just the tried and true Phillips curve. It's not that it's potentially wrong. I've never been a big fan of it, but at least people are thinking about how to think about what happened in the last 2 years and how do we think about policy going forward. What's the right kind of analytical tools to do that? So I think that's been very good. I think just, the robustness in which the U.S. came back. There's been some debates about the difference between Europe and the U.S. I was just in Europe on some meetings last week, and this came up that, Europe is flat. Their GDP has not come back. It basically got back, and then it's just completely flattened out. It hasn't stayed on trend. And so there's a lot of discussion about why is the U.S. recovered so well and Europe has not. Maybe it's the policies that were done during the pandemic in terms of, in Europe, they protected the workers on the job. And we just basically said, we'll just give you unemployment insurance. And firms just let people go, people quit. And then there was a rematching. Maybe that had some advantages that we just aren't seeing in Europe, where nobody left their firm. They stayed there. They got paid by the government, but there was no resorting or reallocation of labor. So maybe there's something to be learned from there from an academic point of view. The other thing we learned is inflation isn't dead. For 40 years, 30 years, people thought, when inflation? There's no such thing as inflation. We don't even need to worry about it. Well, we do, and that is what, we have to, we can't go to sleep on that. It's our job to make sure that stays at 2%, and that's it.
So how's that affect? No, it's great. I appreciate your candor. How does that inform your thinking about the framework, the Fed monetary policy framework, which you'll be beginning to revisit at the end of this year?
Yeah, I think there's some good lessons learned about what we saw.
I sold out of oil, like just really under $1,000 on that.
Backward looking, in the sense that it was like trying to solve the problems from the previous decade that we thought were going to continue, and then we got punched in the face with, what happened after 2020. So it is going to lead us to think about what is the right framework for how we do it. Now we have a dual mandate, so it isn't going to be, we're going to ignore employment and just focus on price stability. That's not going to happen. So those kind of things are not going to be seriously considered, but there'll probably be a lot of discussion in terms of, what kind of framework, how do we want to think about operating procedures, how worried are we about the zero lower bound going forward, which was our nemesis for a decade.
Boeing at 201,
there'll be a lot of discussion, and we'll look for input from the general public, academia, policy world, just like we did last time.
You got more than 100% on the ones out the money.
Well, with that, thank you very much for your time, and let me add my thanks to the AV and communications team at Brookings for allowing us to do this, even though Washington is paralyzed by 4 inches of snow. And appreciate your time and your very crisp answers to the questions.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it, especially, again, the AV staff for pulling this together at the last minute.
Thank you. Looks nice out there. The trees, the snow. All right. That's it, man. I eventually chilled out, but Waller's first speech, again, he was supposed to be your bull. He was the guy who, again, if anything, some would argue, damn, it's 200 on Boeing. That's crazy. But Waller was the guy who some would argue kind of started everybody going crazy on the whole Fed rate cut thing. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that he came out today was indicating that it's not going to happen fast. He was very, very bearish because he wasn't bullish, but then the rest of his speech, it really wasn't that bad. Again, I do think there was more headline shock out of all of that, but my goodness. This one was absolutely a wild reaction if you go look at the dollar and then the SPY. But if anything, bonds and Fed futures were the only victim out of all of that. We're still holding up, and now we're back to this. And then we're even 20 minutes off a euro close. So keep that in mind. A couple of things have moved, and that's it, man. We made a play on oil. I just got out of that one. That was a nice one. I'm still in the bond plays. Those are getting murdered. We cut out of the Boeing way too early. We have one more play up 100%, but literally every single Boeing put we made is up anywhere from almost 1,500% all the way up to 100% at minimum now. So my goodness, Chad, you may be enjoying it there. And then now we're chilling. The market's still Bearish for the day. I'd say it has a negative bias. Doesn't mean it's going to stay like that, but you didn't wake up to anything good, and then that didn't help at all. I'm a schmuck. You're telling me, bro? I thought they were going to scam me, so I was like, all right, give me my 500%. 10 minutes later. But it's cool though. Again, I would have been more pissed if those went green to red, but I'm glad that we had those. We got to ride. I got one more play. I don't know. I think that one, it's still up 100% now, but I don't know if the Boeing is, I don't know if it'll go to 180. But then again, you never know. Traders no longer fully price in first ECB cut in April. So again, Fed futures in domestically and abroad are all changing around again as far as what they expect. Again, actually they were down a little bit more. They kind of calmed down, but for the most part, we will see. Be a good time to buy the dip. A lot of people have been asking that, so I think just keep in mind, Boeing was at $183 to start off 2023, and that was without a plane flying open mid-flight. You know, so again, I like Boeing, and I like to take advantage of a discount, but even then, like, Boeing doesn't even meet my long-term criteria, more or less. I mean, I'd rather get Procter & Gamble, to believe it or not. Maybe you gamble on Procter and Boeing, huh? Boeing and Procter gamble? No? Okay. Analysts are looking for 165 to 170. Jeez. That'd be crazy. March odds, they were down, I think, like 10%, but December odds went down, but it has recovered a little bit from that first little drop. I mean, at the end of the day, the other one has been a little bit bad. Just I think the Waller comments affected everything and gave us kind of muddied up the waters a little bit. City put frog. I have those one city puts. I mean, get some more time on them. But those ones, I mean, that's the only one I'm holding left. But they were actually up a little bit more. I don't know. I think if anything, maybe save the money for some of the other earnings coming up. So that's the way I'm looking at it. You know, we hit the Delta. We got to hit the Boeing. Let's take the money, whether or not we could have maximized it and got way more. But just at the end of the day, that 2 standard deviation criteria, you didn't lose any money so far on round number 1. So we'll see how it plays out. But the way I'm kind of looking at it, if those plays come up, we'll give them some time. But I don't know about throwing any new money at them. Earnings for Boeing end of the month, might trade it. We'll see if it may move gigantically ahead of it. Again, today's already a wicked move. Costco puts. I mean, when do they pay that special dividend? But I went to Costco this weekend. It was a lot of fun. It was crazy, though. Everybody really wanted a hot dog. It was packed. I had a Costco hot dog this weekend. I was very excited about that. Biotech, they've been holding up decent. That one play we've had has been back and forth, but I do think we're probably going to hear more on buyouts, and then again, even towards the next couple of months, even towards March, you should get a little bit more. Oh, you already got your special divvy payment? No way. So it already paid out and it's still running like that? Then never mind. I don't know. But Costco's killing it, man. I'm a big fan of Costco. Yeah, Costco. Bro, I saw like a 70-inch TV for $400. I was like, damn, that's cheap. Comparatively, I feel like, dude, you get 75 inches for $400. I don't know what the brand was, but even then, I think the Samsung one was like $500. Baba falling. So is the market. Netflix even on the low. We'll see if chip makers give up. But remember, Boeing is just adding a lot of pressure here to the market in general. So we'll see. Yeah, Microsoft about to go red. Still 0.5% in the green. And then bonds still slipping. Apple still negative on the day. Again, Boeing is the one adding the pressure. Who was it? Was it Google in the green? Nope, they're red. Who else was green? NVIDIA, duh. NVIDIA, AMD. They came down a little bit, but those guys are still killing it. Literally Boeing down 7, AMD up 7. Bond auction? I don't think so. They announced some of the refunding earlier on how much they're going to be selling at the next ones, but I don't think we have bond auctions this week. I think that was all last week. You have 6-month bond auctions. Those shouldn't move us too much, though. But like any of the main tenures, I don't think we have them. This week, we got import-export prices, some trade data. Again, retail sales tomorrow. That's going to be the important one. And then consumer sentiment on Friday. Couple of earnings to keep the earnings season rolling. And then before you know it, next week will be some of the tech ones. I think we're going to be getting like Snapchat in the gang or Facebook, Netflix. Is it actually? Let me double check. Netflix is going to be next week. Tesla is going to be next week. No, you're going to have to wait for Meta. You're going to have to wait for Amazon. You're going to have to wait for Google. But Tesla and Netflix next week. Oil green with energy stock still red. Oil's oil's break even right now. So we just had a great pickup on. I bought it when it was down 1% today. So we'll see. But in general, there's a lot of push and pull. The things that are down a lot, there's something that's up a lot. And then, again, UNG's down 10. Oil, I bought it with all the headlines there. Seemed like it was at a discount comparative to all the Red Sea headlines. But I think we're going to get a lot of musical chairs with all of them. Earnings doesn't make the stock go up. It just depends. I mean, some earnings, the companies, they do go up off of earnings. Some don't. There's usually like a big move on the stock up or down ahead of earnings. But then depending on the company and the result, earnings can cause some pretty big moves. And, if you've been here lately, our goal is to try to find the ones that are moved just a little bit more than expected. So that has kind of played out here. And again, if you keep it small, it will be good. Roblo sub 40. UAL for the long term. I don't like airlines for the long term. I don't fly a lot personally, but even then, I don't really like all of their businesses. I've just been something. It's like an age-old thing where some people have avoided airlines, but I haven't ever regretted it in my life. I've regretted buying certain growth names, but I've never pulled up an airline chart and been like, oh man, I didn't own an airline. So I'm not a fan of airlines for the long term. Baba below 70. 69.78 again, bro. China's stocks have been slaughtered. They have more data here tonight too. So we'll see. And then again, remember how we were talking about them cutting rates last week? They didn't do it. So they're avoiding that rate cut. Tesla's going to be interesting. I mean, Tesla might go back to red again here today. But if it does close green, it'll be like its second green day of the year or something. But again, I am kind of worried on two segments. Again, one, Elon, if he gets more shares, the Elon selling, I don't know if it'll return or not, but it's pretty wild. You don't want to fly again after what happened on the way home? What happened? Scary as shit. What the fuck? What happened? TKO. I'd like WWE as like an investment in what they're they don't have debt. They have a lot of good things going on, but I don't know if I would put it in my long term. I haven't participated in UFC or WWE in a minute. Is it illegal if he says he wants voting rights and as soon as he gets it, he sells it? No, because he would be given the shares based on performance targets. So pretty much Tesla they're going to put out a new compensation plan and say how much he'll get paid in shares if they accomplish X amount of goals. He could sell it and do whatever he wants with it. You flew straight through the storm. 2 hours straight, people throwing up from us dropping so much in turbulence. Oh, hell nah. I'm out. I would not have been down. I would have not have been down. That is wicked. Dude, if people were throwing up, I've never been on a plane with people throwing up. I would have freaked out. Let's go. At least you made it safe, man. You made it back safe. Oh, damn. Bonds are back to September level? So look at that. You saw 20 people throw up. You were losing it. Did you throw up? What happened? Like, what did you do? That's crazy. This is why, yeah, y'all asking me to skydive. Y'all didn't see it? I got an email last night from Alexander. You know how we were talking about skydiving and shit? And I told you I may be down with a hot air balloon. He sends me literally over the weekend, 3 people died in a hot air balloon, bro. I didn't. I was freaking out about broke the seat, grabbing it so hard. Yeah, bro, that's not the business. It's not the business. I'm glad you're okay, man. I'm glad you're okay. That storm was crazy, though. There was even flooding in all these different places. Again, the snowfall. Did you guys see all the Teslas? Did you not see the Teslas that, like, people were abandoning their Teslas at the charger? So there's a line of Teslas waiting for the charger, and then some cars on the charger just abandoned because the weather got so cold they, like, froze. So they couldn't stay in the Tesla, and then the Tesla wasn't working as good. And then they just, yeah, they just let it there. They left it there. The charger's going to work for hours. It's okay, though. It's good for the environment. What? The cold front was crazy. Bonds are flushing. New low on bonds. SPY back to the Waller levels and now a little bit below where we opened. Again, NASDAQ went green at one point. You're back down to 0.3 on the NASDAQ, 0.4 down on the SPY, 0.57 down on the Dow, and then 0.9 on the Russell. And then you're back below 47.65. We could bounce above here. That'd be a good sign. But again, like we were saying, bonds are the only casualty and the dollar's rising up again. My SPY chart should not be frozen. No. We've slowly been working our way down since Euro close. You went a little higher, and then you dumped. Microsoft released Copilot Pro. $20 a month. Is that the AI thing, or is that like part of the whole business suite? Big flush. I mean, this isn't good if we do reject. And again, dollar up, bonds lower, SPY at a key level. I mean, I don't think any of this is good for the most part. Let's see. I don't get why banks, some of them did good and then they flipped around after the Goldman call. They were good, but they missed on the areas that the other banks did good on. So what JP Morgan, Bank of America, and all the banks on Friday did good on, the banks today all missed. Gold is flushing? Is that because of the dollar? Yeah, gold is flushing now, back to 2029. So remember, we made that flip the other day. This is now below that level. But yeah, gold is starting to come down again. Even Even oil. Yeah, yields and then bonds are just getting murdered, bro. Down 1.7 in a day is huge, especially with some of the bullish stuff over the weekend. I'm getting murdered on that bond play now, but I'm gonna hold it up for a little bit. I might want to get some gold, but let's wait. Remember last time it went below like 2018? That was on that day. We should have averaged down on that day, but for the most part, I'd give gold another $10 more minimum. But gold is flushing now. Gold is down 1.1. Back from a 3-year absence. Good to see you running the live. Yeah, man, how you been? Why'd you leave for 3 years? I hope everything's okay. Hope you get a long term, even if you didn't back then, man. The long term has been fire. We've still been doing the same thing there. Still been trading. Some good trades, some bad trades, but long term forever. I don't know. I think the dollar going up is what's killing gold now, too. Again, I think dollar, just once it starts rocketing back up, you start to get that pressure. And then, not to mention just some of the negative effects today, I think, from Boeing on equities in general. I only have 3 long-term. Well, build it out, baby. Build it out. I'm telling you. It's good. You got little by little. The beauty is you have time. You know, your long-term doesn't have to be huge. You don't have to have a bunch of names. It's not going to, it's not going to be all of your money. The idea is to grow it. So don't ever underestimate, like, little by little every month, man. That's the whole logic that we have, is that you could just slowly work it in and let it build out something, especially as you grow as a person, as your income goes up, and a lot of other things in life, just build it out little by little, little by little. Levels for the SPY, 47.65 on SPX. That's the one level. Otherwise, I was saying it here, we came right above this level and then right above this one here too, but 47.47 I kind of see as a danger zone. The last couple of days, in the last week, we kind of had some trouble there. So I do think that would be an important place to watch. Start doing 100 every 2 weeks. Nice. Again, some people could do weekly. I like monthly, but definitely if you want to be able to put in work, you could space it out every couple of weeks at a time. Mega SPY dump. Well, we'll see. Again, I think Waller, that one, bro, we were freaking out for a little bit. I think Waller's move, this is post-Euro sell-off. And again, Europe didn't do good. But again, last time Europe did good, we still sold off Euro close. So we'll find out. What learning material for someone getting into real estate investment? I mean, we've gone over a lot over the years. I got a couple videos. We even have a little bit at the thing, at our course. But, like, quite frankly, I just think common sense. I never read a book on flipping houses. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've shared a lot of stuff with you guys just through experience. But I really think common sense goes a long, long way. And that's where, just like, what I always tell people, if you want to get into you may have heard this, Brett, you've been here for years. But it's like, it just comes down to knowing what a value is in real estate, knowing how to compare a property. That's like the first place I think everybody should start, because if you could understand that, everything else after that point is easy. Everything else, you're going to be learning, it's how to generate leads, find houses. But again, I mean, you could get it through wholesalers. You could do the door knocking, the phone calls, all of that. But, like, I really do think common sense and just understanding value is like the simplest thing you could do. And that right there will take you a long way. But I've never really read a book on real estate investing in that sense. I've written stuff on it, but I've never really read it. It was just more, it always seemed natural, and then I got into it, and then over the years I learned this stuff, learned the scams, watch out for certain deals. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. But like I'm saying, it boils down to a common sense approach towards, like, how are you going to make money by buying something and selling it for more? But, like, how do you know what it's worth? It's making sure that you're able to comp that property and go through it. You've fallen down the barn dominium rabbit hole. I love them, bro. I want a barn dough. Those are dope. ZN new low, even ZB, man. What's a good way to know what you're looking at on the screen as a complete beginner? wanted to figure out before putting money in. So there's a couple things. I'll start with the end there because, you could see a lot on the screen, but if you have ears too, you could listen a lot. And one thing is, if you want to start off, just understand there's a difference between trading and investing, and you're going to do both. I would advise that you do both and separate them. And this is like a big thing we tell a lot of people here is just like get a long-term, have one account of stocks. Like, it doesn't matter what's on the screen. There's going to be stocks you need to buy and hold for 10 years minimum. And then when it comes down to trading, this screen's going to help you. So the top left is the S&P 500. So this is, in a weird way, the overall stock market. This is a simple way to look at what the overall market is doing. Even if you come up here to the top right where my mouse is, this is showing you every major index, even the VIX and bonds and how they're performing. I like to put in the bottom left, I use a bond chart. And then on these two charts, I switch off between things that are moving intraday. These are stuff you could trade, things that are moving, and then this right here is a high-low ticker, so it's telling you names that are going lower in real time and names that are going higher. If you see it bolded, that's a 52-week high in green, and then if it's bolded in red, it's a 52-week low. So it's like, this is what we do on an intraday. We're watching the market. I do have an emphasis on bonds and other things, and then we're kind of going through other stocks as they happen and as people call them out or as we see things moving, as news comes out. And then even this right here, this is a live news scanner that you could get here, and it's pretty much giving you real-time news as it happens. And sometimes it's faster than a lot of other places, but yeah, that's all we have. It's very simple, but like I'm saying, long-term, we have long-term accounts. This right here, this is a small long-term account that we created. So not only do we have stuff, we could trade, we made option trades today. I flipped oil futures. We did a lot of day trades and swing trades that we were holding, but this long-term, I've never sold out of it. I sold out of it once when we had one major dividend cut, and you could see, how do you pull it up? Yeah, it'll show you from like 2019, we just buy and save money and put it in here and let it grow. We have a small account for that and then a big account as well. But it goes very, very long way, Habibi. Very, very long way. But yeah, thanks for that. New here looking. Awesome. Well, I hope it helps. You let me know if you have any questions. But please get a long-term. I'm begging you. You have no idea, because it's one thing, like if you're new starting out wanting to trade, I want you to trade, but I also want you to never lose your money. And the best way is get a long-term, because from the moment you learn about stocks and trading, if you get a long-term, save 10% of your money and split them up. Never put those two accounts together. Never. I know they never say never, but you never say never, but like never put the two accounts together. Separate them. Have one account for trading, one account for the long term. And if the moment you learn about trading, you start investing in things for the long term, I'm telling you, a couple years from now, you will thank me. And you might even become religious, because you're going to be like, wow, that was a blessing. I can't believe it. Oh, my gosh, if I didn't, and then my life changed because the long term. Trust me, holding a long term from the moment you want to get into this trading endeavor, it's always good. And think about what I'm telling you to do. I'm not telling you to limit yourself. I'm literally telling you to save more of your money, have a budget, separate it, and then own stuff. All you're gonna do is own stocks. Like, it's your money no matter what. My sister had a difficult time understanding this, but eventually she realized it, and now, her account's up 20% after a couple of years, but she doesn't trade, but she enjoys it. She's able to see now where it's just like, it's your money still no matter what. I'm not telling you to go buy something that is going to be difficult to sell and get your money back, but it's very, very there. It's very, very good. It is very tempting to throw losers in the long term, so make sure you do go after, high quality names. There's a lot of names at all-time highs. I think you could still find quality that isn't as high, and that's definitely somewhere I'd be looking. But do it, man. Do it. Get the long term. Sister answers the example of buy and forget. It is, but it's funny because when she was new to it, she's still new to it. That's the funny part. She just knows how to sit there and do nothing. But then again, that's been very effective. But the thing is, when we first started, remember, she would complain about Uber. She would watch the news. She lives in San Francisco. She was like, Uber's a bad company. I hate it. I'm like, you're up 60% on Uber now, miss. You know what I'm saying? She didn't like it at first, but it's done good. And then remember, when the account went down, she started to get worried, even though it was a smaller amount of money. The ironic part was when her account was down, the account was less than half the size that it is now. But she was like, oh, well, she thought she was losing money. And I was just saying, I was like, you don't lose anything until you actually sell. And if your plan is to really hold for X amount of time, it's still your money. All of that money that account shows, it's your bank account more or less, and it's there. Insurers seek to exclude U.S. and U.K. ships from Red Sea coverage. Hot dog. So dollar's killing it, man. It's insane. So get the long term, baby, and it's a good one. I think Waller was overall bearish, but it was kind of, by the end of it, kind of neutral, but definitely, I mean, effect on the dollar, effect on the market, even bonds, overall negative. Very humble, much appreciated. I hope you do it, man. I really do. Again, most people in here, everybody has a different experience trading. But, you know, a lot of people, even with the long term, you know, some people started off slow and made mistakes with the long term. It's not like what I'm saying is the long term is not an easy journey. But if you do stick to the fact that it's a journey and in the long run, and, you know, you do play it little by little, and then you split up those accounts and balance it out, you know, it's going to teach you some good risk management. But it's like it's been a good thing for a lot of people in here. I definitely say we've had well over 4,000 or 5,000 people do it who are happy about it. You know, I know they still riding with it, and it's changed a lot of lives in that sense too. So just make sure you don't waste the opportunity of knowing about the stock market and not investing and holding from day one that you know about it, because that's free money, the way I look at it. You know, you invest your time, you put in time into trading, make sure you walk away with something that's going to be worthwhile. Where's the customer reviews? We don't really have reviews. Again, we don't sell the long term. I'll sell you updates intraday if you want to buy the stream alerts, but if you sit here, you could get it all for free, even the news wire. But the long term is free. You know, I spend money to send out those long terms alerts, but, you know, if anything, that's one thing I don't want a paywall on that at all. I want to make sure it's there, but I mean, the customers, I don't know what we'd call it. I don't know if we have reviews or not. I don't know how to describe it. It's free 99, but I mean, a lot of people, like I said, you could even throw it out there how many people love the long term or have gotten good things out of it. I'm sure they'll let you know. And if you get a long term, don't shut up about it. That's the next level of joining the cult. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Customize his family. He turned into Vin Diesel. Family. Long term means family. Anything for the long term. Can't live without it. I thought it was getting your real estate license. No, the long term is the long term account. So, like, where is it? I already showed you the TD. Here's the big one. But, like, remember, we started this years ago. That's it, because when I first started trading, there was only 60 people on here. When we started trading live, you know, we had like 30 to 60 people, and I would be trading, and then mother effers would be like, how you trade all day? What are you doing? You suck at trading. How you do this? Why are you doing that? And I just say, you know, and understanding, you know, a big part of my life. How do I pursue real estate? How do I spend, you know, thousands of hours a year streaming for free, doing certain things like this? It's like, dude, I've been invested in the long term for almost like 20 years now at this point. You know, I bought Amazon and Netflix and Meta and a lot of different companies when they were very, very low. And just by buying and holding, it has literally changed my life. So, you know, I try to explain it to people, and then they would even tell me well, you got lucky, you started back then. And I said, listen, let's start a new one right now. So when we first started streaming there, a little bit shortly after, we made a long term, and we said, we'll do this for YouTube, we'll document it, we'll hold this one for a minimum 10 years, and we'll see what happens with it. So we created all of these accounts. I did a big one, a small one, and then every couple of years, the market hits new highs, and everyone's like, I want one. My sister, so we started a new one. That one went down, and then it went back up. But the long term is, you know, real estate adds into it, but all that happens, all that matters is just you get a long-term and hold. And like I said, it's been a real life changer. So even then, when you look at it now, you're like a couple percentage points here and there. It may not seem like a lot, but like you don't know what's going to happen. And it just like things could go crazy. And then by the end of it, it's like at the very least, it'll keep you alongside of the world. You know, if things go crazy, things go up, there's more inflation, who knows, you know, you're going to be an owner. And above all else, I mean, that's a great step to financial freedom when it's all said and done. Josh is 21. He never ages. I wish, man. My hairline, bro, that's crazy. That's it, bro. I don't know if it's from the foot balancing. I don't know if I should tell you this. I just gave you like an inspirational, like motivational thing on the long term, but I don't know if I should throw this in here. You don't want to hear this, bro. You don't want to hear what I'm about to tell you. You don't want to know what happened to me, bro. I think it was a side effect of toe balancing or leg balancing, bro. Oh man, it was awful. And this is how I know I'm getting old. I texted my sister, you know, because she works in medicine, and she was just like, "Yep, you're getting old. This is what happens when you get old, man." I don't want to tell you, bro. I don't want to tell you. It's very embarrassing. Did y'all like the video? Y'all ain't like the video. I can't embarrass myself for under 1,000 likes. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll embarrass myself for like, give me like 70 likes. No, my knees I hurt my knees a while ago, bro. You don't want to know, bro. You don't want to know. Yeah, this one's embarrassing. You know, I'm glad I have a girlfriend. My girlfriend, she helped me with it too. But like, if I was single, I wouldn't be saying this out loud. The ladies would think I'm nasty. Oh wow, we got 1,000 likes real quick. Y'all really want me to embarrass myself, huh? Y'all, some of y'all live for this shit. All right, you ready? Bro, my sister said it wasn't it, but I think I got athlete's foot. Yeah. Bro, I just got a crazy rash on my toes. Dude, over the weekend, bro, my toes were burning. They just got all swollen and red. And I was like, what the fuck? I've never had this happen in my life. Bro, usually I got pretty toes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got nice feet. That's why y'all get creepy anytime I've had exposed feet on my camera. Bro, dude, I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, dude, it wasn't stinky, but like, dude, I just got these rashes. I got these rashes. I had to they went away for the most part, but my goodness, bro. Nah, bro, it was fucked up. Send some feet pics. I'll ask my doctor. Nah, man, it was crazy. Yeah, bro. That's it. Is it bruised? A little bit. I don't know, bro. I don't know if it was my shoes or something, bro. But, like, I've never experienced this in my life. It was another, like, aging health thing. And I was like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Don't get your feet around your girlfriend. Nah, she into weird shit, man. Because, like, I told you, she likes, like, popping pimples and shit, bro. She was like, don't worry, I know what to do. And she, like, came out with all of her, like, ointments and shit. She started rubbing shit on my feet, bro. I was like, wow. I was like, thank you. I was like, wow, that's crazy. She put, like, 5 different products on it. She was not scared of it at all. I said, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it could have been the puppy, bro. I think it could have been the puppy. I'm 33, everything going wild with the body. I don't know, man. Every year, bro. Every year, this shit be getting crazy. You better treat it. I did. I mean, it's going away now, but, like, I've never had to deal with that in my life up until now, man. If I started long-term today, I mean, go with companies you use on a day-to-day basis. I would look for blue chip, big names, and specifically for this year, since a lot of things have gone up, I would look for names that you really know about, are high quality, and are not higher than where they were at from last year, the beginning of last year. Not too much, because there's some names, again, we bought Pfizer the other day. That one's still negative from where it was down 50% almost from last year, so thought I would get it. Did you get shingles? Nah. Maybe that's what it was, bro. I didn't go to the doctor or anything, but I just had a crazy-ass rash. And I was like, what the fuck is this? It was pissing me off, bro. And I was like walking around Costco, and I was like, I can't walk anymore. I was like, this itch too much. I had to kick it, bro. I was like, this is bullshit. Apple and Amazon. Those are good names, but right now they're just kind of high. But if you do, I wouldn't be opposed to adding them. But right now with this year, with how much those names have run, I'm looking for names of similar quality that aren't up the same way they are. Jeppy, yeah, that was like the dividend ETF play, but I never added it. And then again, I think you can get better individual deals right now. But I've considered it. I mean, if it goes a little lower, I might want some more. But for the most part, I am kind of hesitant towards it. Bro, bonds are getting flushed on. That greedy short on the bonds would have hit. And then gold is still down. Where's oil? Bro, we had a great sell on oil, no? We bottom ticked and top ticked that, and it came right back down. $9.30 push-ups. Let's get it, baby. I was doing the foot balancing today still, too, though. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we had Waller last time. I gave you the warning, but we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh. Relax those eyeballs, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. You are not riding a dolphin. I don't know why you're sitting like that with your legs wrapped behind your computer chair. Come on, chest to the sun. Pick that chin up a little bit, baby. Drop the shoulders. Come on, some of you got trauma traps, okay? You got trauma traps. You need to relax the trauma in the shoulder. You're holding it all there, man. Come on, man. You got to relax. You got to relax, man. Relax a little bit, okay? Okay, you're good to go. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, just like that. Feels good, huh? Feels good. You see, relaxed? All right, man. Now get the body moving. Let's see where my resistance is. Resistance. I'm going to do the stretches, and then we'll do the balancing. It's good, though, I think, because I usually don't wear socks no more after those rashes, bro. I was balancing in the socks, and I think it made my feet sweaty. So I had to, got to make some adjustments. I'm sorry if this is too much for some of y'all. Forgive me. Well, you'll be good. You're not into J&J. I like them, but I don't have any, no. Ever since all that, like, what's it called? The J&J, the talc stuff. I like Procter & Gamble, though. Another Boeing flush? No way. Let me finish these. Oh. My goodness. And then where's Young Tilt at? Actually, when did these expire? 43 days on the bond futures. I'd suck, though. If bonds start to get washed from here, though, people are going to start freaking out. So, again, dollar and bonds, those could be your two things pointing downward in the market if those don't get better. All right, let me do it. The ticker for oil was /CL. It's an oil future. Can you hear me? I have to do the echo stretch. I'm going to call this one the echo stretch from now on. Oh. Echo! I'm quiet, but I'm stretching. Oh. There you go. There you go. Now we do 1 minute foot balance and we good to go. We good to go. All right, ready? Go. PayPal back to low. They got downgraded today. I like Disney in the long term. That one, it's kind of around the price we did, but that one, that's a name everybody knows about. A lot of people don't like it right now, but that is one that I added a few months ago, and it's around the price I bought it at, but I have them in my long term, the YouTube account. I do like that one. I'm a fan of Disney. Nat Gas. Nat Gas could be interesting. Again, I kind of wanted to play it at the bottom. I went with oil instead, but Nat Gas moves insane. So again, Nat Gas could drop another 10%, or it could rocket up another 10% and just leave everybody going crazy. You're one of those that don't like Disney. There's a lot out there. Don't worry. There is a lot out there. You're not the only one. I like Hershey's. It's up over the last couple of years, but that one's definitely there. So check it out. I made that dividend video if you want some of those. We just put that out just a couple of days ago. Okay, next leg. Damn, oil's back down negative to where we bought it. That's insane. I thought it was going to go up a little bit more. I'm very glad. That was a perfect flip on that one. Holy shit. That would have been so annoying if we held that. It went up 1,000 and went back to negative. The oil was /CL, so it's a future. If you're not familiar with it, I would paper trade on TD Ameritrade, but I was trading a future. So it wasn't an option. It wasn't a stock. So that's why, like, if you search the ticker, you won't find it's like it's not on Robinhood. I don't think you'll find it on Webull, but it's a future on oil. So that is the difference with that one. Baba MDB pop. Hold on, we got to finish this leg balance. We do PHILO? Yeah, man, we have been doing PHILO. You've been learning music? I hope it's been doing good. Oh, shit. I almost tripped, bro. I just ran into my heater. But, yeah, PHILO's been good. I don't think we're going to have a PHILO here today. We might, but we're going to have to see. MDB, yeah, they're up. MPW, 52-week lows. Disney's going up. Creative Market's bad, but honestly, shouldn't be pretty close to rock bottom. They own Diverse Entertainment. I think it's a name everybody knows about. They still make billions of dollars a quarter. It's not like they don't make money, but definitely Kathleen Kennedy. But this is what I like. They have bad things going on. Their movies aren't good. I think you're totally spot on with the creative department, but it just simply, I like it because it's a name everybody knows about. It's been around for 20, 30, 40, 100 years at this point, I think. And then, you're buying it at a price that it was at 10 years ago. So, again, in a world of inflation and a lot of other things, to get some high-quality assets at the price of nominal of what they were at not too long ago, I'm a big fan. So, like I said, a lot of people don't like it, and some people think Disney deserves to die even more, but I'm a big fan of Disney in the long term. I think it's a decent start. Weather and war, yeah. But even then, there was even worse weather, but there's a lot of that weather premium priced in to it. NG's back down to 10. Again, oil's at $72 again. Everyone's bearish today. I mean, there's rate cut odds. Everybody kind of more reality checks on the rates not going to be cut as fast. And again, from everywhere from Europe to even now Christopher Waller earlier today. And then again, that war and other conflict stuff been factoring in. But I just think rate cut odds. And then Boeing down a shit ton. That did not help sentiment, let alone the indexes in general. AT&T is deep value for the long term. I don't know. I think AT&T, they may have that risk with the lead, not pipes, but what is it? The lead wires. But I don't know. I think AT&T is kind of shit. I think Verizon's better, and then if you want to take risk, I think T-Mobile. But I'd rather take Verizon. I have AT&T. I have it on drip still, but I don't think I'm ever going to add to it. Again, T-Mobile, that's the telecom that's like ripping to the moon. But I think I'd rather take Verizon or T-Mobile over AT&T any day at this point. But both of them have their, like, Verizon and AT&T are more similar than not. I like O. I think we're up like 5% on it or something. So we got a slight gain, but I like their portfolio. I think this is just the OG REIT. Got a good history, and again, they own a lot of good things and good cost bases. I don't think they have that much affected by like mortgages. Like, I don't think they need to do the same type of refinancing as other ones. I like MO. MO is not MO. You could get growth, but it's really just stability in that dividend. I really like MO. MSTR. I mean, at this point, why not? You could just buy Bitcoin or a Bitcoin ETF, but I have no idea what MSTR does. I do and I don't. We've been asking for a long, long time, but yeah, I don't know. I think you could do better. I don't, unless if you could, or just buy Bitcoin. Like, fuck MSTR, fuck a ETF. Like, just go buy you a real ass Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? MPW. I think it's with rates. So again, I think the REITs, even O's down, but then MPW, it's just going to be a wild ride until earnings. NG getting dumped on now. So more lows on natural gas. Utilities, I'm not too big of a fan for those in the long term, surprisingly. Is Overstock in the big com category? Like never buying again? Maybe. I like them more. Big commerce, I'd probably never buy. AT&T, I'd probably never buy. They're just going to sit there. Overstock, unless it got like really cheap. That's about it. Does that have to go to 2.8? If it retraces all of that, that'd be insane. Because it's still relatively cheap. That's the crazy thing from like where it was, but it's just all it's moving on is weather. So if the weather stuff calms down, again, it's still kind of early, but if you get crazy here in January, I guess it's still kind of up there from October. But where it started when the weather first started to hit, I mean, it's already been a massive move on that. So you got to be careful with it. Damn, it's kind of the same price at the beginning of 2023. Yeah, and then never buy. I think Overstock has a little bit more life, but unless it got like super duper cheap again, I might just let it sit there. But definitely, I don't think I'll buy Big Commerce or AT&T ever again. And then Disney's going up here. Right now, Baba and Pfizer, those are the ones I'd be looking to get there again. Maybe even some more PayPal. We'll see. Vici. Vici's a good REIT. They have great assets. They're just high. I think that's the only issue. They did come down a little bit, but they might be one of the REITs still trading near like highs. Yeah, they've been an outperformer. But again, that's symbolic of what they hold. It's showing on maybe symbolic isn't the word. 14 months in the chat. Could have watched on lunch break. Thanks for all you do, Josh. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam, habibi. Ishkorak. What's this? Like the look of Verizon, good yield 6.8. It was yielding 9 not too long ago. That's the crazy part. But they have a good dividend history, I think, for the most part. Is Boeing dying again? Because those options keep going up. That's weird. It's not, but the out of the money options went up there. The spread was wider. Now it's only 1 cent spread, but they're up over 100% now. I think the video has to do with Elon's plans about AI products over the weekend. Maybe, if anything, though, I think it was just a wave of what's it called? I think it's a wave of upgrades on AMD. I want the Bitcoin ETF ruin things like BITO, MARA, and MSTR. Like, why would I invest in those instead of Bitcoin? See no purpose. Well, it'll definitely take money away from there, but people might still like those companies, right? Like BITO is its own like future ETF. MARA is a miner. MSTR is like a ghetto ETF, but it may attract the money away from there. But just like how there's gold, a gold ETF, gold futures, and then gold miners, people might invest in the miners just like it's gold. So some people might still be attracted. And then again, you've seen it with like AMC and shit. Once people kind of love a stock to trade, even they may never go away from it. So I don't think it'll kill them absolutely, but it's definitely going to change the landscape, to say the least. Nice low-priced miners. There's gold miners, now there's Bitcoin miners, and then that's pretty much it. But we'll see. I think they'll have the same dynamic. But that's why, too, though, like, just because the asset trades one way, it doesn't mean that the companies that deal with them are going to be good all of the time, more or less. That is the only risk. Boeing is not in my long term, no. You got Baba at your favorite number? What is it? 6969? Do you want to talk about it? Did something happen to you when you were younger? If that's your never mind. We'll leave it there. Y'all love this. That's not my business. It's not my business. I'm gonna leave it there. They got mansion with the off fossil finance? No way. Really? Dude, he's all up in his grill. Hey. He was trying to dance with it.
Fossil fuels, mention off fossil fuels.
Man, listen, all I know is just like, I guess I kind of look like him. I just look a little bit more foreign. They would have fucking tackled me so hard. This is bullshit. Look, he tried to dance a little bit.
Fossil fuels.
Hey. Look at, he did a little lip bite too.
Off fossil fuels. Off fossil fuels.
Is it bullshit? If I ever gotten any politician's face like that, are you kidding me?
As far as the greatest concern I have right
that's
now,
bullshit.
if you ask what's the greatest
Spitting on him without a mask.
it's the border crisis.
They would have banned me on YouTube for it too.
Off fossil fuels. Off fossil fuels. Mention off fossil fuels.
This motherfucker in the orange North Face. And he just like walks up to him. Hella creepy. I'd have kicked him in the kneecap.
Off fossil fuels. Mention off fossil fuels. 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 Guys. Off fossil fuels. Mention off fossil fuels. Time to go. Off fossil fuels. Mention off fossil fuels.
You too old for this, dog. You got the same bald spot as me. What are you doing, bro? He creepy. They all 20 years old, and then you got bald spot like, oh, fossil finance. He's trying to touch y'all. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it how it is. That's creepy. I saw way too many weird TikToks. Weird people out there, man. All right. That's crazy. Oh, fossil fuels, man. Why are they going after Manchin, though? Manchin already caved. It's not like, I don't think he's going to be, like, determinant on any factor. My goodness. That's good, though. As long as they don't do it to Powell anymore. You know, that was sad when they would do it to Powell. They almost clap Powell. They always get up in the... Why do they, like, try to get as close to the politician as possible? They're like, I want you to be worried. But we ain't going to do anything. I just want you extremely worried. The news, yeah, Boeing got a big downgrade. Some people are saying it was a very low price. I didn't get any info on that, but again, just more issues all alongside that stuff. Keep the same energy for private jets. I know, right? But hey, man, all fossil fuels. Fossil finance, fuels, Jay, I don't know. The yen, I think it's getting clobbered just because the dollar, not as much. Again, it started with the earthquake bringing it down, and then people saying the earthquake isn't going to change the updates. But next week, we have the Japanese thing, so we're going to find out. But if anything, I think it's holding up pretty decent. Short term, it's clapped, but longer term expectations on the yen are still actually pretty anchored for now. But I do think it's going to depend on the dollar at this point. Again, even the euro and a lot of things are getting clapped there if the dollar keeps going up. So I do think there's a less likelihood about an update here on the next meeting, but I do think the next meeting here in a couple weeks may help it out, or a week, literally next week will help it out. And then as long as the dollar doesn't go up, it'll hold these prices. But if the dollar keeps going up, I think the yen could get clobbered. Airbus makes planes. That's the only other big manufacturer, but they're not U.S., so everyone's kind of like awkward about how they only support Boeing. It's quite interesting. It's going to fill the imbalance to 150. Well, I'm not looking at it for a technical perspective, so I couldn't say. You know, I think the yen, all it has to do with is that policy shift. And then again, if, you know, you have the strongest currency in the world or the biggest getting stronger, that's going to kind of either add a headwind or a tailwind depending on how it moves. But I think it could go as weak as possible, or it could start to re-strengthen again. But I mean, 150 even worse. So it just all depends though on it all depends on what's actually going to happen there. But next week you'll get a big move on the yen in either direction. Abivi refuses to die. I know, bro. Abivi. Oh, Hawaiian Airlines, big dump. HA, bro. You're down 10% in one candle. I'm checking news on that. I don't see anything yet. Yo, HA, huge dump on that. Wall Street has some rays of sunshine. Nope, cloudy quarters. Bro, what the hell? Remember, it's a cheap stock, so be very careful on that one. Because it's cheap, it's going to be a lot harder to snake there. Yeah, and it's already a low quality. Honestly, options are going to be a little bit more difficult on that. JetBlue save also halted. Uh-oh. Keith Keo. What's up, baby? Good morning. JetBlue and save also halted. Again, big drop on HA. I don't have any news on that. That's the only one trading. Watch the other airlines. See if they move. They're allowing the merger? Maybe. Where's the other one? But wait, shouldn't ALK go up then? Yeah, well, there you go. Did Alaska get halted, or is that trading still then? Because remember, what's the price for Alaska? It should be a lot higher on that. I made a play on Alaska. I'm going to gamble with $50 on that one. Oh, those are fucking far out the money. I'm a cuck. Hold on. But I think ALK should go up. If that's, I'm gonna take the assumption. I did ALK 37.50s January 5 cents. I grabbed 10 of them. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. But again, if that'd be the only thing. If they did let the merger go through, Alaska should get a pop off of that. But the 37.50s are like super far out the money. I didn't really realize it. Deal must have fell through. Let's see, Alaska. Oh, but that sucks. Alaska was the one that had the, that got clapped from everything. I don't know. If we could get a pop off that, that'd be nice, but I don't know. Yeah, those options won't even move. So be very careful on that one. I put $50 down. How much would it go? I don't know. Again, I think last time there was good news related to it. ALK was at 39. So, but $37 in a week. I mean, again, remember, ALK is getting murdered off of all this bad news here. And I don't know the news. I'm just guessing. So that's the only other thing that's probably negative about that play. So we'll see. If we get an update and that thing pops up, we'll find out. I think they're going to, either the merger is going to go through or it's not. Because, again, JetBlue and Save went up. Where's JetBlue, though? I think that's another one. They're cheaper, but they're still kind of holding the buyout price. Yeah, nobody knows the news yet, but everyone's kind of assuming. So, again, it's already circulating that people are bringing this up, but nobody knows what it is. Save tank. JetBlue's starting to go up a little bit more. Save is halted still. They dropped 10. ALK is just holding in the middle there. Tesla, what's the other one? Hawaiian got murked. NCLH on the high. And then SPY going down, so are the bonds too. JetBlue, another one. Yeah, JetBlue's just dancing around. It's still up 7. Again, that one's a little cheaper. What isn't the buyout price like $16 if it goes through or something? Or is that AOK? Which one is it? So many of them. Again, bonds still going lower. Yeah, Hawaiian quickly falls 16. JetBlue erases drop up as much as 8. Spirit halted for volatility after 11% plunge. Hawaiian's up now? Oh, no shit. Look at that. And then AOK is coming down. So we will see. Is it 18 for Hawaiian? Oh, that one, that makes more sense. Yeah, but they were still kind of holding here. Yeah, Hawaiian is the one. Yeah, AOK HA was 18. Save was 28. Here out of JetBlue. Conservative Deputyman Anderson and Clark Smith have resigned from Conservative Party positions. I don't know. They had Conservative Party. And then oil's still down. Bonds are getting murdered. Mada Shirot. What's going on? The airlines? We don't know yet. Nothing's been confirmed. Damn, save. Whew. Down 46%. I think they halted it again. I think it opened up and halted again. Oh, my gosh. Bro, it's down 46. Yeah, they halted it again, bro. I don't even think it's trading. So they have to be backing out of that deal. There's no freaking way. And then JetBlue, they're still up. Again, Hawaiian, still kind of holding up here. Again, I don't know if there's any real winner out of this. I think... who was not ALK, JetBlue, Save. I think they're all down now. JetBlue's the only one that's doing good. And again, JetBlue had earnings. Save is not getting saved. That's crazy. Mahalo, baby. Hawaiian Airlines. Mahalo. Humble business with the mahalo, baby. Aloha and mahalo. God bless you. My man. Humble business. Shukran, Habibi. Shukran. Somebody in chat saying Spirit Airlines tumbles after judge blocks sale to JetBlue. So that could be it, man. Again, we were assuming without a doubt, but my goodness. So the deal may have been might have got rejected. Spirit deal blocked by judge on antitrust grounds. Yep. Getting some more confirmation. Where were they at before any of that news? Dude, should they be down this much? I don't know if they should be down this much, though. That's the crazy part. That safe candle's real. They're down 46%. But, like, they didn't even have, like, a premium run-up from the buyout stuff. That's why I'm like, why is it down 40-fucking-6% right here? That doesn't make any sense at all. They going to go bankrupt? Are they? Are you sure they're at risk of going bankrupt? Because, dude, I don't know, man. But then wouldn't somebody... I guess nobody else could buy them then. Oh, I guess they were still kind of clobbered from 2020. Airlines had argued merger is necessary to complete. JetBlue would go up on it. That's why they're running up right now. So they're not spending the money. Shareholders like it. But then again, now it's coming down. Maybe you lose some of the business combination. And then AOK, that one was a dud. There's no way. They're going to go bankrupt? Spirit saying they can't compete without merging. Spirit's like, all right, we'll take the Boeings without the doors. It's fine. We'll patch it up. It's fine. We'll call it a new convertible plane. Salvage title. Yalla, give me the salvage Boeing. Yalla, give me good deal. Why not? We'll take it. No. We'll take it. Come on, yalla. Don't play game. Don't play game. Come on. We need to make a flight. Yalla. What the fuck? I wonder if they found the floor. I kind of want to play it. I feel like it's an overreaction, but then the bankruptcy stuff might get in everybody's way. But that's a huge drop. Netflix on the low. Have you ever seen the Boeing with the suicide dogs? That's no, okay. It's kind of, that's why they don't call them that anymore. Didn't they buy a bunch of brand new Boeings? I don't think they have. Well, they may have ordered them, but they don't have as many in service. And last time I was on a Spirit plane, it was a Boeing, but it seemed old as shit. I didn't mind it though. I told you. I think everybody has been brainwashed to not like Spirit. I took a $20 flight or a $40 flight, and I enjoyed it. I was actually quite happy with it. So I'm not too much of a Spirit hater. I think people hate Spirit just to look cool, but I'm like, just because you hate on them, it does not change your financial situation, good or bad. So y'all, I don't know why y'all hating on a very, very affordable flight. They charged me $4 for a water though. It sucked. It was like I was getting hella cotton mouth on the plane. I wasn't feeling too well, and I was like, all right, man, I need water. I Apple paid $4 for a Dasani water bottle. I'm not going to lie to you, but the rest of it was like 10% of my flight cost, but it was good. I didn't take a bag. You don't need to take a bag. You should have flew with somebody else. That's your fault. You see, I don't know why. You knew what they were going to do. Yeah, they got Apple Pay. I Apple paid that shit. $4 for Dasani is crazy. It is, man. I feel. Oh, save 630. Is it halted again? Oh, they're letting it trade down 57% now. So there, bro. I think it has not been this low. This is like lower than COVID. Bro, that's insane. 580. Bro, is this thing going to go bankrupt? There's no way. This can't be possible, is it? I'm buying 200 shares at 580. Let's see what happens. $1,000. I don't know is anybody even trading this? It's not even moving anymore. Did it get halted? Market cap at 700 million. It let my trades go. I bought 200 shares at 586. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm gonna throw $1,000 on that one. That makes no sense unless it's really going to go BK. But they have to, somebody going to block. Maybe Shanghai Airlines is going to buy them if it's antitrust, if an America company does it. Airline going BK, not on my 2024 bingo card. Yeah, I don't know, man, but you never know. I remember hearing about their struggling financial position, but I bet you they just said that so the judge would approve it. They're like, oh man, if you don't approve this, we can't pay our bills. Please let this happen so we all get a fat bonus, please, and everybody stop making fun of our planes. But then again, I remember, I don't think they've had good earnings as of late. I think it's just they're trying to fake it like it's a child support hearing or something. Not shares for the long term. Calm your ass down. I grabbed 200 shares at 586 for a flip. I can't believe it let me go. The volume seems really low. Am I tripping? Dude, the volume was only 1 million, so only $6 million traded on this. Even 300, that makes no sense. That's 150 grand. Am I tripping right now? Or is this... Yeah, bro. I don't know how I even got the shares, but this doesn't seem... Even if it got halted, though. But, dude, this thing just got a 60% haircut on less than $6 million traded. And it lowered its market cap by over $700 million. And then speaking of which, Bowen's like, save me. And like, no, man. Your planes are consistently bad. Oh, shit. Those other Boeings, though. 26 cents? Yalla. That's 200% now? We'll take it. Save down 160. Well, I got shares of it. Let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky on the unhalt. But that makes no damn sense. And then ALK. That one's not moving at all. So that one would have been the dud. But then we grabbed the saves. So we'll see what that does. Did I see the orcas? I saw a video of orcas in Newport Beach, but I didn't get to see them with my eyes. I've been scared of the ocean ever since there was a baby tsunami in California. I ain't been trying to play with the ocean like that. You know, I ain't trying to fucking meet Little Mermaid's dad and shit. Fuck that. I don't want the specter, the spear, whatever, man. They nice to humans? Nah, man. Orcas are vicious. Have you ever seen an orca compilation? I have. If you haven't, you should check it out, bro. Orcas are vicious. Have you ever seen them with a seal? They just, like, toss them around before they kill them just to mess with them. Yeah, bro. Orcas are awful, bro. They got highlight videos. If you haven't seen an orca highlight clip, bro, oh, dude, they're vicious, man. They're vicious. I don't mess with the orca. You like, oh, they nice to humans. Nah, man, I don't trust that. I barely trust humans. Why would I trust the orca who says he likes humans? Cap. They are plotting. I agree. At least somebody got a brain in here. Exactly. They're literally plotting. If you don't see that, nah, man. You saw Shamu. You saw enough of SeaWorld. You said, fuck this shit. And then you guys are like, oh, SeaWorld's bad. Finally. All it took was one orca acting like himself. He went crazy. Save went down because the judge blocked the deal for them to get purchased by JetBlue. I heard if there's orcas in the water, you don't have to worry about sharks being present. I rest my case. Even even Jaws is terrified of the orca. That's it. We just branded and marketed orcas as friendly, stuffed animals. And you telling me even the sharks are like, nah, bro, I'm out. Even come on, bro. All right, we're off. We're off. It's already been more volume on that buy candle, but it's kind of struggling. I'm up a little bit on the play, but let's see how this plays out. That's the most volume so far. See if they end up halting it up, but that's it. Save just got their buyout rejected for antitrust reasons. My goodness. AKA killer whales. They got killer in their name. How crazy. All the sellers are gone. That was well, we'll see, man. Again, people are going to be throwing that bankruptcy risk around. We'll see how it ends up playing out. But my goodness. All right, we got a game. Damn, almost a dollar. I got 10% already on the shares. Not so bad. That's so crazy that little ass move is 10%. What the hell is happening? Again, that's more volume on these two candles than what brought it down 50%. That was absolutely insane. That little green is 10%. I don't understand it. I'm like, what the fuck? I got 10%. Woo! Now I got 13. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. That looks so small. I would be so mad if this was anything else. It'd look like a baby move. I'm trading Save. We bought the dip. We bought it right before the haul. I got in at 585, 200 shares. So I'm up 15% on that now. Very small trade, but it's already kind of working out here. So let's see, man. Maybe it gets up to 8, but that's literally 14% off of the bottom in the last 3 minutes. It's pure panic. Yeah, bro, even the shares don't make any sense. I'm telling you. It just dropped 60% for no reason off of a very small amount of volume. But let's see, are they halting it on the way up yet? All right, it's starting to run up here a little bit more. Oh, we might be able to sell the calls. You genius, you. Look at you. I could sell 2, get back $50. Let me see. Oh, what? No, if that's real, hold on. Oh, one of those. Oh, did they halt it? Fuck. Hold on. I might be able to scam the option chain. Oh, I just saw one. I was about to scam the shit out of the market maker. I can't tell you though until it opens up again. Cuz I don't want him to hear me. He might. Oh, dude, no. There was a fucked up option on there. I was about to destroy it. Oh. And then it got halted. Then it disappeared. I'm up 20% though. Not bad. 230, almost $1, literally $1 per share almost. Or a little bit more than that. 585 to 7. That's insane. Spirit saved down 60 after a judge blocked a deal. That little ass move is 20%. My goodness. I didn't get to make the play. I'm doing good on the shares. We might be able to get a good one on the options here. I'll show you once it opens back up, but we'll see. But in the meantime, I need to go pee while it's halted. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, I love you. God bless you. I will BRB, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Is this the ESG angle over the Bitcoin overlay? And what does that really mean, given Bitcoin has not been known to be the most eco-friendly?
Well, obviously, I can't really speak a lot about the strategy, but in our view, those two asset classes are very similar in some sense. They're both new asset classes, and they offer, exposure to clients for a lot of upside down the road.
Okay, so a lot of blue sky there. Let's talk about how big this arena could actually get, because again, we talk about the fact that there's about a dozen spot Bitcoin ETFs out there. There's plenty more S&P 500 ETFs out there. How big do you think that the spot Bitcoin industry in the U.S. could actually become?
Well, I think the estimates are about 40 billion in inflows over the next 1 year. And if we use Canada as a playbook, we saw about $1 billion in AUM within the first month of inflows, and Canada is about 40 times smaller market than US. So I think 40 billion, it's about a realistic estimate that we're going to see here, and that obviously will put some price pressure and hopefully, decrease the volatility.
Maybe decrease the volatility as Bitcoin goes mainstream. I want to talk a little bit more about Bitcoin price. Since you think about what happened last week, I think a lot of people within the cryptocurrency community were surprised to see Bitcoin fall in the days after the ETFs were launched. How are you thinking about the dynamic between these products now being available and what we're seeing in the actual price?
Well, I think it will take time before we see more of a mainstream adoption and before we see it on the distribution channels of the usual Wall Street players. But I think over time, I'm in a camp of 100,000 Bitcoin price, and that affects the whole digital asset space, right? We saw Ethereum going up and already pricing some possible Ethereum spot.
You would still have to double, though, to get to 100,000. And in the advent of the spot ETF, you still saw a decline.
Bro, I love all these people that Bloomberg brings on about Bitcoin, and they all just say crazy high Bitcoin prices, and then Bloomberg's like, what the fuck?
If you have 40 billion of inflows and a limited supply of Bitcoins,
they should have asked them before they put them on. I wonder if they did, but every person they're bringing on is like 500,000 to 1 million.
What about about Ethereum?
$100,000
you did
tomorrow.
See some pressure on Bitcoin in the days right after the ETF, but you did see some optimism in Ethereum. How soon do you think it will take the market to move on quickly to that next ETF for a different crypto asset?
Every mother effer on Bloomberg
I think the
has
Bitcoin,
set a minimum six-figure
ETFs
target.
Have been a
I think
great
the average is like 275.
And will open the door for probably a little bit of a quicker
275,000.
New coins wrapper ETF.
Yeah, bro. One dude said 250 to $1 million.
The first one,
I'm like, that's a large ass range, sir. We're
Europe
accepting offers
example,
on the property
some,
between 250 and $1 million.
ETFs like Cardano and Polkadot.
$1, $1,
So it'll be
$1.
interesting to see what else comes out there.
Here, baby.
Well, when we think about what could be next, now that we're past.
What's up, Kev Dog? How you living, man? You see that save, Kev Dog? I say, why is ANSS dropping, bro? You're worth 360. I did the math, sir. I did the math. Oh, unless Synopsis is dropping. I always add an extra S. Yeah, Synopsis fell. That makes sense. No, we didn't do PHILO. I don't think we're going to have a PHILO today. I got a couple there, but I think I'm going to save it here. You know, it's already Tuesday, so we're going to have to get it towards the middle of the week. Oh, and then Save is back open. Oh, they fixed the option chain. Effers. Hold on. Damn it, bro. Damn it. There was a jackass there. I was going to take it. No, we're good, though. We got 300, bro, almost $2 a share on that. That is insane. Oh, come on. No, dude. There was an option super far out of the money with $4 on the bid. I was going to sell it and get all of my money back and then hold the shares with like double the price target there. That's crazy. I'm up 25% though. So that one's working for now. Oh, dude. What a scam. Bro. No. I wanted that. I would have done a covered call and then we would have had those shares for free. Oh, yeah. We got it off the bottom. We literally bottom ticked it. 580. So it's doing good. 27% so far. Let's go. Give me a little more, Habibi, a little more. Still down 50%. That's the crazy part. Again, more volume coming in on that. Come on. Damn, those last sold for 7. No. All right, it's kind of getting a little resistance at 750 here. See if it goes crazy or gets halted again. It needs its first dip, too. It hasn't really, again, ever since those little stupid drawdown halts, it hasn't, like, gone too crazy. You can't see anything on this chart. You got to pull it up on TOS if you really want to see, like, the intricate moves with it. Like, you could see a lot better here versus the other one. But it's just holding 750. Don't tell me it's halted again. Okay, coming down a little bit. The $17 has a bid at like 10 cents. It just depends which one, man. But like, no, all of those options, dude, they forgot to update them. There's one right now with $1 bid on January, but then again, that's not as much. You can still guarantee some, but like the other one was going for $4, $5. I could have got my whole investment back and held the shares for free. That's why I was like, oh man, and then it got halted right when I was about to do it. It was a $15 option. Spirit, they rejected the merger. So it's coming back down though. Watch out. Maybe all those gains will be short-lived for now if it comes back down. Otherwise, we'll see. Because remember, everyone's debating now whether or not it's bankruptcy risk or not. I did think it was a little bit of an overreaction, but let's find out. Some of the other airlines came up, and again, Disney, and then SPY went up to VWAP and then sold back out. What scammers? 707. Boeing new lows? No way. Yeah, bro, those Boeing plays 9 cents into 27 now. So those are actually, I'm going to make more on that one than the shitty one. That's crazy. Say, I love you too, man. I hope you're doing good, Isaiah. So back to like 710. Again, it was just at 750. It's moving a ton. That's the crazy part. It doesn't look like much because of how it moved, but I mean, you're literally moving 10. This is 10% again. This is 15%. This is another 20. And this is 10% down. So like you're moving all over the place on this one. It's actually kind of wild. There's only 110 million shares outstanding. Really? Maybe that's why 6 million shares had such an effect, but I could double check. Yeah, 109 million. Holy shit. So it's not that many shares. But we'll see. Again, if there's real material bankrupt risk, it's going to get shitted on, but as of now, again, that 580, it dropped 60% on 2 candles. We had to take it. You grabbed 100 at 580, dumped at 7. Good work, baby. Good work. That's a nice 20. That's a little bit more than 20%. I didn't get to spend lunch, but you got audio only. Hey, man, get that grind in. You know what I'm saying? Back down to 7. A lot of random events here today, man. So much. And then Boeing, I wish we did it. Should we buy Spirit? I wouldn't go for no shorts. Again, you should have bought it at 580. That one was easy. But, like, it still had that risk. But let it dance around. I'm not really thinking any big short squeeze idea. Again, the volume is just super weird, but it don't even trade volume like this. Even leading into this, bro, it's been a while since anybody has traded hands on Spirit like this. So it's coming back down, though. Again, that's down now 13% from this little top candle. We're up 30. Now we're up 18%. Still $1 a share, though, a little bit more. Alaskan Airlines, United extend MAX 9 cancellations through Wednesday. Okay, that one didn't work out. Again, Boeing is right near the low of 200. Microsoft break even. They were holding up in the morning. 43 months down, we ride until the rapture, baby. Wow, I've never heard that one. I'll take it, baby. Ride until the rapture. Let's go. God bless you, Oscar. Shout out all the Oscars out there. Is it save news on Blue? I think everywhere has it by now. Again, we had it like before we knew what was going on. We made some assumptions, and then it was just kept getting halted lower. So we bought the play after the news, but then it just kind of had this pop. But now I'm sure the next is just going to be everybody debating on what's going to happen next with them. It's actually hard. Riding until the rapture. I know that go pretty hard, man. I'm down with that. And then what time is it? 10:30. Give it a little bit. Volume, I don't know. I haven't even checked, my friend. Decent, 43 million, and we're at like, we still got what, 2.5 hours left? So pretty decent. It's better than some of these. We're going to do more volume than the last couple of days. Again, there's just a lot going on. Then bonds and dollar, I would say, are probably the big stories of the day, not to mention Boeing and AMD. Coin dump. HA, it dropped to $11. Buyout is 18. It may not go through. Again, if they're going to reject Spirit and JetBlue, I mean, I think it makes sense that they could get clapped too. But then again, it's like I don't know what's going to happen, because it's like if some of these companies, if the judges are rejecting these deals, like what if Save is going to go bankrupt? Like, what does that mean? A foreign company would have to buy them out, or like it's kind of confusing when you think about it. Bitcoin butterfly. If you know where it's going to end up, hell yeah. That's it. The only issue with butterflies is if you don't know where it's going to end, that is your risk. Citizens will bail them out. You mean everyone's going to buy save? The dollar is terrifying. Again, dollar started off all year. The dollar is the best performing asset, I think. If Bitcoin drops, if crypto as a whole drops 1% after today, and then the dollar's up, right now to start off the year, starting week number 3, it's literally like straight up, we are getting the dollar as the number one up there. Coal Air. They have too much debt, probably. That's the only issue. You could buy out the company cheap now, but that debt. But then again, wasn't JetBlue paying a premium for them? Save goes from LA to Vegas for $20. Hell yeah, this is not bad. All right, I'm only up 12% on the shares now. Maybe we should have took the top tick on that. Save could be the new GME if retail gets involved. I don't know how shorted it is, but damn, that was quick, y'all. Y'all like it. That's it. Y'all went from what's going on to it's the new GameStop very quickly. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm down. I just like the shares at that low price there. I think it was a big overreaction, but I don't know if I could make a claim that it's the next GME or something of that nature. But I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. We'll get updates on. Price target 1,500. What? A&F. SPY's coming back up here again. Bonds, they're trying to recover a little bit. Dollar still just molly-whopping everything in sight today. On EBS. I like them. Again, they've recently went up on that government distribution deal, I think. But other than that, though, they kind of just like, I think they should trade more, but they just keep getting dumped on. So, I mean, I've flipped it out anytime it's gone up. What was the other one? There's another. I think we flipped it a couple of times. So, be careful with it, but I would flip out of the pops more or less. But once they do get the ball, if they could turn around the ship, it has some upside. I really do like what they offer. The one book, Richest Man of Babylon, then The Strangest Secret in the World, and then Proverbs, New Living Translation, if you want the easy version. Those are some good books I like. Up next, Save splits into Ape Airlines and Meme Air. What if Adam Aaron bought Save? See, that would at least be better. If these motherfuckers stop buying gold mines and then making $50 million a year off y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if he bought Spirit Air? That would make sense, dude. He'd be like, now you could watch movies while flying. But then, he'd charge you a bunch of weird stuff. Man, that'd be crazy. They'd offer popcorn on a plane. Like, they'd be like, no peanuts. It's popcorn. You get popcorn. For $4.99 a month, you have to do it monthly. We'll let you skip the line. That'd be good. That'd be good. Southwest, I don't think they have any news. I think Southwest, they're just out of all the drama. They're just killing it. Maybe less competition. They got nothing to worry about. Southwest just staying in their lane. And where's Bobo's going low? The premiums drop, though, as it goes lower. You damn scammers. Okay, we're back up to 20 on Save. Bro, these moves are wicked. So that's another 10% back up. You don't see it, but like this, it's so tiny, but these moves are gigantic. Oh, Boeing, Flushing. Dude, the options went lower. What scammers? Remember, I was just telling you, those options were just under 30 cents. Boeing flushes 50 cents right there, and then now the options went down. My goodness. But below 200, we should have held those ones in the money, man. My goodness. My goodness. They are scamming heavy. That's why I sold out of Boeing early. I was like, they're going to scam. And now they let the last one go lower, and now they're scamming. Bobo, Lolo, YOLO coming in. I think just all day why they're flushing. Just the downgrade news, and then, I mean, obviously a door flying off a plane. That's not going to help you out in most instances. The market makers, you would be up like 5K. Oh, well, thanks, man. Thanks for reminding me. It's cool, man. I'm glad. I know somebody made 5K for me in here, though. But I'm glad. I walked away with like $700, which I can't be too mad. It was like a $100, $200 investment. But could have had a lot more. No, I would have had $1,500, not $5,000. Man, you've been on a roll. Xavier, last like 48 hours, you've been like quoting the Bible to get me to jump out of a plane and then telling me my gains would be 4 times larger than they were to give me FOMO, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, you've been a great addition here with all your positive comments, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. Xavier's he's been coming in heavy. Kev Dog picked up a $5 call on what? $5 on what? The Chad Fax? Yeah, the Chad Fax is real. Chad Fax is real. All love. I'm going to say cap. I'm going to say cap to that one. I've been in high school, okay? I've went to high school. I survived high school with flying colors, actually. So I know how this one works, man. Did I ever tell you the story when I got my Prelude? I got my Honda Prelude, and I was so excited. And I had this car, and like some of my friends, they didn't even have cars yet. And I this was my best friend at the time. I didn't know, but I learned. I remember. And all he would do is like right when I got the car, he would just open up the door. I was so excited I got this car. And then he would just open it and be like, "Do you hear that squeak?" And then he would just keep making the door squeak. And then he would laugh at it. And then he was like, "Oh, it's a cool car, but the door squeak, man." I'm like, "Man, this is bullshit." I learned that. He said it was all love though at the time. I learned to realize. I was like, I don't know if that's all love, man. I don't know, but it's cool. It's cool, man. Sectors most exposed to disruption from Red Sea. Reuters, global companies are dealing with rising supply logjams, the ongoing Iran-backed Yemeni Houthi militants in Red Sea, which have disrupted the flow of shipments through the Suez Canal. How did someone come up with the phrase "pass with flying colors"? F-350, don't squeak. Man, again, you're back to 20% on safe. 20%. I would like it to go a little crazier, but we got a good gain on it so far. Have you been posting videos for over 10 years? I think I may have had a video in 2014, but not like as actively. I've only like actively posted videos from like 2018, 2019. Again, I posted a couple Bitcoin videos in like 2016, but close. I'm getting there. You know, eventually I'll be there, God willing. I mean, if you would count my first Halo montage, then yes, I have. For well over 10 years. You know, I'll show you guys one day, but I have a Halo montage. Like, I was really nerdy as a kid. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I didn't get into finance and, like, if I didn't make a fucking bag in financial markets, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would have totally been a pro gamer. Yeah. Oh, I have. Dude, my montage was ill though too. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I was one of the first people to. I was putting out montages before like people were streaming on Twitch. So like I definitely had a career there. But I'll show you my montage one day. It's dope. It's really, really dope, man. It's really, really. No, this was before COD trick shots. I'm talking like Halo 2, Halo 3 montages. Like you had to make an effort to capture it, bro. This is like you only posted it on forums. You know what I'm saying? No, I knew Walshy. Walshy was the homie back in the day, bro. I was young. They didn't like me until my voice got deeper. It was so that's what I hated about gaming online, bro. Because I used to sound like one of those, hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up? I used to sound very young, and then one day, bro, it went from sounding really young to like people started calling me an old man. I cried once. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I was maybe like 12 or 13. And then somebody like called me an old man, and they just kept roasting me. And I was like, I'm not an old man. I'm not old. And I was trying to explain to them that I'm young, and like they just kept saying, because I went through puberty pretty early in that sense, but I never got taller. It was fucked up. But yeah, they like it was a sad moment, bro. You don't know, because like I was a real identity crisis. I was like, that's not me. And they're like, you old man. You probably live at home. You're 40. I'm like, what the fuck? Middle school. Oh man, that was messed up. Yeah, 10 years later, now I can do this. Look at this. Yeah, who's the old man now? Me, motherfucker. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. What happened to Save? They were running a 60% off the stock promotion today. So if you add bags, it goes up in price. But if you wanted it, one-way trip, save on your stock price, they offered a nice 60% promotion. So not too bad. No, the judge rejected their buyout deal for antitrust reasons. $13 hairline going on $40. Man, when I was 13, I had beautiful hair. Even up until I was maybe 17. Then, after all the lineups, my hairline got pushed back a little bit. But, I thought I was going to have beautiful hair forever. I didn't understand this whole hair loss thing. But that one crept up on me. The sweet spot for how long you should. It all depends. It all depends on the movement, the stock, how scammy the market is, So there's no real sweet spot, but I try to set a goal. I mean, the sweet spot is a gain. That might make, like I said, even Mother Effort's trying to FOMO me on the play that I called out for everybody that went up almost 1,500%, but I sold out very early. We still got our 500-600 off of it, but at the end of the day, I'm happy because you should look at options as not going red. Does that make sense? Because it's just that is the sweet spot of an option, is making sure it doesn't go red. That's why, depending on how much time is left, how it's moved, how much time you still have, how close to the money, how in the money, all those factors, it's that's what I'm kind of more worried about than anything. So I think the sweet spot is just making sure you get a gain on the play to recoup some of your money, all of it, if not walk away with more, and then on top of it, just walking away with a W. So, don't ever underestimate that. Because, again, options, especially the shorter-term ones with how they move, it's very easy to be like, damn, that one play would have made everything for me. But it's not going to happen like that every single time. And sometimes it will, but you got to find your sweet spot in terms of, hey, is it, what are my odds of walking away with money versus not? Because that's the only outcome, is the way I kind of look at it. You either win or you lose. So everything in between is just stuff to mess with your head, more or less. You're too dumb to understand options. No, man. If anything, I would say you're too smart, because I've seen some dumb you know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot in the option world. So, nah, man, I don't ever think too dumb is something that'll keep you out of it. You know what I'm saying? If anything, I think you're too smart. You're probably overthinking it. You're probably thinking a certain way, but, nah, definitely, I don't think too dumb will stop you from a derivative. You're like, what the fuck's a derivative? There's a guy who don't know what a derivative is. He's like, I love options, but what's a derivative? I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Why are we flushing? Because we just popped off of nothing, and then we dropped, and then popped off of nothing once again. But seems like we're just holding the negative bias of the day. Strong dollar, rate cut odds all over the place, hawkish Waller, all that good stuff. No big reds, but just consistent, just like couple minute swings up and down. Pop, lock, and drop it. Pop, lock, and drop it. I can't believe they scammed those Boeing options like that, though. That last set was looking good. I thought it was going to start ramping. I thought a derivative was a Fortnite dance move. It does sound like a Fortnite dance. Do the derivative. Do the derivative. Am I too optimistic about seeing weed stocks going up 300? Yes and no. So, like, I would hate to put, like, a price target on it that's, like, 300% higher. However, I mean, we sold out. We got, like, 200%, 300%, I think, almost. Or was it 135 to 80 cents on the MSOSs? But with the election and all that, the election pump for weed stocks, weed's going to have a good time. But I don't know how high. And then, again, just like how it ran up, it'll run up. It'll come down a lot, and then it'll pop up right back up again. Taste. Burger King. Is Burger King going to buy them? Isn't Burger King QSR? Dollars going up. Dollars is a wrecking ball. Yeah, the MSOS, it's in the money now. I don't know what price it's at. I sold out in the morning. So we bought them at like 30 cents. I sold out at like 80. So just under 200 then? Or 300, I don't know, depending on how you do the math. If you count the initial invest, I don't know. So they're at 50 cents now. They're still up though. But we got out at 80 cents this morning. So that one was a good one to sell out early. Everything else, not so much. Democrats will never legalize weed. They can milk it for votes every election. Nah, I think we'll get there in a couple more years. But then again, like, they're just going to start talking about legalizing shrooms and coke next. So I don't think it's like, there's more drugs out there you could, to get some more votes. So I think eventually weed is going to make some progress. But then again, they'll be like, now make shrooms next. Oh, yeah, not in the Bible Belt in, like, Utah. I forgot. Like, even Texas weed isn't legal. Am I correct? I think only medical weed, which is kind of mind-blowing to me. Living in California, bro, like, that's, like, it's legal to shit in the street if you're in San Francisco. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Weed is going to eventually be federally legal. Why not front-run the companies while they're cheap? Because they don't make money. That's unfortunately. I mean, investing in weed is like investing in corn. It's an agriculture commodity. So it's going to, and then by the time it gets legal, it might even get subsidized. That'd be fucking crazy. Imagine the government pays you to grow weed. You never know. You never know. But at the end of the day, it's like the companies aren't profitable. They haven't been. They never were. So it's like, if anything, I would invest in the banks who are going to be banking with them. You met a guy this weekend who is collecting signature across the country to boost public opinion and legalize things like weed and mushrooms. He's doing Cali right now. Did I ever tell you about that one time I was in a Whole Foods parking lot and the guy invited me to the weed church? I was just in the parking lot leaving, and this guy looked super nice, bro. Super nice. He's like, hey, man. I'm like, what's up? And, like, I don't know why I started talking back to him, but, like, he's like, what's up, man? You like weed? I was like, I'm not against it. What's going on? And then I was like, I don't want to buy any, like, if you ain't trying to sell me. Yeah, bro. And this dude just he's like, nah, man, we got a church. I'm like, oh, he was like, you believe in God? I was like, yeah, I do. Hell yeah. Heaven, yeah. And then he was like, well, yeah, it's the Church of Weed. And I'm like, what? I'm like, let me hear more about this. And like, bro, he gave me a pamphlet. He gave me a pamphlet, a card, and he was like, yeah, we have Sundays, we burn our holy sacrament with cannabis. And I'm like, oh my gosh, bro. I was like, well, I'll keep this in mind, man. Thank you. But yeah, there's a Church of Weed. No, and it's called the Holy Sacrament. That's what they do. It's called their Holy Sacrament. Yeah, bro. And he was just parking lot pimping. Just going through the parking lot asking him, what's up, man? It was crazy. But yeah, that's my story of me. He was trying to boost public opinion on weed. He did a good job, I think. I don't think he was like, I was like, that's cool. Fair enough. Like, I've been harassed by more people in parking lots. That wasn't a bad experience. This guy was evangelizing weed. Yes, 1,000%. A holy sacrament. I was like, will you smoke weed? He said, no, it's the holy sacrament. I'm like, okay. Well, it's different. Like, so, like, you see, because they burn the sacrament and get high off the sacrament, but they don't necessarily smoke weed. It's hard to explain, but it makes, I guess in 2024, it should make sense. No, thank God he wasn't selling home audio equipment. They identify as Rastas, I think. But, realistically, it's just all a tax scam. That thing's operating under the full guidelines of a church. That dude's 501c3 nonprofit. Like, at the end of the day, that's all I got out of it. I'm like, damn. So they probably just selling weed out of there tax-free. As a church, man, you could get your sacrament from the church. You could go there to burn the sacrament. That's it, man. It's just a tax thing. He had teeth. He looked very nice. Like, he looked like he had dreadlocks, but like other than that, I like dreads. Like I said, I've been approached in parking lots on way worse things, man. Like parking lots in California are dangerous. Israel has now shifted to low-intensity phase in southern Gaza as well as northern Gaza, says White House. U.S. prepared to increase humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Oh, audio only?
When we launched that salvo on Friday night that the Houthis would probably conduct some retaliatory strikes.
It don't sound like the plane.
I think it's too soon to call this some sort of a trend that would lead us to believe that we didn't have a good effect with those strikes. We believe that we did have a good effect with those strikes in terms of disrupting and degrading their capability to conduct military offensive operations. As for what the next turn is here, I won't get ahead of potential military operations one way or the other. As you saw today, we took additional strikes, knocking out 4 ballistic missiles that we believe were prepped and ready to be launched from Yemen. Took them out before they could do that. So we have said before, we'll say it again, we stand ready to defend our interests, our sailors, our ships, and that of merchant shipping as required. We're not looking for a war. We're not looking to expand this. Houthis have a choice to make, and they still have time to make the right choice, which is to stop these reckless attacks.
Host, we're going to go to the next question. We'll come back around to questions for Korean after Kirby's portion.
This is weird. Where are they?
All right, moving on to our next caller in queue. Steve Holland with Reuters. Please go ahead.
With Reuters?
Hey, John. You mentioned the Brett McGurk in Doha on hostages. Could you give us any details of that? Is he seeking a pause in the fighting in exchange for hostages? How close are they to a deal? What's going to happen? And you mentioned that the Israelis have shifted to a low phase in northern Gaza. What are the prospects for that taking place across all of Gaza?
Thanks, Steve. So on a new hostage deal, what I can tell you is that we're working on this very, very diligently. That is why Brett was in Doha this past week. I don't want to get ahead of where we are, but we are having, I would say, very serious and intensive discussions in Qatar about the possibility for another deal. Obviously, I want to be careful. I don't say too much publicly here as we have these talks, but we're hopeful that it can bear fruit and bear fruit soon, because there's still over 100, about 140 hostages still being held. As for your question about whether their shift to lower intensity operations can, how fast that will spread across Gaza, that's really not a question I'm qualified to answer. The Israeli Defense Forces are much better to speak to that. They just announced yesterday, as I said in my opening statement, the removal of a division, a full division of Army troops from Gaza. We think that's a positive step forward in terms of getting to lower intensity ops. We hope that it will allow for the movement back into North Gaza, because really the bulk of the operations are being conducted in the south right now. So we hope that this removal of these troops and this announced transition that they've made, that it will allow for people to flow back into North Gaza, alleviate
dollar's
some of
still
that
going
pressure
up
in the south,
and then
particularly
SPY's starting to break a little bit. You might
we'll
get
see where
another
it goes from
low.
there. But again, I wouldn't want to
Unless
get ahead
AMD
of Israeli
and
military
NVIDIA have
planning.
something to say about it.
Thanks, John.
Jay, thanks for the info and
Yes,
thinking
sir.
about doing your training program just to
That's
pick
our
up more
next
tips.
question in
Well,
queue.
we only got like a $5 boot camp, bro, but everything else is here. Do not fall for the fake Instagram dude. If he's
Jang
like, give
with
me
CBS,
$1,000
please go
or some
ahead.
shit, I'll teach you everything in here, man.
Hi there.
And we got a
Thank
bunch
you
of
guys for doing
tutorials
this,
on the main
and thank you,
channel.
Kirby. I have a
YouTube.com/the
question
trading
about
fraternity.
continued attacks in the Red Sea. So you said today that you've seen that they are smaller in scale. Today, obviously, the strike on the Maltese carrier did not result in any injuries.
Man, Save's starting to climb up a little bit more.
Verify how many injuries have been reported in these now 30-some attacks on commercial vessels? And if it's none, can you help me understand, if these are missiles, how there haven't been more injuries? I imagine the crew sizes are small, but when I hear missile strikes, I expect there to be more injuries. So if you could just help me.
She's like, when I hear the word missile, I'm expecting like a boom, boom, bang, bang.
Yeah,
How come
what I'll do is
it's only
I'll
minor
take your
injuries
question and see
here? I
if
don't
we can
understand.
get a better answer maybe from Central Command. I don't have a list of casualties from these merchant ships. That's not the kind of thing. I don't think we're centrally tracking that, but don't take that to the bank. Let me.
I played Call of Duty before,
some sort of
and
figures for
all
you.
I'm saying is Predator missiles usually take out at
you're
least
right.
something.
I mean, I would a couple
Can you
of
give me
things
some
here.
more
Number
clarity
one,
on that?
Most of these missile attacks and drone attacks have been ineffective. You're right. There was a hit today.
Shit, are they one
but
shot
no
or what's
injuries
the
caused,
deal?
No real significant damage to the ship, by the way. Most of the attacks are knocked out of the sky before they can get to the targets. And a good many of these missile and drone attacks have simply missed, particularly the ballistic missiles, have just fallen harmlessly into the water without hitting a ship. So that's one reason why I think
ships
the
move
numbers
so
haven't
slow.
been
What kind
dramatic.
of man?
Number two, you named it. I think it's a fair point. I mean, a lot of merchant ships
crazy.
Today don't have
using
large crews.
compasses
It's
off
not
of
like a
T-Move.
Navy ship where you'd have hundreds of
I
sailors
mean,
aboard a
how do you
destroyer
miss?
or thousands aboard an aircraft carrier. These large merchant ships, there's a lot of automation, and they simply don't have big crews. That's probably one reason as well. And then they're very big ships, and so even if one were to take a hit like the one today, depending on where it is struck, may have little to no impact, or certainly a not a significant impact on that ship's ability to continue to transit safely. So again, they're very big ships. A lot of their freeboard, what we call the space between the water level and the top of the side of the ship, that's called freeboard, can be very, very high depending on how much freight they're holding. So there's probably a lot of reasons for that, but let me take it back and see if we can give you a better figure on the data.
Okay, so given what you just said, Kirby, and given the fears of escalation that the conflict will expand, can you explain why the retaliatory strikes are still worth it?
Our retaliatory strikes or theirs?
The U.S.'s and our allies. Essentially, if their strikes aren't really having that much of an impact and they're not causing injuries, and there is a concern that, retaliatory strikes will widen the war, just, why is it still worth it?
Except we believe by taking away some of their capability, degrading that capability, which we think we did on Friday.
So why don't you just keep letting them do it?
Can have an impact
if they have bad aim
on the effectiveness of future strikes. By taking away, degrading some of their capability, certainly makes it harder for them to conduct these strikes. And just because there hasn't been a catastrophically successful one yet, thanks to a lot of great work by the U.S. Navy and allied and partner navies, doesn't mean that we can just turn a blind eye and sit back and do nothing. We want these attacks to stop. We warned the Houthis not to conduct them. They continued to conduct them. So we took action on Friday night to more significantly degrade their capability to do that. And as we've said before, while we won't telegraph future punches, we're not going to hesitate to take further action if needed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
She was funny.
All right, moving on to our next question in
yes,
queue.
Ma'am. Get the fuck out of here, you dumbass.
Zeke Miller with AP. Please go ahead.
Thanks for doing this. On Friday, the president said that he believed the Houthis were a terrorist organization. I was wondering, John, if you give us an update on if there will be an FTO redesignation. And then separately, do you have anything on these reported Iranian strikes?
Oh, wait. Is there
Pakistan?
a $4 billion breakup fee?
Is the U.S. believe that
oh, shit.
That those increases the risk for a broader regional escalation? Thank you.
Zeke, nothing to update yet on the FTO designation. As I said earlier, we're still reviewing that process, or we're still in the process of reviewing it. No decisions made, so no updates for you. I'm not aware of Iranian strikes into Pakistan. Are you talking about their strikes in near Erbil in Iraq?
They already got a payment of $250 per share when everybody approved it. JetBlue will pay Spirit a reverse breakup fee of $70 million
today,
and pay shareholders $400 million minus any amounts paid to shareholder prior to termination.
Jaish al-Adl. It follows the attack.
There's a ticking fee of 10 cents per share every month in January.
Okay, gotcha. Let me get back to you on that one, Zeke.
Dude, what? Yo, Spirit might actually benefit off of that.
We owe you an answer. We'll get back to you.
No, for save, not the terrorists.
Question.
Why the fuck would the Houthis get a breakup fee? What did you say?
Senator Powell with Voice of America, please go ahead.
So this is all back when the deal was announced.
I hope you're keeping warm today. I have two Red Sea questions. First of all, on this deal between Ethiopia and the breakaway Somali province of Somaliland.
JetBlue said they would pay $33.50 for Spirit, including a prepayment of $250 in cash.
And what
once shareholders approve it, that's already happened, then a ticking fee of 10 cents per share each month starting January 23 for any delays. And if the deal doesn't close, JetBlue will pay Spirit a reverse breakup fee of $70 million and
so on the second question,
pay Spirit shareholders $400 million minus any amounts paid to shareholders prior to termination.
By removing military capability from the Houthis,
so honestly,
we are making it harder for them.
They're going to get half of their current market value just back from then $70 million in cash, and then they get to keep whatever money they got from JetBlue already.
Around the world. So the very act of taking
not
these
7
strikes,
billion, 700,
knocking out
70 million,
in some
and
cases
400 million.
Use it, that is by definition.
So Save is actually going to be getting money out. I didn't think about that.
Taking the ability for them to conduct these attacks off the table. Again, we reserve the right to continue to do that as appropriate to prevent them from causing more mayhem and more danger to merchant ships.
Yeah, spies coming down. Eli Lilly
Ethiopia and Somaliland, we're certainly troubled now by what's reportedly included in a memorandum of understanding between Ethiopia and Somaliland. As we've said many, many times, we support Somalia's sovereignty, their territorial integrity, and it's got to be respected. So we're engaging with partners in the region. We certainly welcome efforts by the African Union and the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, otherwise known as IGAD.
But that could take some time, and then they might withdraw some of it from what they already got, because they got pretty much $1.20 over the last year.
Inked between
I'd say at least
Ethiopia and
$2 a share
Somaliland,
minimum.
Threatens to disrupt the fight that Somalis, Africans, and regional international partners, including us, are waging against al-Shabaab. And al-Shabaab remains a viable terrorist threat in the region, without question. So, look, we don't believe that the region can afford any more conflict. We don't think this MOU is moving us in the right direction. And we'll keep raising that not only with partners there in the Horn of Africa, but also elsewhere.
So just to press you on, is that a threat to U.S. national security then, this possibility that Shabaab may rise?
Shabaab.
It certainly could directly impact national security interest in the region, without question, because we hold al-Shabaab as a continued foreign terrorist organization, continued dangerous threat to our interest and the interest of our partners. So there could be a U.S. national security threat posed by the language in this MOU, which is why we're deeply concerned about it.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue. Aurelia End with AFP, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. I have two questions about Ukraine. The first one is a pretty simple one. Can you say that as of now there is no U.S. assistance anymore going to Ukraine, that it's de facto over? And second question, can you give us a sense of the conversation Jake Sullivan had with President Zelensky in Davos? What were the concerns he raised? What was the message?
Futures got a little bit more bearish,
Thank you so
too.
much.
So again, even with the bonds dying, SPY's about to hit a new low.
Our last
again, you got, 2 hours left still.
Package
so very early. That's enough time to really, really dump if you wanted to.
Of December. Now, I would have to refer
4753, 2 points off the low again, 4747, baby danger point.
Each of the items in that package and where they are in the shipment process, I don't know.
Yeah, we bought Save at 580.
Package
we
has actually arrived in
literally
Ukraine, as you know. Sometimes it takes as little
only
as a few days.
200
Sometimes
shares,
it takes a couple of weeks or more
30% right now.
For material to get to Ukraine. But that was the last one. There isn't another one in the works right now or being scheduled for announcement or delivery.
Just up at 29.
We meant it when we said it at the time.
Swing trade,
that was
not
the
long
last
term.
one for which we had replenishment authority. And there's not another one in the works right now, and that is why it's so important for us to get this national security supplemental funding for Ukraine, so that we can keep that aid going. As is clear that the Russians continue to want to strike civilian infrastructure and continue to carry on the war inside Ukraine. I don't have anything more on the specific discussion with President Zelensky. I think the State Department put out a readout of that discussion, since it was Secretary Blinken who had that meeting with President Zelensky. Jake was certainly in attendance, but they did talk about the importance of continuing the global assistance to support Ukraine, and of course they also talked about what's going on the battlefield, how Zelensky sees the effort, and as you know, he was also in Davos.
Again, you're bouncing a little bit right before the low. The dollar chilled out.
Of his. So that too came up. The idea of trying to help operationalize and internationalize the peace formula that President Zelensky put forward. But again, I'd point you to the State Department readout for more.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue. Selena Wang with ABC News. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Admiral. Just going back to the question on the strikes, has the battle damage assessment of the first airstrikes been completed when it comes to the strikes last week against the Houthis? Just how much has the U.S. degraded the military capabilities, and what does it say about the degradation given that the retaliatory attacks on the Houthis have continued? Does it show that it only made a small dent in capacity?
I'd refer you to the Pentagon to speak to the battle damage assessment. Selena, they're really the right ones to go to for that. And I don't know the final status of that. As I said earlier, even before we conducted these strikes, we had every expectation that the Houthis would still maintain some capability and would probably retaliate in some form or fashion. The strikes were designed to degrade and disrupt their military activity, their ability to store, launch, and to guide these missiles to their targets, as well as the drones that they have launched against these targets. We believe that we had good effect, but the specifics of the BDA battle damage assessment is really something for the Pentagon to speak to. But at no time, even that night, did we say that all of the Houthis' offensive capability were going to be eliminated by those strikes. Again, the Houthis have a choice to make. We know they still have some capability. They have a choice to make about what they do with that capability. If they choose to keep conducting these attacks, we will continue to defend against them and counter them as appropriate, even as we did today, hitting 4 ballistic missiles on launchers before they could be sent on their way.
Just to follow up on that, as the retaliation continues from the Houthis, just how far is the U.S. willing to go? And on a secondary topic, is there any update on the search for the U.S. Navy SEALs?
Well, again, with the caveat that I'm not going to telegraph punches or speak about potential military operations, I would point you to that last sentence in the President's statement Friday night. We will not hesitate to take further action to defend ourselves, our interests, those of our allies and partners, certainly not our ships and our sailors. So as we've proven again today, we will not hesitate to take action as appropriate. Again, the Houthis
the VIX is even high from the last couple of days.
And the right choice is
VIX is almost at the high of the year.
I don't have an update for you on the search efforts for those
big gap up from yesterday,
2 Navy sailors
Friday.
that are in the water. As I understand it this morning, and I did check in with the Pentagon on this, that search is ongoing, but what that looks like, how much longer, I really, that's a question better put to the Defense Department. Our thoughts and prayers are with those 2 sailors and their families who are waiting anxiously for word, and obviously we'll monitor as closely as we can.
All right, moving on to our last question. MJ Lee with CNN. Please go ahead.
Hey, Admiral, thank you. Just given that Hamas has released these new hostage videos, which you referenced before, and the IDF is continuing to attempt hostage rescue operations, I wondered whether the U.S. has received any new intelligence on the 6 American hostages in recent days, and at this point, whether the U.S. believes that they are alive.
Thanks, MJ. I don't know of any additional tactile information that we have received about those 6 Americans that we still believe are being held hostage. We're obviously working and continue to work very hard to get them released, but I'm not aware of any additional information that we have. And I think you can understand that that even if I did have
breaking out a little
additional
bit,
context,
it's higher than the previous baby
we'd obviously
high.
be very careful about what we shared publicly as we're trying to get those folks home to their families. I just your question does give me a good punctuation point before I sign off today, and that's that. Just as I mentioned at the top, with Brett being in the region just last week in Doha, we continue to work this very, very hard. I know it doesn't always rise to the level of the headlines of the day, and we don't talk about it a lot, nor should we. But I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that we aren't working this very, very hard to try to get those folks home with their families, all of them, all the hostages, but with a particular keen focus for us on those half a dozen Americans that we believe are still being held. Thanks.
Sorry, before you go, can I just ask one more follow-up? I know you've gotten a couple of questions about the situation in the Red Sea, but I wondered whether the administration at this point would still sort of characterize the phase that we are in now as the administration wanting to contain the conflict in the region, or rather would you say that the conflict in the region has now officially widened? I mean, given that there have now been additional U.S. strikes, additional Houthi attacks, so this does seem like now a prolonged conflict.
Well, let's. I mean, I think it's important to categorize what's happening here. First of all, the strikes that we took Friday, no matter what the Houthis might say, has nothing to do with the fight in Gaza. It has to do with defending shipping in the Red Sea. No matter what the Houthis say, they're not going after ships that are tied to Israel. They hit yesterday, the other day, they hit a ship carrying Russian oil. It was Panamanian flag, nothing to do with Israel. So I think we need to not buy into the Houthi propaganda. That's one. We still have an interest in not seeing this conflict widen or escalate. In fact, that's why we took those strikes on Friday, to degrade Houthi capability so that it can't widen and escalate. We still have that interest. We're still working to that end, even as we work to continue to make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself.
All right, I'd like to hand this back over to Karine, but before I do, if you would like to ask a question, please press #2 to be placed in the question queue. If your question is answered before your turn, pressing #2 a second time will take you out of the queue.
Disney's kind of ripping. Again, save
Fantastic.
771
Thank you so
now.
much. And Admiral, thank you for your time. Appreciate you being on the call with us today. And also, guys, I know this is not the best, but we wanted to make sure folks didn't have to come in today with this weather, and hopefully folks are safe at home or wherever you are, being safe today with this weather. I do want to start off by going to Justin's question that he asked of me, and I just wanted to make sure I did that as it relates to the meeting that the president is having tomorrow here at the White House with congressional ranking members and leaders to talk about the very important supplemental request that this president made, as you know, a couple months ago at this point. Look, that supplemental request is obviously continues to be a top priority, including, right, to secure our border, including to help Ukraine defend itself against Putin's tyranny, as we all know, you all have covered for almost 2 years now. And I will say that while the president is having this really important meeting tomorrow, negotiations on a bipartisan agreement on the border, as it includes funding and policy, are still ongoing. So that is, we believe, is headed in the right direction, the right track. And we're going to continue to say, right, Congress should act. They should act quickly. This is about the securing our border. This is about our national security. And the consequences of congressional inaction would be severe. So the president, yes, is going to have this all-important conversation, he believes, on the supplemental request, obviously as it relates to our national security, but negotiations continue.
I made a play.
And so that is also really important. A bipartisan agreement is needed, and so we're doing those negotiations on the Senate level.
I made a play on natural gas futures.
I think I'm just going to go
I did a QG.
to
I did a micro. I grabbed 2 of them, but I went for the next month contract /QGH24.
I don't know if that's Zeke or somebody else.
Thanks, Karine. It's Zeke. I was hoping you just called the meeting tomorrow an all-important meeting. I'm hoping you can speak to why tomorrow. It's January 16th. Why hasn't the president asked the congressional leaders and the committee leaders over to the White House sooner? Secondly, is the meeting focused on negotiations, to piggyback off of Justin's question, or is it about the stakes? Should this funding not be approved? Will it be a classified meeting, or will it be in the sit room, or will it be in the Oval? Any color you can offer. And then on a different topic entirely, I was hoping you could address the situation in Texas over the weekend. Right now, do you believe, or does the federal government control the southern border, or is the state of Texas?
Okay, both very, very good questions. Look, as it relates to what the meeting is going to look like, where it's going to be, we're going to have more information about the meeting tomorrow, later today. So just stay tuned. Don't have the specifics on that. And look, as I said at the top, this is going to be about discussing critical importance of the President's national security supplemental request. So it is going to be about the supplemental request. And I'll just say this. Look, I've said a couple of times at the briefing room and to all of you.
Oh, damn. Spy's even about to hit a low right now.
Obviously, the
a couple of plays moving. Sats is up on the high.
His White House team
again, Save is taking off, so is Disney. But did Spy hit a new low? Yeah, 4749. Watch out.
And their staff. And the President
2 more points is the next support level. Again, bonds haven't died in a minute.
Read out every call or every meeting that he has. He's had a very long-standing relationship with many members on the Hill as VP, as Senator, obviously. So, yes, he's had conversations with them. I think he wanted to bring folks together because, when we talk about the supplemental, their urgency requests, the national security requests are urgent. And so the President wanted to bring everybody together to have that conversation. But negotiations are still happening. The border security negotiations are still happening. And the President certainly has entrusted his team to have those conversations, as he's done many, many times before. So we'll certainly have more to share about tomorrow, about what that's going to look like. Look, as it relates to Texas, let me just say a couple of things at the top, because I think it's important. And you all have heard me say this about what Governor Abbott continues to do. All of his, what he's doing at the border, his policies, how he's getting involved. It's extreme, right? It's extreme political stunts. And I've said this over and over again. We have said this. It demonizes and dehumanizes people. But it also makes the job of the Border Patrol harder. And it also is, it's more dangerous. That's what we're seeing. And there's been multiple actions that this governor has taken, right? Blocking Border Patrol from accessing the border, that's a problem. When he's blocking them and putting Texas officials, then he's taking away the duties of what the Border Patrol are supposed to do. And so it is a problem. Leaving migrants on the side of the road during winter, you've heard me say that. Installing razor wire to make Border Patrol's job more dangerous. Promoting extreme and unconstitutional laws like SB 4. So he continues to prove that he's not interested. He's not really interested in solutions, only seeking to politicize the border. So, to answer your question, Zeke, look, right now, the Texas officials are preventing Border Patrol agents from doing their job.
Longboard Farm. Oh, we saw this one the other day.
So that is a problem.
And then did Spy just hit the level? Yeah, you hit 47.47. And then Save above $8. Wow. So we have like 40% on that now, I think.
All right, moving on to our next question.
7% was just at 40. Come on.
Steve Holland with Reuters, please go ahead.
Hey there, Kareem.
Hey, Steve.
Hey there, Kareem.
The president told us on the South Lawn on Friday that he was in favor of significant alterations on the border. Could you fill that out? What is he talking about there? And are they going to get into this level of detail in their talks tomorrow? And then I just had a second thing. Did the president watch any of the Iowa coverage last night? Did he make any observations about it?
All right, so a couple of things. I'll start with your first question first. Look, the president has said, and we've been saying, that we need a bipartisan agreement, right? We need a bipartisan agreement to deal with what's happening at the border. There's been detailed, specific conversation happening in the Senate with both Republicans and Democrats for the past several weeks through the holiday, obviously, and that continues. We think they're going in the right direction, and those conversations are focused on funding and also on policy. Yes, the president believes that we're going to have to really, in order to have a bipartisan agreement, you have to make, changes. I'm not going to get into what those changes are, how severe or specific or however we want to describe it are at this time, but those conversations are happening. We believe it's going well, and we want to see a bipartisan agreement. Look, we understand, the president understands that this what we see at the border, the immigration system more broadly, has been broken for decades. That's why he took it very seriously on day one with the legislation that he put forward. Now we have to have serious conversations, which we have been with both Republicans and Democrats in the Senate, to see what we can do to address the issue at the border. And so tomorrow, I'm not going to get ahead of the meeting. I don't really know how specific it's going to get. I can tell you the agenda is to talk about the president's supplemental, the national security portion, obviously, of the supplemental, and how important it is to get moving on
I sold
that.
covered calls on
Now,
Save.
I'm not going to get into details of
January 12 and a half. I got $3, so I got more than I'm up on the trade.
At all
I got
in that meeting,
$600
but it
on
is
the
going to be
premium.
important. And
now
we'll have more
I
for all
guaranteed
of
to
you
sell out at
to share on that. As it
which
relates
is still
to
up over
the
100%
caucuses, the
from where
Iowa
we bought
caucus,
the
I want
stock.
to be really careful, as all you know.
But now my cost
is
basis
that I'm
is
a federal
$2.80 on
obviously,
Save.
so not going to comment on the upcoming election, 2024 election. What I can say, I know folks had this question. The president was here last night at the White House as it relates to if he's seen it or not. Of course, I'm sure he's seen the coverage of the Iowa caucus. Don't have anything specific to share on that. And I also want to lift this up, too. Yesterday, you saw the president. Some of you traveled with us. We were in Philly. We went to Philly Abundance. And I think it's important to lay out what's important to this president, right? He went to a not-for-profit food bank that served the Philadelphia, and also the Delaware Valley region of Pennsylvania. And the work that they do is to drive hunger.
So my shares are up 40%
from our community.
But then
right?
I sold the covered calls there. I got $3 back on them.
Today,
so
and to
again,
end,
I bought them the
hunger
shares for $5.80, and now I got $3 back.
So,
My
look,
cost basis is now $2.86 a share.
That was his main
on
focus
200
for tomorrow,
shares.
for yesterday. And he's going to continue to focus on the American people.
If we get
That's
lucky,
what
anything happens, I don't know. It still gives us a little bit more upside.
Others, helping hardworking middle-class families build an economy from the bottom up and from the bottom up, middle out. That's what he's going to do, protecting American freedom, bringing the country together around, optimism, vision for the future. So that's going to be the president's focus. And I will go to the next questioner.
Thanks. All right, moving on to our next question in queue.
In queue.
MJ Lee with CNN. Please go ahead.
Hey, MJ.
Covered call on Save. We bought that low there.
Just on the Iowa caucus.
So we got a great
night,
price, but then I noticed the options are still kind of expensive, so I just sold a leap on there. Just like we made a video on this the other day, but now, it makes it where
what, if anything, did
we could just hold this for a pretty long time.
It
would have to drop another, 60% from where we bought it to go down to break even.
His win in 2020 was legitimate. And if you can't speak to the president's reaction to that, can you speak to the reaction to that from, yourself or other White House officials?
So, here's what I'll say, because we've talked about this before.
Sounds like you're saying
so it's not, this is
right?
something that deals with 2020, so I can actually speak to this. Look, the president is going to continue to stand against conspiracy theories, right? And we know what you just laid out to me about how people feel has been debunked, right? It has been debunked by federal judges who are Republican judges. Other officials have debunked that. We had a very free and fair election. That's what we know. That is the fact. And it's important to state that. It's important to be clear, very, very clear about that.
I bought Save at $5.80.
Look, I can say this. I can say that the president,
so 6 cents above the
is
bottom.
going to, as it relates to how he's moving forward, not focus on the 2024 election.
He's going to
continue to stand against dangerous
so hopefully that makes sense why I did that.
And conspiracy theories that have cost. Let's not forget, these dangerous conspiracy theories have cost law enforcement officers their lives, and that is what we saw on January 6th in 2021. It was an attack on our democracy, and it was because people believed the insurrectionists, the mob, more than 2,000 people who showed up at the Capitol, believed the conspiracy theories that they were told about this election, and it cost officers their lives. And that is incredibly dangerous. Our democracy was under
season,
attack.
We're coming into it.
Again, a very
y'all getting
scary
worried about hearing it.
History, a dark time
like
in
if
our
this
history.
is the only reason that they have outlaid in the last month as to why.
So, look, we have to.
Like, you better watch out for Donald because of January 6th, man. I have not heard anything else.
About
surprisingly, I'm surprised myself. So we'll see, man. And remember, January J6 is the end. 6J. Come on.
Moving on to our next question in queue.
NQ.
Annie Linsky with Wall Street Journal. Please go ahead.
Hi there.
Annie.
Oh, hi there, Karine. I wanted to ask about the news over the weekend that John Kerry is departing his post. Could you tell me whether or not the president plans on replacing him, and what you believe he accomplished in that role, and anything more about why the president agreed for him to leave now at this particular moment?
So, look, a couple of things, because I've gotten to know the Special Envoy Kerry and obviously former Secretary of State Kerry, and I know that the president appreciated everything that he was able to do in the past 3 years. So just I can just put it on the record, I can confirm that in the upcoming months that Special Envoy Kerry will leave the administration, as I just stated, after 3 years of service. And let's just to talk about his tenure for a second. He was able to deliver with the leadership, obviously, of this president, the most ambitious climate agenda in history. When you think about restoring America's leadership on climate around the world, implementing the largest investment in climate ever, putting us on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. I can't speak to. I know folks have been wondering what Secretary Kerry is going to do next. I certainly can't speak to that, but certainly we'll be sure to keep you posted. Look, as for who's going to be next, I certainly don't have any personnel announcement to make at this time. But our work, the work that he started, the work is going to continue. The work to address the climate crisis will continue. Let's not forget what we were able to do just last month. We announced a rule that's going to cut methane emissions from oil and gas operations by nearly 80%, I believe, and that's a huge announcement. That's incredibly important. But the president is incredibly thankful to Secretary Kerry. It is his personal decision to leave, so certainly not going to speak to that. But look, we got a lot done. We got a lot done in the 3 years. The president, when it comes to climate change, the president has had the most aggressive agenda than any other president before him on getting things done and getting to a place where we're dealing with the climate. Thanks for your question, Annie.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue. Selena Wang with ABC News, please go ahead.
Hey, Selena.
Hey, Green, thanks for doing this. I know you can't speak too much about it, but is there anything else you can say about the president's view about Trump's resounding win in Iowa? He was asked yesterday about why he felt compelled to seek a second term, and he said, quote, the things that Trump is saying, he means them, he's running to get revenge. Just wondering if you can elaborate on what the president's thoughts are.
Look, and I think you're speaking to the interview that the president did on yesterday, obviously on Dr. Martin Luther King Day with Reverend Al Sharpton. He called into his radio show, and I know it's been previewed on one of the cable networks, what the president said. And so the president, appreciated that conversation, had a really, I think, thoughtful conversation about what he's thinking moving forward. Obviously, I can't get into specifics on that, but I would certainly refer folks to what the president laid out as it relates to why he's running and why he's decided to run and how he views this next several months. So I'm not going to get into that. You could hear it for yourself in his own words. But look, I'll say this, and I kind of said this before, right, which is what the president's going to stand against. He's going to stand against dangerous personal revenge schemes, right? The president's going to stand against conspiracy theories, right? The president is going to continue to fight for the freedoms of Americans across this country. We see what they're trying to do, what Republican elected officials are trying to do as it relates to abortion bans and how dangerous that is to women and their health. And the president, in the meantime, the president's going to continue to lead with obviously with leadership and putting American people first and bring people together in a way that benefits everyone. That is what the president's going to continue to do, and not putting yourself first, or putting yourself above everyone else, or fomenting hate, or selling out working people to rich special interests, or taking away freedoms, as I just laid out. That's not what the president's going to do. He's going to be completely the opposite of that, as he's been doing for the last almost 3 years, and that's the president's goal.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue. Joey Garrison with USA Today. Please go ahead.
Hey, Joey.
Hey,
Jojo.
Doing well. How about yourself? Has President Biden spoken to Secretary Austin since his release from the hospital yesterday? And are there any plans for the two to meet in person now that he is out of the hospital? Thank you.
No, good question. Thank you for the question. Look, we're happy to hear of his discharge. Obviously, look, the president is looking forward, and we said this last week, to the secretary getting back to the Pentagon, obviously, and so don't have anything to share on when they're going to either see each other or speak. Obviously, they spoke last week. The secretary has very much been engaged and involved in what we're seeing in the Middle East right now, and more broadly on his schedule, on the secretary's schedule. That's something that the Pentagon can speak to. Can't speak to that from here. But obviously, we are very happy to see that, to hear of his discharge, and looking forward to him getting back to the Pentagon.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue. Tommy Christopher with Meditate, please go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Karine, it's Tommy. How you doing?
Hey, Tommy, good to hear your voice. How are you?
Good. By the way, I know you know this, but it's me.
Hey, Karine,
we
what's
get that
up?
a lot from
Hey,
the
Tommy.
States.
The fuck is this?
Good to talk to you, and good to be staying warm, too. So I was wondering if you could tell me what you make of how much former President Trump leaned into this lie that January 6th was justified while he was campaigning in Iowa and, demanding the release of the quote-unquote hostages. And what would you say to right-wing media that sort of helped him in that?
Yeah, what would you say?
Look, always want to be very, very careful on speaking about candidate Trump, especially as an upcoming 2024 election.
You don't want to speak anything, because the Hatch Act, but we'll fucking throw him in jail.
The January 6th comments.
You want to be very careful about what you say about the candidate as far as trying to prosecute them, though.
It's
a little different.
It's basically what the president said.
The laws, the rules, the regulations, how it plays. It's different.
January 6th and how dangerous it was,
careful.
right? And how we had to watch, insurrection, essentially, 2,000 angry mobs because they believed what the former president said. And thought that they can turn over elections. That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing at the Capitol on that day.
It's good, though.
And so I said this a couple of times. I've said that the president has been very clear. He's going to stand against these types of conspiracy theories. Let's not forget, officers died, right? Police officers died on that because of the injuries that they sustained on that day. They were attacked on that day by these folks who were trying to take over the Capitol. And so we have to be very clear about what happened on that day. We cannot forget about what happened on that day. And the president said this, our democracy. We have to continue our democracy. And I'll just repeat a little bit of what he said in his remarks, right? There is a choice to be made. There is a choice that we have to make, right? In our country, we have to make a choice. And that choice should be standing up for our democracy, which is what the president's going to continue to do. As far as this comment on hostages, want to be really careful there as well. Don't want to comment on any DOJ investigation or legal process. But as you've seen, American Veterans Note, it's grotesque and offensive. It is offensive to compare those convicted of assaulting cops and attempting to overthrow the American government that veterans have died defending for innocent Americans, innocent Americans like Israelis and people of other nationalities who were abducted, right? They were abducted by Hamas on October 7th. And so it is, I'll just keep it there. It is something that I want to be mindful to speaking to, but it is incredibly grotesque and offensive.
And anything for right-wing media?
Say that.
Who shall remain nameless?
Look, it is our responsibility, and I know you all know this, as it relates to reporting and I don't know, like, okay, separate from the election, right? If you think about what we saw on January 7, 2021, on the front page, right, the front page coverage, that so many brave reporters, right, if you think about it, risked their lives to give the country the information that they needed. And that hard-won coverage exposed the brutal, unprecedented assaults on our Constitution, on the law enforcement, on American democracy itself. And so I think it's really important that, we lift up what these brave journalists and reporters are doing. And it is, I would say this, it is an insult to those who lost their lives and to, the selfless reporters who put everything on the line to show us the true stakes of that moment, and who are tirelessly investigated afterward to help anyone who were putting out grotesque lies about the attack on the Capitol. And so I'll say that and just kind of lift up the work of reporters who literally risked their lives on that day to make sure the American people had the truth.
I've been able to go to the bathroom.
Thank you, Kareem. We should do this again sometime.
We made a natural gas play.
Definitely.
Just
Thanks,
relax.
Tommy.
It's okay. Whether you agree with it wholeheartedly or you disagree,
question in queue.
I don't know. It does it like you shouldn't really like.
Lynn Sweet with Chicago Sun
Like, I don't know,
Please
man.
Go ahead.
It's okay. You got 8 months to vote on it. You got 10 months, 11 actually. Don't worry, it's on the way, man. It's on the way.
About some of the broader issues with the situation on the Texas border. Governor Pritzker of Illinois and Chicago Mayor Johnson are pleading with the federal government for more interior coordination at the border. Governor Abbott dealing with the migrants who Governor Abbott wants out of Texas. So let me concede in this
She's not going ham. It's the same answer every time, regardless of the question. That's why I'm like, you can't be bothered by it at this point.
Can't the federal or
it's kind of humorous if you think about it.
Regarding interior
just relax a little bit. Stretch. I just did a stretch too after the bathroom break.
To go at the border, because right now it's not left to the federal government. It's left up to Governor Abbott to send migrants to the cities, and they're to the cities of his choosing. Why does Abbott, not the federal government, get to decide?
So let me just say a couple of things. What Governor Abbott is doing, and I said this earlier when I was asked this question, I believe by Zeke from the AP, that what he's doing is a political stunt, and it's doing is it's not making communities safer for certain, and it's also it's demonizing and certainly dehumanizing people, and we've called that out. We've been calling that out, what his actions are doing. And as you know, I was asked earlier about unfortunately, the 3 migrants that died, that drowned recently. And so it is unfortunate that we're seeing that. And that's also, I mean, there's so many parts to this question. That's also why you're seeing a bipartisan conversation happening in the Senate. It's been happening for some time with Republicans and Democrats. We think it's heading in the right direction. We believe we need a bipartisan agreement to deal with the policy components and also the funding components, obviously, of immigration that's been broken for some time, for decades now. So those are actions that the president has taken, obviously, with his team to get something done, to get border security, changes or deal, I should say, done. And so that's really important. As it relates to the cities, look, a couple of things that I can say there is last year in 2023, this administration, in collaboration with states and cities just across the country, what they were able to do is launch a one-stop shop clinics so that they can help eligible non-citizens get work permits and decompress the respective shelter systems, which is incredibly important, and that's what you all have been reporting. Some of you have been reporting around. And to date, these clinics have served more than 10,000 people. And in addition to that, our administration, the president's administration, was able to provide more than $1 billion in grant funding for jurisdictions who are hosting these migrants that are arriving. So obviously, we want to do more. We do want to do more. But it requires Congress to give us the additional funding, which is why we're having these conversations, which is why we're doing this bipartisan conversation as it relates certainly to the supplemental. That's why the president's going to certainly meet with congressional members tomorrow to continue those conversations. So we want to continue to collaborate with these cities and states, obviously, across the country. But, we have to have Congress act as well.
All right, come on, one more question.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue.
The last one.
Weijia Jiang with CBS News. Please go ahead.
Hey, Weijia.
Thank you. Hi, Karine. Hi. Thanks
Hi.
for doing this.
I think it's so
a quick
funny.
question on Eagle Pass, because what we've heard so far is possible recourse.
How come they're not like this in person? You know what I'm saying?
Is there anything
That's why it's so funny to me, because like never in if it's on video, they're never like, "Hey girl, what's up?
No, it's a good question.
Hey, it's Tommy." Like, no.
Like,
why? What's going on?
Look,
Are they on vacation or something? Or
they have to have access to the border.
It makes no sense.
They have to in order to
what's with all
enforce
of the
our laws.
optimism? You guys
and
Trump
DHS,
just won Iowa, and y'all, hey girl, come on.
This letter regarding
doesn't make any sense.
Clearly unconstitutional actions. And here's the thing: if Texas does not stop blocking what Border Patrol agents should be doing, right, which is enforcing the laws, but if they don't stop blocking their access, we're going to refer the matter to the Department of Justice for appropriate action. But obviously, DHS has taken action. They asked for a cease and desist in their letter, and Border Control agents need to have access in order to enforce the law. That's what they need. They need the governor of Texas to stop playing political games and to stop doing these political stunts. It is putting people's lives at risk, and that is what we're seeing.
No, I hear you, but given the fact that people's lives are at risk, to go to DOJ, the Supreme Court, these things take time to play out. So I'm wondering if there's anything immediate that the counterpart to the Texas National Guard, which is blocking the border, is there anything you can do at the border physically to gain access? Or is the only thing you can do is let it play out in the justice system?
I wouldn't say we're just look, here, and that's the problem, Weijia, right? It's like, it is unfortunate that you have a Governor Abbott, that's watching this happen, right? That's watching people be put in harm's way. Law enforcement also be put into harm's way, because it does make a situation dangerous for the Border Patrol agents and dangerous for the migrants, obviously. And allowing this to happen, like, that is actually a question for Governor Abbott. He is doing these political stunts, and it is causing harm. It is not fixing the problem. The Border Patrol agents are not able to really move forward with enforcing our laws. I mean, this is what a elected official is doing, and so I get the question to us. We are going to take legal. We have taken legal action. That is the process. That's the way that we have to move forward, and we also have to call it out. That's when you all ask me questions about it, or you ask any members of the administration about this.
Hey, we
say very loud and clear. These are political stunts. They are dangerous. They dehumanize people. They demonize people. They put people's lives in danger. Not just the migrants, but also the Border Patrol agents. It's a problem, and so we have to continue to call it out. I mean, you guys are helpful in that way in calling this out, and so we're going to continue to do that.
All right, moving on to our next question in queue, and this will be our last question.
There you go. I was going to end it on that one, but let's just get to the end.
Kelly O'Donnell with NBC.
D-Walk on the high.
Please go ahead.
America.
Oh, to be last. I have been waiting patiently, so I'm so glad to get to
So weird.
Love this interview process.
Weird.
Yes, yes. So many questions have been.
Why are you all so happy
just gonna
on
kick
the
off a couple
phone?
of quick things. Can you give
Where
us
is
a
this
sense of
energy
your
in real
reaction
life?
and any White House changes
like a weird
in
chat
position or
room.
posture related to the swatting incident
This is
that
not-
happened on Monday, recognizing that there are a lot of ways in which you have response built into the campus here, but in the larger sense of how the White House could now be drawn into this new technique. And secondly, when Joey asked about Secretary Austin, and you referenced them speaking, a week or so ago, what's the typical cadence for the president and the SecDef to speak on the phone, given all the areas of their obvious, priorities on national security matters of late? Thanks so much.
No, thank you so much, Kellyo. Two important questions. Look, as it relates to the swatting, I would have to refer you to Secret Service.
Yeah, they swatted
and
the White
DC
House.
Fire, which responded,
this was like 2 days
as
ago
you
or
know,
a day ago.
to the
They
incident.
said there was like a fire at the White House.
From here,
like a major
look,
fire,
the president
and then police showed up.
and the secretary speak often, speak regularly. I don't have a regular cadence to speak to. Obviously, he's the Secretary of Defense, so that is they do speak regularly. I just don't have a particular, as I said, cadence to speak to on how regularly that happens. And I would also say that from senior levels of the Department of Defense and also at the NSC and obviously at the State Department, they are in constant communication with their counterparts. Or the folks that they deal with on a regular basis.
RGNX running?
And so
biotech? What's this?
As it relates to the president, they do speak regularly. Just don't have the specifics on how often.
And briefly on the swatting, not the specifics of what happened yesterday, but could you speak to the larger issue that this technique of
treatment for
wet
oh my gosh, that's a wet AMD
whatever
drug.
it might be that has popped up and has affected now the White House, but in addition, members of the judicial branch, other types of officials. Do you have a broader sense of how this is now creating a risk or a danger in our society?
Yeah, look, I think what you just stated is correct, right? It is creating a danger and a risk to our society. There are things that we're going to monitor. This is something, obviously, the Secret Service is going to monitor very closely as it relates to us specifically at the White House or this administration. And so I'm just going to be really mindful and leave it there. But how you stated the question is obviously a concern to us.
Yeah, RGNX. It's a wet AMD drug.
All right, everybody.
The briefing we appreciate it.
Literally 11:48. Yeah, 2 minutes ago.
I don't know what just happened. I think
interim data for the trial.
If you guys can still hear me, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Goodbye. For Avidar trial of ABBV RG. Oh wait, they're working with Abify. Single ABBV RGX gene therapy has the potential to become a new standard for care. 80% reduction in annualized injection rate. Seems like good data for them. I'm scared of the liquid bios. That's the only thing I have a fear of. Is it for RGX 314. What did they do on 1031? Let me see. It isn't a liquid bio. I don't know. But the data's coming out right now. Conference call at 4:30, it sounds like, for the drug. I was born in premium. Gold will bounce when the dollar stops fucking wrecking everybody's soul. It's the only problem. So what was it? They got a buy on the 30th. That's it. Yeah, honestly, though, hold on. They are working with Abivi. Oh, man. It's going to take me, what? Took me 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yep. I did it. I'm sorry. It isn't a liquid bio. It took me I held strong for 2.5 weeks. On to the week number 3. I grabbed 200 shares. 15.18. I got a good fill. I didn't market order it, so I don't know if that helps. Yeah, I did it. Please don't do it. None of us go in, and we all go do it. I put a sad face after the stream alerts. Risky. It's a risky liquid bio. Again, I said I didn't want to. This is my first one all year. First one all year. Everything else I've been going with more active plays. Again, anytime the chart looks like this with these little breakers, it's just easy to get dumped on. Oh, I guess we played EYPT, but that one's a buyout. I think that one holds up a little bit different. Honestly, EYPT is still even holding up pretty good. I think that's how we could balance it out. I sold EYPT. I like it for the buyout, but if I'm going to be playing, I won't hold more than one at a time. So I sold out of EYPT, $400 gain, which isn't bad. That was a good one. So there you go. Maybe that balances it out. You know, so I took the profits from EYPT. I thought this was no. This is a different one. I like the wet AMD drugs. I already have one play, and then again, they're partnered up with Abivi, and Abivi been buying out fucking everybody lately. But I liked EYPT for a buyout play. We got like 12% on the gain, so we picked it up good. 19 sold out at like 22. So I'm out. I'm out of EYPT, and then I'll hold one of these. I'll at least keep me in one of them, but that way I don't get too crazy. What AMD is only worth like $10 billion market-wise. I thought it was worth a little bit more, but even then, I still think it's a drug that has a lot of different applications though with it. And even for now, if you're able to take that market share, that's still a lot. Check gold. Let's see. It's running again. That would have been nice at 2029, but it's still down a lot on the day. Again, we need the dollar down, but it's just like one of those days where if gold goes up with the dollar up, that's a good sign. But then again, it's still like, it's showing gold it can hold up with a strong dollar. But I'm going to wait because last time it went this low, we should have got it at 2018. That was the price that I wanted it at. I did do a natural gas future. I did a micro. So we will see how that one plays out. Outlook's starting to run up a little bit from RGNX too. So we'll see how that one plays out. The choppiness. The market has a lot. The market has to work through the choppiness because of the, I think the rate cut odds. They're just all over the place. People go super bull to super bear. It needs to find its way. Did SPY reject? I don't think we are at any key level right now. If anything, the last level, we just bounced cleanly off 47.47, which is usually the danger zone there. So it bounced off of it nice and then is holding up. So we'll see. And then, I don't know if you guys saw it, the save, that one went good. We did the covered call, but like now we're up 85%. Why? Because we made 34% on the stock, and then the 13% on the option is another 30%. So like on the platform, you've seen it before. After the covered call, with our cost basis, we're holding up 85% now on that one. That was a killer play. With you add, and then that way, if it goes down, save goes down, the covered call, I mean, it's pretty much locking in like $400 for us, if not a little bit more. So not bad. That was very, very small, and it worked. Yeah, and then QG is the Nat Gas one. My 2-year-old thinks I'm on FaceTime. She heard you and keeps saying hi. Hi. That's what my nephew or my niece does. She's younger. She goes, can I say hi? Can I say hi? Hi. Then they just say hi, and then that's it. Then they leave. I'm like, what? I thought we were going to have a conversation. I'm confused now. VIX going to go up because options remain bullish. VIX is crazy because it was really low on Friday, and then now after today, that was a pretty big pop. But again, just a lot of negativity out of Boeing, and then these rate cut odds from United States to Europe. You had a lot of that. Innocence of youth. Oh yeah, Tim, bro. Tell baby Tim go work on that black belt. I'm terrified of him, man. You know that because my nephew, and he ain't even a black belt, and he tried to break my kneecaps. So, man, little Tim Whitman going to have a long term, and he'll have the ability to break your kneecaps. That's what we call a double whammy. That's what I'm talking about, man. Tell him congratulations. There you go. Be like, I already tell him his reward is a long term. He already got that working, baby. Baby Tim going to be the funniest kid alive. I hope so, man. It's hard to live up to it, man. It's hard to. Tim Whitman already holding up. He's holding the throne of comedy already, man. We'll see, baby Tim. He's going to end up like LeBron James or like, what's the other one, Bronny James? Or no, Bryce or Bronny. We'll see. That's it, man. Is he funny? Do you let him, like, is he a memer, Tim? Like, do you let him on the memes? Do you joke around with him like the way that we joke? Or or is it like completely different? Because like I said, my parents never joked around with me, and I ended up funny. He's socially awkward. Well, he's still young. That's okay. Like some of y'all, if you passed like college and you still socially awkward, there's no pass for that one. But I was pretty awkward still. I came out. I played video games, bro. My parents locked me in a room. Kind of, not really, but yeah, they didn't like forcefully lock it. But I enjoyed it. I became one with the cave. Save. So it's good. Again, literally, we made $72 already on the covered calls, but like, it's beautiful. The covered calls was a great play. Still got 36%. Again, based on our cost basis now, we are up 83% on save. I watched some of the Dave Chappelle special. I watched like half of it, and then I had some other stuff to do, and I didn't finish it. But it was good so far. I love that first joke was hilarious. Yeah, 4 Fed speakers. And I mean, yesterday, bro, I feel like the fact that Waller came out bearish today, I feel like they're trying to make the rounds and make everybody not get too bullish again. Because that was weird. Waller should have been the most bullish. I like how you say 4,747 is the max it'll go down before the danger zone and the doors fall off. I didn't even notice that. That is a very deep pun, and it's very sad. Very sad because Boeing has no repercussions ever. Their stock is still higher than where it started last year. Shame on you. I would love to see Greta versus Boeing. I don't know if that'll ever happen. If it does, sign me up for pay-per-view. Yeah, Save is about to hit another high. 813. The high was what, 817? I love it, Habibi. We'll take it. And then again, my TD says they pay a dividend. I don't know if they cut it or not, but I see 10-cent dividend on the shares, which is interesting. What's the stock market play if you think Trump is going to win? Nothing. It's the same thing, even if Biden wins. There's going to be a couple industries that might get the pump, but if you guys do not know what's going to happen, every election, the market is going to freak out about whoever's going to win, and then right after they win, everything is going to ramp up. I do think small business will do good, but you're not going to be able to trade that on public markets. So at the end of the day, I do think it will be maybe short solar and EV. But then again, they've already came down, and then all of that money that was issued, I don't think Trump could revoke it. So it's like all that money and funding, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Damn, Save, where the options just went down? What the hell? Yeah, Save's breaking out though now. I have cash ready for October, November. Yeah, 100%. Because then you don't have to let everybody fucking argue and get mad at each other and then do this and that and then just wait until afterwards, and then you could position after a lot of the volatility, everybody figuring things out, and then, you'll be able to see which way the tide's turning. But legitimately, it's not going to be like again, our long-term, even my OG long-term, I'm telling you, whoever has been president has not affected my wealth. It has changed certain things in a short run, but it has never, again, if you're holding long-term and you're playing in that sense, there will be trades that we can make off of flips, but it's just going to be whatever hype gets presented by Trump, whatever lack of hype. Same thing goes for Biden as well, too. Yeah, no, DWAC, we were talking about it from the morning. Rumble and DWAC, they both went crazy. Rumble, they're up literally 16% right now. DWAC, again, Iowa win, brings the stock up 24%. I think it'll still be a SPAC even if he wins president. That's the crazy part. Imagine if he's president. I don't know how it'll play out, though. Again, I would like it if it was a legit company, but then if he's president, I don't know. They ask you, they're like, are you 10% holder of a company? Are they like, are you president of the United States? I'm saving cash. Don't save too much, though. Don't use the election as a reason to not do anything, though. So I would have cash, but do everything in moderation and in reason of your general strategy and approach. Does that make sense? Because I know some of you are going to hear what I just said and be like, oh, shit, I'm not going to buy anything until October now. It's like, well, if there's still deals, and again, just if you're holding more than 20, 30% cash, I mean, I'm still not a fan of that. XOK Green. Microsoft. Oh, wait, was it? I thought it was RGNC. What was it? RGNX. So we're up a little bit, but hasn't moved much. Again, they have a conference call after the bell. It's kind of year to set on auto invest and not pay attention. Maybe, as long, and I would pay attention if there's any real good discounts that come out, but, I'm not shifting my plan. It's the same plan we've been using for the last couple of years now, even though there may be some uncertainty, just a little diversification, balance it out, and then, hold for it with time. Time will smooth everything out. That's about it, but if you get caught up into the politics and then the craziness, because again, if you got pissed off of what you heard today on the press briefing, just wait till we get closer to the election. Everything's going to get really dramatic. The news, the media, they're going to start bringing up taxes and tax breaks and then oil and energy, and this is going to happen if president wins this, whoever president wins and this and that. So it's going to, it's just like, I caution you to don't fall into the trap of the media and letting, news dictate your investments too heavily. Really what you should have now is a plan that you execute from today, that no matter what you are going to stick to, you will be better off above all else. MSGS. Oh shit, Madison Square. Why is this up 6.5? No, yeah, I saw that on the high ticker, but I didn't see it was that crazy. What the hell? MSGS. Ooh. Tevlin, how you doing, baby? I've been praying for you, man. Hold it down. You're going to be good no matter what. Good to see you. I get hyped when I see you, man. It's good to see you, bro. Amen. And then same thing. Hold the plan no matter what. And long term, they had huge construction. I see optimized entry levels. MSGS. I don't have anything on Madison Square. Thanks for being the voice of reason. I mean, I hope so, man. But, the beauty is, especially here, we've got to live through it together. We've been through so many elections. And like I'm saying, you guys get to see how the long term has grown and what it's done in so many fucked up scenarios. And then I tell you the stories of the pre-long term before YouTube, and it's just like, yo, man, your long term doesn't care who is president. So why do you care so much about it? You know what I'm saying? Again, the health and the heart of our nation. Well, cool, go run for fucking politics. But at the end of the day, it's for what we're building here, and so that some people don't get too crazy about the trades and all of it. It's just there will be day trades after and before the election. It's going to cause moments, but again, if you are hesitant, you don't want to lose your money to fuckery because of the news, I would focus more on the long term. But when it's all said and done, that long-term plan is going to work no matter what. You're investing in America regardless. Again, if you think Donald Trump is the worst person, guess what? The fucking world didn't end and money still went up. If you think Biden was the worst person, guess what? Same exact story. America is bigger than those two people. So having a long term and having a plan there for the long run, it's going to make your life easier. But again, the volatility, there will be a little bit of volatility, but it's just that is going to be for the traders. And if you don't want to risk and lose money, then you'll be good to go. Trump is the worst. Tell that to my long term. Biden is the worst. Tell that to my long term. He don't care. The long term does not give a shit. That's it. I've hit highs with every president I've been alive with. I've seen the stock market go and hit a high either during their presidency or shortly thereafter. Every single time. So, I'm not here to sway your political beliefs. What I am trying to tell you is that no matter what, long-term investing, minimum holding for 10 years, your account isn't going to give a shit who's the president. It's not that important when it is all said and done. So, yeah. Facebook in the video will make billions either way. No, I agree. I did trade a little bit during the 2008 recession. I wasn't trading. I started my first long-term around that era. But, yeah. Snap went from 9 to 65. Was that under Biden? Fuck yeah, Biden. What the hell? Bring that back, Biden. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Yeah. What do you want me to do? Trump stock pump tweets were the greatest. They were pretty fun. That was you could have made 2% on the S&P in a second. Good times. Good times. But then again, the Biden fucking dropping $1 trillion stimulus, that was pretty good. It didn't happen as often, but it was remember that EV rally, the solar rally, all of it, bro. Yeah, it caused a lot of things to go crazy. Don't underestimate, that money and that green spending right at the beginning of Biden's, presidency. That spurred a lot of equity names. I mean, some of them are down 90% now, but You know, it was the money was flowing, baby. The money was flowing. The Biden blast. Yeah, boom, baby. Look, we're gonna build back better. We're gonna blast him. We're gonna watch out. January 6th. Don't let that happen again. We gotta build faster, more, back better. Yeah. Anyways. On 10-year, it doesn't matter, but different presidents will have different fiscal policies, giving money to different industries. Yeah, and once we find that out, I mean, it will cause trades. And again, I think you can trade it, but then what's the problem with elections? And what I see a lot of, I've got to already live through one here by streaming with people just getting into the market. What ends up happening is I see people, they try to trade the short-term president effect, but then they end up believing it. And they end up falling. Again, that's why there's some people, half of their long-term is EV and solar plays. Why? Because they literally, it starts off with, they're putting money in this industry. I'm going to invest off of that for 10 years. No, you should trade that. But then if you go for that for the long run, it will probably hurt you more so. Even with Trump, if you think Trump is going to benefit something for that long, you're going to be very mistaken about that. So it's like there will be trade opportunities, but over the last couple years, the volatility, the craziness, if you're hesitant towards losing money, or you're now kind of like, well, shit, if I just spent my time holding long instead of trying to trade it, like I'm saying again, don't be afraid to fall back on your long term, especially if there's a big presidential effect and then it causes a big run. I mean, a nice long term position at the floor is going to help you out. So just watch out for that and you'll be good. Oh my gosh. What? It's been 9 months? No way. Oh, baby young Buffett has been born. Congratulations, baby. Well, you, not the baby. And him, too. He's going to live a beautiful life. Oh, no way. Oh, man. You got to explain to him. Be like, you have 4,000 ummus. You're going to have to tell. Oh, my gosh. Oh, did you name him Little Buffett? Or Young Buffett? Baby Buffett? Well, you are Young Buffett, Younger Buffett. Oh, my gosh. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Let me know how it is, bro. I'm going to use you as you let me know. How is it working and trading? Let me know if he's to it. Let me know if I can handle it, bro. That's so dope, though. That's another long term, too, baby. Young Buffett just had a kid. Y'all know it, man. You got to see Young Buffett. We've got to go through so many life events with Young Buffett, and now he has a child. A child has been born today, baby. Let's go. What's his birthday? January 16th, bro. Oh, you sent me a picture of him? Let's see this little guy. Oh. Romeo. Oh, what a name. Oh, Romeo. Oh, my gosh. He is cute. He don't look like an alien. What the fuck? Yo, that's a cute baby. Usually I have to lie about this because, I tell him it looked like an alien. How come he looks so pretty? Oh, he gonna be a cute kid, bro. Oh, my gosh. No, he looked good. He looked good. He already swagged out, too. Romeo, how much did he weigh? How big was he? He's actually cute. Yeah, no, he looked better than my nephew. My nephew looked like an alien when he came out. I was not vibing. Oh, be careful, bro. Be careful. The first time I held my nephew, bro, I was tripping out because they don't got necks. They got like wobbly necks. And it's the scariest thing in the world. Oh my God. Did this just happen? Hold on. What was that day? 3 days ago. Oh, no. Okay, so you've taken him home and shit already, huh? Oh my gosh. 6 pounds, 7 ounces of pure Chad, baby. Bro, that's so hype, man. Congratulations, Young Buffett. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. The wobbly necks scare me. I say, how has it been, bro? How was the first couple of nights? What would you describe it as? Oh, man. Be a part of the journey. It's my pleasure, man. Thank you for everything, too, man. Even holding it down for the other Chads, giving them some good info as well along the way, bro. Always being upstanding and holding it down, man. It's my pleasure, bro. Not bad at all. Wake up and feed every 2 hours. Does he cry a lot? Is he like a quiet baby for now? Dude, that's hype. The first poopy diaper is a life-changing experience. Dude, that's crazy. What's it? Yeah, what is that like? Even then, D-Walk's still going up. He doesn't cry. He just, at all, he straight up communicates. Like, food. Poop. Food. That's all he needs, though, right? Food. They don't drink water, right? Like, I know this may sound dumb, but, like, babies don't drink water. Like, you know, he don't need, like, 16 ounces like he drink milk, right? Like, so that's it. Yeah, no water, right? I'm not tripping, right? Yeah, they don't drink water. It's kind of suspicious. Fatherhood is so fun. I know, man. We got a lot of Chads in here. They've been trying to get me. They're like, now, when you gonna have a kid, Josh? Nah, man. I'm a godfather now. I'm not like official godfather, but I will see myself as young Romeo's godfather. I said for the long term, at the very least. Amen, bro. That's so hype, man. Bro is born in 98% water. How do babies not need water? I'm questioning everything I know now. Think about it. They say 3 days without water, you die. 30 days without food. And then, I don't know the other one. It's the Godfather. You're going to grow up and make a long term. It's going to grow. If they tell you don't date a long term, you're going to whack them. Okay? We're not going to play around here with this issue. It's long term or bust. Like go real estate or bust, huh? Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Can I be honest with you? I'm going to tell you something. My daughter just turned 1, 6 to 8 months of anything but fun. So you didn't like it? Is that so I'm getting so we have a 1-star review? Y'all just like the video because people going to get mad at me. I know somebody going to get mad at me when I just give me like 80 likes, 30 likes. Y'all ran it up. Milk is 87% water? Man, we are learning so much today. That's it. Come on. I need like 20 more likes. 20 more likes. And y'all, I'll give you something you guys can make fun of me about. Because y'all love making fun of me. Some of y'all don't like the video till it's something embarrassing or like whatever. Like that's it. Some of you be like, it's all love, Josh. Where Xavier at? Like the video. Come on. That's it. 10 more likes. 10 more likes. That's all we need, man. All right, there it is. Are you ready? I've never seen Godfather. I watched it when I was little. For some reason, my dad watched it and let me watch it with him, but I don't understand it. All I know is just a bunch of mafia people. Yeah, I've never seen The Godfather. Like, I've never, as like an adult, and like comprehended it. Like, I was a child. Last time. I know. See, you were gonna unsubscribe. I told you. I know it's offensive. I've said this to people. I've said this to like Italians too, and they get fucking pissed. It's kind of funny. But like they do judge you for it. You've never watched Titanic. I've seen I'll never let go. I know you played the video game. No, I didn't. No. That's it. Again, I watched it when I was young with my dad, and like I know the general plot, but I've never like watched it. It's not offensive. I wish I could experience it again for the first time. Well, aren't you fucking mature? God bless you. That's like the most encouraging response I've ever gotten. You know every line by heart? No way. You're one of those? Because I know people who really, like, people say that and they're not lying when they say that. Because some people really they know it. They know all of it. I've seen Scarface. I've seen Scar. I love Scarface. I love it, but I don't. Like, if that makes sense. I think it's a good movie, but, like, you know, everybody, like, try to hype up Scarface. They're like, that's my favorite movie. I'm like, why? It's a very long, like, 80s film that wasn't really done too well, and it's not like the plot was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like Scarface. It's just, like, the culture around it and everything, and, like, you know, say hello to my little friend. But it's not like it's, you know, I've seen The Matrix, yeah. Man, they used to tell you to watch The Matrix at church. Yeah, y'all forgot about the early 2000s. They're like, it's talking about heaven. It's talking about which one do you want to repent or not. So I was like, fuck yeah, they got guns, and I was down. I was going to watch it. Yeah, bro. Matrix, like, they promoted that at churches back in the day. Schumer on Senate floor. I support the bipartisan tax framework because it makes important progress to expand child tax credit, helps address our affordable housing crisis, and keeps U.S. businesses competitive against the Chinese Communist Party. My favorite Quentin Tarantino movie? There's one. I used to not, like, really be into them, but there's one. I think it's a newer one. Kill Bills are pretty good, too, but, like, I don't, like, get as, like, hyped as people do. Now, we've answered the Boeing question a lot. I think Boeing for the long term, I wouldn't touch it right now. Again, I could be wrong and you may get a killer deal, but like at the end of the day, it doesn't even meet my criteria. They were at 185 to start last year. Like, why would you pay, you know, 10% premium, 15% premium when it's down like that? They're like, you know what I'm saying, with everything. Again, they were trading lower and they still had all the doors on their plane. No, there's another one. It's like a recent Quentin Tarantino movie. I saw it in the last couple of years, and I actually liked it. What about 90? I could get behind 90. I like how you guys are laughing at that, but, like, I'm being serious. Like, straight up, this stock was at 120 with all doors on the plane, no issues. No, not the Django. I didn't flip the yen. I'm still in it, but no, I think the trade's in play. It's just going to be a long ride. Next week is a catalyst on the yen. That January update ahead of the March meeting, that's going to be happening next week. So, again, I think right now the yen is fighting against the dollar. Oh, I think it was Hateful Eight. I think that might have been it. That might have been it. Hateful Eight. I think that was it. I'd have to see. Yeah. That's the one. I like that as a Quentin Tarantino movie. Otherwise, the other ones are Hateful Eight. Damn, I'm old. That was almost 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. Pulp Fiction. I've never seen Pulp Fiction. I know it has some sexual connotations in certain scenes, but I've never seen it. I've acted like I've seen it, though, in the right conversation. I've had the bullshit, but I've never seen fucking Pulp Fiction. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I've seen clips. Yeah, I know. You guys are just disowning me today after I'm sharing way too much with you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are confused. It's like, how? This makes no sense. 100% worth the watch. All right, I'll see. It's more blood, vulgar, and drugs than sex. That's fine. I mean, I'm not opposed to any of them unless I'm, like, watching it with my mom. Like, that tell you, dude, do you know how hard it is to find a movie to watch with my mom? It's the most difficult thing ever. And then once we've watched all the Jesus movies, it's like you run out pretty quick. It's a dark comedy at its finest. You need to watch it? Okay, I'll watch it. W Mom, for sure. Prince of Egypt. That's a good one. Oh, there's another. It's at Amazon. Don't they have they have the movie of like Abraham trying to kill his son or something? I think that's on. I want to see that. I saw that the other day, but I didn't have time to watch it. It's a woman thing. My wife can never decide what she wants for dinner. Are you guys talking about something else? But I have a hack for you guys. Are you ready? But it doesn't work because I tried this on my girlfriend and I got the dumbest response. Are you ready? Here's what you do. If you have like your girlfriend, your wife, if she never knows where to eat, this is what you're going to do. You say, babe, guess what? Guess where we're going to go eat today? And you tell her that you surprised her, that you have a surprise of where you're taking her to eat. And then she's going to be like, oh my gosh, what? And then you tell her to guess. And then whatever she guesses, you go there because that's what she was craving. Right? So are you ready? I literally tried this yesterday. I'm not going to lie to you. I did this yesterday. And do you know what my beautiful, smart, dumbass girlfriend said? Yeah, I had to throw that. Bro, this was the craziest response. I said, I told her, I was like, I ordered it already. It's on its way because I was just going to DoorDash it. And I was like, guess what I got you? Guess what she said? Guess what she said? She says, Mountain Dew. I gave up after that. She said, Mountain fucking Dew. That was her answer. I was like, I thought I had the hack. I thought I was going to surprise her. She says, I'm like, why? When have you ever liked Mountain Dew? Why would I surprise you with just Mountain Dew? Man, it was frustrating. And then I don't know where we ended up getting food. Oh, my goodness. Dude, it was the weirdest, bro. It was the weirdest. Awful, bro. Absolutely awful. Keep her if she's good with Mountain Dew. No, I mean, I'm not determining my relationship decisions on these weird fast food questions no more. But she said Mountain Dew. How crazy is that? Let's all bash his girlfriend. Okay. Someone's a little salty. I understand. I've been single. Calm down, geese. Okay, calm down. See, my girlfriend, as long as it's actually funny, I'm allowed to roast her. So even when I called her a dumbass for that afterwards, but it's okay because she was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. Because I told her what I was trying to do. Uber and Tesla partnership? No! Tesla's going to make Uber go bankrupt. Stop it. Uber and Tesla? See if it moves up more. Again, I feel like Uber would benefit more off of that unless Uber's the one buying the cars. There's rumors, though. I don't have anything on the wire. So we got one here from Danny. Uber is working with Tesla to encourage its drivers to switch to electric as part of the broader goal to emissions-free in the U.S. Oh, no, that's BS. That doesn't sound like... Uber's trying to working with Tesla to encourage drivers to switch to EV. Sounds like some weird affiliate marketing. What do I have on Save? We bought the shares at $5.80, and then we sold the covered calls at $12.50 and got $3. So my cost basis on Save is $2.86. I am up about 70% from a couple of hours ago. We did good on that one. Doesn't it sounds like a pyramid scheme? Like a buy from Hertz. Yeah, we did it all live if you were here. Again, we just didn't know what was happening. We got the news early, and then after the third halt, I just said it's down 60%. I might as well grab 200 shares, and then it ran up 40%. Then we sold the covered calls. That gave us another 40% back, so it's good. We're doing good on it. We're going to hold it for a little bit, but it's nice. If you were close to the save, if you were to close them, how would you do it? Oh, you mean the covered call? I just closed them out at the same time. So, like, right now, the option is at, like, $3.40. So, on the ask, but I'd probably get filled at $3. So, like, if I really wanted to close out now, I could close out the play. Let's assume I'll get in the midpoint is lower than 3, but let's say I got $3, right? I would just close out the option, buy them back for the price I paid, and then I'd sell out the shares and then take the $400. So in general, you just close them out at the same time, or it's small. You could do them one at a time, but if I was to close them, I would just close them both out at the same time. All you got to do is you buy a Uber Tesla, and then if you just get 3 of your friends to buy a Uber Tesla, then you guys could pretty much just drive for free, and you get to start your own business, and it's really about, financial freedom and becoming a business owner. But once you get your 2 other friends to buy Tesla, and then they buy another Uber Tesla, and they get 2 more, it pays for itself. And then you'll get diamond, gold, black Uber, and then once you're that position, the world is yours. Thank you. Some of you didn't get that joke. You probably are going to get scammed in the next few years. I'll pray for you. Mm-hmm. Was that supposed to be Elon? I don't know who it was supposed to be. It was a joke about multi-level marketing. Where like Herbalife, where they're like you sign, or like those Forex MLMs, where they're like you sign up somebody and just sign up 2 of your friends. No? Okay. doTERRA. The day is still young. It's offering drivers incentives of up to $2,000 on the purchase of a Model 3 or Y, and is hosting test drive events at select Tesla stores to expose drivers to the experience. So Uber drivers get $2,000 off a Tesla. It's not bad. So what do you guys sell? Don't worry, that part will come later. It's fine. You'll figure it out. People hate on MLMs, but as long as the product is good, I love the business model. I feel you. I'm always a fan of a good product, especially in a world where there's a lot of shitty products there and great marketing. I could get behind it if there's a good product and you really love and use it. I'm not as but if all you do is just fucking sell it, in the memberships, I think that's a little different. But I feel I'm definitely not opposed to that. What time is it? Oh shit, we only have 25 minutes? Well, look at that. The day has flown by, my brethren. The day has flown by. Oh, is YouTube going to be hella slow? It's doing, I think you have to turn off ad blocker. I think YouTube is throttling everybody who has ad blocker. Bro, my YouTube is still clapped. I've blocked 914,000 ads on YouTube. Yeah, bro. I take off ad blocker. This shit loads up smooth. That's sad, man. Sad day. Damn. Haters. YouTube. I have YouTube Premium. I think on my other account, but I still have ad blocker. So I think that's kind of an overkill. Just got hit with an ad. I think that someone said it earlier, but dude, remember on Friday my videos just were not loading. But then I turned off ad blocker and now that shit loaded up so fast. That's crazy. Brave. A lot of you guys use Brave browser. Don't you get crypto too? Yeah, get BAT token. I think I have some actually. I don't use Brave, but I have some BAT from back in the day. I spend $0 on buying anything from ads. Yeah, I don't really buy stuff off ads except for like what was it? I be buying random health shit. I'm not gonna lie, like vitamins and shit. They get me, and I'm like, ooh, I want to try that. Ooh, I want to see this. So I do. I fall for the random health shit. I bought one of those chin straps to make you where you don't snore. That shit didn't work. My head is too awkwardly shaped. But other than that, I'm pretty. But then I may be car ads, but I never buy a car. But I'm like, ooh. I click on it. I look. Hostage tape for snoring. You might get away with that, Katie. If I Google that, they're going to take me out. I'm Middle Eastern. I can't be searching. There's a lot going on right now. The Houthis, all this shit. I can't be searching hostage tape for sale. No way, bro. And then I was just looking up uranium because of the news and like the stocks on uranium. You know, I can't. It's not going to fly for me. They like mouth guards. You do grind your teeth. I grind my teeth too. I didn't know. And then I heard it on my thing, and then like they showed me. I forgot how they showed me once. And then like it sounds so wicked. Have you ever like heard somebody sleeping and grinding their teeth? It's crazy. But yeah, I'm supposed to wear a mouth guard. I need a lot of things, bro. I'm just getting old. You recorded your sleep? I do. I do remember that. It's terrifying. I never knew how close to death I was getting every night. Used to chip your teeth in your sleep? No, damn, that's like intense. Mine just like my molars are just like grinded in a weird position because of it, but like I haven't chipped a tooth. President Biden holds emergency meeting on national security funding. President Biden said to meet with congressional leaders, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Speaker Mike Johnson, to discuss stalled emergency national security funding exceeding $100 billion for Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific and border security. Long-stalled funding packages faces Senate negotiation challenges. The funding request has been mired in Senate negotiations for months, prompting the need for emergency meetings. Delays in reaching a deal, particularly concerning border policies paired with Ukraine funding, have hindered progress. Border security comprises draw concern from House Speaker Johnson. House Speaker Johnson has expressed reservations about potential compromises on border security in response to details of a Senate deal circulating on Fox News. Johnson posted on social media saying, "Absolutely not." White House optimistic, urges swift congressional action. Despite the challenges, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre conveyed optimism, stating that the administration believes talks are headed in the right direction. Woohoo! Market on close 1.7 to the sell side. Woof. That's a really. Your teeth are bad. I think my molars are only messed up. That's it. I just got my gap tooth. I used to have straight teeth, and then I stepped on my retainer in college, and I never wore it again. So now I look like Michael Strahan. I told you though, I look like one of them ugly Gucci models. It's good though. I have the features of it. Like, I'm so ugly, I'm sexy. And then if I look angry with my mouth open, they're like, oh, he's a model. They're like, he's definitely, it's good. I pull it off, I think. I try, at least. I tell myself I do. No, I don't even look like Egyptian. I don't look Egyptian, man. That's it. I look very distinct, but I don't look Egyptian. The Egyptians tell me that. UNG, I know. I grab one. I'm down once. Dude, the micros fucking move like crazy. I guess because it moves so much, but I'm down 175 on that play. And then again, we flipped. That oil play was killer today. I can't believe that oil play. That was like perfect bottom to top, but that was good. You can't take this? Are you talking about my jokes or the market right now? Just abusing everybody. Netflix is next week, so we'll do it. I think it's better. I learned from JP Morgan, and again, we hit it, man. We did good on the 2 standard deviation, but I think we just wait until we get closer to the 2 standard deviations. You got lucky, no braces or retainer, and you have straight teeth. Really? I didn't even know that even how, bro. That's good. Good job. You do you pray? I would say thank you, Lord, for my teeth, because that's insane. No way. You too, Eric? How? You guys are mutants. I thought there's no way. My bro and sister. Bro, I don't think, dude, that's nuts. That's like a rarity. He's the only one that had to get braces. We all had jacked up. Oh, I guess. No, I think my brother had good teeth. He never had braces. One of my, actually, wait a minute. Maybe I'm the fucked up one. My wisdom teeth are good. The dentist said they grew in really straight. I was like, wisdom. I don't want to get too, we got to stay humble. But that's insane. Bro has come to be my favorite rapper, comedian, financial advisor, and preacher. Very strange. Listen, I'm not a financial advisor. Uncle does the other stuff, man, but I'll take it. It is a weird mix. It's good. And listen, I may have found a place where we could do a stand-up show. But don't let me get ahead of myself. So forget I even said that. But that inspired me to tell you. I got good teeth, but I'm short. My brother has good teeth and is like 6'2". It's insane. So that's it. The Lord he had a special plan for me. And I accept it. We could buy the Colt compound. I'm still open to a cheap one. If we find one again, remember that place in Montana or something? I'm still down. I'll throw you guys 200, 300 grand if we could get a shit ton of land with a good property that won't cost me more to repair it, and then we're sitting on dog shit. Under the right scenario, I can do this. Oh. When's Roblox's earnings? February 7th. Because those Roblo covered calls are doing good. First week of February. Disney nonstop. PLD puts. I don't know what that is. Are you saying GLD? Gold back to 2030. There was some NFL news this morning. NFL, Disney, or ESPN stuff. Which ones are those? January 65s. Bro, in the 10-minute rig in 3 minutes. I can't do. Today flew by, man. Good to be back. Welcome back, Chattadonia. Welcome back. How are these even holding up like that? The premium is the same. What? This makes no sense. These premiums are holding up really good on Roblo. Because again, remember I have those covered calls. We're up 40% on them. So it's like $1,700. Yeah, today did fly by. Breakout. The only thing breaking out is the dollar, bro. It's crazy, man. L4, Baba 52-week low. How are we only 0.2 red on QQQ? And bonds were down 2% today. But then again, it's people are like just waiting for either the rate cut odds to retreat or eventually the dollar's going to wreck everything if this keeps going up there. So, but there's definitely been a delay. I mean, I said it this morning. Technically, where the dollar is at, the SPY should be at like 438. But that being said, though, the bonds are, well, actually, I think the bonds are kind of there too. Bonds would have to go down another 2 to 3%, no, probably 6% from TLT. Should we trust Chinese stocks like NEO? No. It's one thing, like, it's already a risk trusting the stocks like Baba, Baidu, and Pinduoduo, but I don't know about NEO. But I think China still has a lot of risk. It's high risk, high reward. Eventually, it'll do it. I think more than 6%, honestly, for that one. MSOS. We sold out today because the contracts expire this week, but those hit. You should be in the money on those. So I sold out in the morning. I got 80 cents a contract, but that was another winner right there. Good night, Josh. Rock on, baby. Enjoy your night, man. Josh, good night, Josh. Rock Company. Still holding 4. Run it, baby. Let's go. If those get above, you're going to push it. You're in the money now, so dollar for dollar, this thing moves. I mean, you'll be able to make some good progress on that. But like I said, even with the Boeing, I don't want any of these plays to go negative. Let's at very least get our money back. But, taking a couple of option gains here and there, I can't complain. Oh, where's that RGNX? And I sold out of EYPT. That one kept going up. Earnings tonight, I think there's a couple. Tomorrow's going to have more, but you got some today after the bell. So today you have Interactive Brokers, Progress, HWC, Calavo, Folt, and Pinnacle. Tomorrow morning, Schwab, Prologis, U.S. Bancorp, and Citizens. Then Alcoa, Discover, Wintrust, Kinder Morgan, Synovius, and HB Fuller after the bell. And then Thursday, TSM. That's probably going to be the better one. Let's see. I didn't think TSM could be an interesting one. TSM don't even move, though, on the earnings all the time. Yeah, it's only pricing in $4. Interesting. Like 870, what would that be? Calls are more. Last week, UNH puts would have printed. I had the puts. They didn't hit for shit. The calls went up, but I don't think the puts even. I think it was a cuck. Or no. We did UNH calls. Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. There was one of them. The puts did do good. I'd have to double check. But I made a play. We're going to go over this one. But I'm going a little. I guess I'm going 2 days early. But I think the timing is pretty decent. I'll run over the play here in a second with you guys. So hold on. First week of February for your boy Roblo. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I did an earnings play for TSM. I spent a little bit more money this time. I did 120, which may end up biting me in the ass because I don't think they move a lot for earnings. Oh, wow, almost final five. So to run over it, it's pricing in about what? $4.30. That's like $8.60, about $8 to get in the money there. So what I did is I went $8 below on the next week. That's like $92. I went earlier and I grabbed two of the $93 calls for 30 cents. And then I grabbed one of the 108s for 64. So yeah, you got to watch out because they don't really move as much. But then again, I do think those prices on a stock related to chips could be good, but they don't really have a history of moving. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. It's the same 2 standard deviation strategy. And we'll see what happens. And yes. Yeah, it barely moves on her. That's why I'm like, it's kind of could be a dud here. I don't think its earnings ever move more. That's why it's pricing in 4. If you get an 8% move or like 6.5, I think you'll be able to get it because it's pricing in less than 4. AMD. Is it going crazy again? And then Spy's at least holding up, taking us home. Yeah, Chattadonia. On that note, the day has flown by. I hope you have enjoyed it, but now it is time for you to get prepared for landing. So the new guy is going to come on here. He is extremely loud, and you guys have been extremely amazing as an audience. It's been fun to have you here. We've had so much fun, I barely even realized the market is closing. So I want to make sure you close the day on a good note. So when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers if you are sensitive to any loud noises. Why? Because it gets extremely loud. How loud? People have reported various diseases, ailments, bleeding eardrums, other auditory issues, dormant BBB coming back to life, and a host of other issues. It can be contagious, so I want to make sure you are all protected and have a great day as we come into the close here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute those speakers and protect yourself. Nobody can do it for you. You have to protect yourself, okay? I know if your neighbor has a mask on, it doesn't matter. You need to protect your eardrums, okay? You got diarrhea from it. Honestly, that's not that bad. I've heard worse. Man. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better earmuff. It's time. Earmuffs. Earmuffs is going to get loud. I want you safe. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach as we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 63 degrees, partly sunny, a little bit cold out there. Otherwise, looking like a great day unless you thought the market would wake up to carnage, the VIX up, the dollar keep going up, and everybody confused about rate cuts because that's what happened. But the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, man. Last time the market was closed on Monday, we had a sell-off. It used to be you go up the day after a holiday. We used to love the holidays, but no. We woke up to carnage and rate hike odds all over the place. So, Chattadonia, wrap it up. Remember, retail sales data in the morning. That's going to be the good one, but you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to make up your mind. Couple of earnings on the way. Nothing too crazy. But again, that retail sales tomorrow, it may have the ability to make things go crazy. So finalize them. Make up your mind. Bring it to the checkout. And hopefully you're ready to end the day, man. You have less than 10 seconds. It's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a GG right now. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Personalities, plays, vibes, news. They came with a contribution. They came with good questions. All that matters, we did it all as one, baby. So good game. Let's go. Without a GG, you will get banned. The next time I pull a chat fax, if I don't see a GG, it's like a GG Passover. You better have that GG. I'm telling you, it's good sportsmanship. I don't care if you don't like me. Show you got love for one person out there in the world. Show that you got good sportsmanship. Let's go, baby. Hey, man, I see you too, Twitch. I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. You gave a dono. You didn't have to, but I love you. Good game. You said something positive to a chat. You could have clapped back, but you clapped back with love. You had the law term. Good game, baby. Way to play. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, man. See you tomorrow. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
That's it, big. Show me your mind.
Options, you had 1,000%er today.
I got options,
sell it early.
Like Honda, right to
chat. I love y'all. God bless you. That's the day, baby. Thanks for holding it down. God bless every single one of you. You gave me your time. You liked the video. You show love to my brother.
That's since I was little, yeah, bigger than that. I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million
Thank you all, man.
I don't show my face 'cause I am everywhere. Let me in. You don't gotta like me. me, but the message ill. This is real. Never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels.
I do this opposite shit. They thought it was easy, like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend. Tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream. You keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream. I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit. Watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip and then I get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options. I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I hedge my shit, vested in everything from value to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. This has it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes. I have to go contractual, selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
Okay, don't let me go crazy. Chatadonia. That's it, baby. I love it. That one's out. That one's already out, man. That one's been out for years. For years. Speaking of which, we've been here for years, man. And honestly, thank you to all of you, whether you just tuned in today, but especially to all my people holding it down, a membership badge, a non-membership badge. They've been riding with us. They got the long term as a success story to show, baby. They rocking with it, and I know you got a future, baby. You know what I'm saying? But for real, man, thank you for an awesome start to the week. I hope you're ready, man. It's only week number 3, baby, but God bless all of you. Thank you all again. Go check out the links in the description. You want to pay for alerts, you could get them. You want free long-term alerts, you could get them. I don't have a course. We got a little option boot camp. Somebody said that got them into options back in the day. They said it was a good one, so you let me know otherwise, man. Go to the main channel. I got thousands of videos, bro. They were like, Josh, you've posted videos for like 10 years. I have, bro. I got thousands of videos, man. There's a lot out there. You could learn. It's free 99, man. And if anything confuses you, you just come back on stream and I'll answer the question for you. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you, man. All of you who have watched, supported, held it down, helped out other Chads. God bless every single one of you. I hope you enjoyed it, but check out all of those. 3rd link for the membership badge, 4th link for the merch, the new channels. Follow me on Instagram at The Trade-In Fraternity. There's a picture of me if you want to see my full body. My body. Is that weird to tell people that? I'm very awkward sometimes, but either way, that's on my Instagram. I'll catch y'all later on that one. How we set up the long term, the same video still applies. How to find 1,000% gainers. This is a great option tutorial. Critically acclaimed is what they say. Critically acclaimed. You might want to take a gander at it. And then finally, the prayer request wall. It's very simple, man. Me and my moms pray for y'all. And I know the Chads pray for y'all, man. Y'all ever need a special one, you keep sending them on, man. Don't worry, I got you. But pray for me too, okay? But for real, man, we spend so much time together, and it's a blessing that we've been here for years. I don't think it just happens like that. You know what I'm saying? The longevity and to be around some beautiful people. A lot of people come and go, but you got a lot of Chads really in the game, and I'm praying for all of y'all, whether you come or you go. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. But for real, man, fill it out. Even if you don't, I'm praying for you. And if you ever want to do anything for me, you pray for your boy. That's it, man. I'm telling you, one prayer goes a long way. That's all. I'm telling you, you don't have to have a membership badge, but pray for me. If you ain't got a membership badge and you not praying for me, then what's up, bro? Come on. That's cold. That's cold at the very least. I don't expect nothing, man, but a prayer could go a long way. So pray for your boy. Pray for my friends out there. Pray for the Chad, baby. Amen, amen, man. So God bless all of you. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Chad, don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we're blessed to have a day to show us more about ourselves and destiny, why this is a year of revelation, not resolution, but revelation, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, I'm going to get going, man. I'll give you one more. Somebody asked for. I hope they didn't wait too long. But, I got to go, bro. Dude, I haven't been pooping in the mornings, bro. This is all just part of getting old, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe it, but either way, man, I love you. So God bless you all. Have a wonderful day. And then where are we going to end it with? Where's it at? Where'd it go? There it is. And I listened to this one in the car finally. It bumps, so you might want to turn your speakers down, bro. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen, bro. Amen.
Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
I'll give you the breakdown of the lyrics too. Once it's out and Uncle will let me, man, I got you, man. I got you. There's a lot in there. The secrets will be revealed, baby. Oh my goodness. Get me, man. I got you, bro. But Chad, that is the day. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you in the AM, and I'll see you tonight. Y'all better be on the watch list, man. That's it. Don't be a watch hole. Either way, man, we got another one, God willing. So enjoy it. Have a wonderful one, and peace out. Yeah, come on. Why are you talking about a watch list when democracy's being threatened, huh? Hey, come on. You remember, you know what happened on the yen? When the 6J, /6J, you know, come on. Fuck you. How you gonna support that? Where you insert, what's it, anyways? Hey, I love you, Chad. Happy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I know all the dates. Anyways, see you. Exactly. Now, Joshua, why are we so worried about what happened years ago when we are about to run out of money tomorrow? Okay. Is it ironic that a lot of bad things happen in January? How come we cannot make a budget? Exactly. It makes no damn sense. Is Peter Pan doing our books? Is that why? Does he sprinkle fairy dust and then all of a sudden the numbers start running? Is it ironic? Does North Korea have to deal with a budget issue? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Good evening.